This is a crazy and cruel woman. After being reborn, she wants to become a well-behaved girl. Not only does her brother revolve around her, but several handsome men also desire her. The funny thing is, in her past life, she basically ruined these men. Not only that, but she also used various means to kill all those who stood in her way, including her own relatives. But her tyrannical rule didn't bring her peace. Instead, she was betrayed by those she had given wealth and power to. Even the man she loved most deeply hated her to the core. Finally, branded a tyrant, she was executed. When she was reborn again, she had returned to her childhood, and in this life, she just wants to live kindly. Therefore, her brother has become a very clingy little cutie, sticking close no matter where she goes. Dorothea, Dorothea, why are you so cute and smart? Dorothea has had countless times where she wanted to get rid of this annoying pest, but Ray still relentlessly begs Dorothea to play with him. Fortunately, the nanny's appearance interrupted this entanglement. Seeing the princess studying so diligently, she couldn't help but want to show off her own knowledge. Not even a second later, she was put in her place by Dorothea. The nanny, in disbelief, praised Dorothea's intelligence and wanted to inform His Majesty the Emperor of her abilities. Dorothea, startled, hurriedly stopped her, saying it wasn't necessary. Her emperor father held no meaning for her anymore. Because her mother died in childbirth, her father blamed everything on her. No matter how hard she tried, her father wouldn't give her a second glance. But in Ray's case, no matter how unremarkable he was, their father would fulfill all his wishes. Why can't he see the harder working me? A seed of jealousy began to sprout in her heart from then on. At that time, Dorothea only thought of snatching everything he had. To quench her greed and jealousy, driving her mad, desire and slaughter extinguished her humanity. Thus, the tyrant Dorothea was born. However, the reborn Dorothea has seen through everything. She no longer has any extravagant desires. She just wants to live like a shadow. This is the kindness she desires. But all of this couldn't escape the nanny's eyes. As her nanny, how could she not understand Dorothea's thoughts? The next day, she took Dorothea to the Alice Garden for a walk. Dorothea missed this place because she often came here in her past life, but she didn't know why the nanny brought her here today. While strolling, a sound suddenly came. "Greetings, Your Majesty." But seeing the Emperor frowning at her, she thought she had done something foolish again. "Who are you? Don't you know this is the Alice Garden?" A murderous tyrant in her past life, yet wanted to be a well-behaved girl in this life. Her father, due to the Empress's death, hadn't visited her since birth. Even standing before her, he didn't know this was his daughter. Not long ago, while Dorothea and the nanny were strolling in the Alice Garden, they angered a passing gallinet. Thinking they were some unmannerly outsiders, the nanny hurriedly explained, "This is your daughter, Princess Dorothea." Gallinet frowned and scolded, "No manners. Has no one taught her etiquette or educated her?" Although Dorothea felt hurt, she didn't bother to respond. Seeing the situation worsen, the nanny quickly explained again, "The princess is actually very intelligent, and she's quite special. This might be the first time she's seen His Majesty. She's a little overwhelmed." She quickly looks to her nanny for help. The nanny is exasperated, for Dorothea's sake, as if she were her own. She also formally gives the Emperor, Dorothea's father, a courtly bow. The Emperor begins to inquire about her name and asks, "What makes you so special?" The nanny tells Gallinet that she was exaggerating. Dorothea is no different from anyone else. The nanny, thinking Dorothea is being too modest, quickly steps forward to praise her. The princess has already memorized the entire family genealogy. Gallinet becomes interested upon hearing this. He asks Dorothea to recite it for him. Dorothea doesn't want to linger and just wants to leave quickly. She immediately retorts to Gallinet, "Don't you already know the Myrnal lineage? What benefit is there for me to recite it?" Gallinet suddenly becomes intrigued. "Oh, you'll only recite it if there's a reward." "Of course not. I just don't want to waste your precious time. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" Dorothea is stunned, speechless at the sudden question, because in her memories, he had never asked her this. If it were her past self, she would have been overjoyed to hear these words. It's such a pity. In this life, she wants nothing from him, but she can't say that. She quickly thinks of a reason that would benefit her future. "Then please have a bottle of fine red wine, made in my name." Gallinet immediately scolds the nanny that, "I asked this how you teach her? Are these words fit for someone her age?" Dorothea quickly explains, "I learned this from a book called Portrait of Balberus. There's a scene where he and his lover share a vintage red wine. It seemed very special. That's why I became curious and wanted to taste such a wine. Galanet is shocked that Dorothea can understand such a complex book. He then agrees to her request. But you misquoted a part. I must punish this nanny who lied to me. Dorothea looks at him helplessly. It seems his tyrannical nature in her past life was mostly inherited from him. However, in this life, she only wants to be kind. She can't let her nanny be harmed because of this. So, Dorothea slowly begins to recite the genealogy. After this incident, the nanny still hopes the emperor will visit Dorothea more often. But Galanet still doesn't come again. Dorothea doesn't mind. For her, this is the best outcome, because seeing him only worsens her mood. Only by doing nothing can she avoid these triggers. Just as Dorothea is reveling in her relief, she hears that familiar shout in the distance. Dorothea, Dorothea, where are you? Quick, nanny, tell him I'm not here. Dorothea quickly hides. Ray excitedly brags to the nanny, eager to share how he controlled a light spirit with Dorothea. The naive crown prince doesn't know that Dorothea doesn't have this ability. He just wants to share his happiness with someone he likes. Although only the Mirinal family can control light spirits, Dorothea is just a companion princess without any spiritual power. Hearing this only makes her more envious. This was one of the reasons why her past self seized the throne and ushered in an era of humans with bloodshed. Unfortunately, it all ended in failure. She glances at Ray again before turning to leave. To avoid being discovered, Dorothea decides to take a longer route back. Looking around, she comes to a corner. Not paying attention, she's knocked to the ground by someone who suddenly appears in front of her. The pain leaves Dorothea momentarily stunned. The boy apologizes profusely, but Dorothea is frozen the moment she sees him, because it's none other than the man she loved deeply in her past life. Back then, he felt only hatred for him, no love. He used death to prove his hatred for Dorothea. But back then, he was hopelessly in love with her, a love he could hardly forget even in this lifetime. And yet, the man before him was filled with care for him. He couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. This is the man I loved most deeply. Tywin, the tyrannical empress, despised by the world, yet reborn and showered with affection, and now facing her beloved once more in this life, she was moved to tears. This frightened the boy quite a bit. He quickly offered her a handkerchief, asking if she had hurt herself anywhere. Dorothea, unable to contain her longing, blurted out, "I missed you so much, Tywin." The boy's eyes widened. He looked at the girl before him incredulously. He seems to know me, but seeing her crying so heartbrokenly, he rushed forward to comfort her. "Don't cry. Your eyes will get swollen." Dorothea, feeling his gentle touch, was overwhelmed with emotion. This isn't a dream. He's still alive. Suddenly, a few urgent shouts rang out, "Dorothea." When Ray first saw Dorothea on the ground, tearful, his anger consumed him as he lunged towards Tywin. Grabbing him, he interrogated Tywin, demanding to know if he had made Dorothea cry. Tywin, flustered, admitted his carelessness. Upon hearing the confirmation, Ray's fury reached its peak. Just as he was about to lash out at Tywin, Dorothea quickly separated them and explained that she had gotten something in her eye. Ray, never doubting a word from Dorothea, anxiously inquired about her injury. Tywin stared at the scene, bewildered, confused by what had just transpired, because this girl was not only the princess, but, more importantly, she had tolerated his rudeness. The strangest thing was that they had never met, so they didn't know each other at all. But what was with that expression just now? At that moment, an embarrassed Ray awkwardly turned around, apologizing to Tywin. Tywin nonchalantly laughed and said it was all right. The prince immediately changed his demeanor and introduced his new friend to Dorothea. Tywin formally bowed to Dorothea and, taking Dorothea's hand, kissed it like a gentleman. Dorothea suppressed her inner excitement, yearning for their new beginning, forgetting the past of their previous lives. Would devoting herself fully in this life lead to a different outcome? Lost in her hopes for the future, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice called out. It was her lover from her past life, a girl with pink hair and purple eyes. Julia. The two had grown up together since childhood. In her past life, Dorothea, to win Tywin's affection, cruelly separated them. But even so, Tywin wouldn't give Dorothea a second glance, because his tenderness belonged only to Julia. Consumed by jealousy, Dorothea fabricated a false accusation and had her executed, excitedly anticipating Tywin's return. She never expected that death would be waiting instead. He ended their love with his selfishness and desire. But now, they were just a group of carefree friends. Seeing their close relationship, Dorothea felt like a third wheel. I must have all sorts of strange expressions on my face. How unsightly. I should just continue living my virtuous life. Saying she had something to do, she turned to leave this troublesome situation. Ray tried his best to make her stay, but to no avail. The others were left completely bewildered, unsure of what had just happened. Dorothea hurried home. The Empress, whom she personally sent away, her beloved, who died because of her jealousy, and that girl who was innocently executed. How could she possibly fit in among them? Back in her room, Dorothea fell asleep early. Clutching Tywin's handkerchief tightly in her hand, she tearfully told herself, "In this life, I will no longer be your burden." The Empress, who was reviled by the world for her explosive nature in her past life, was reborn to atone for her past sins. In this life, she only wanted to live a kind life. At this moment, Dorothea was immersed in a sea of books, but Ray, like a wagging dog's tail, kept flitting around her. Dorothea irritably told him to stop. Ray, however, said he was too nervous. Today was the day he officially became Crown Prince. Dorothea glanced at Ray. Could a fool like him really govern a country well? Ray looked at Dorothea helplessly. How he wished he could give this position to his younger sister. She was smart and not nervous at all. She would definitely make an excellent emperor. Dorothea said helplessly, "I can't summon a spirit. It's impossible." Ray smiled. "Dorothea, you're so outstanding. You'll be able to summon a spirit soon. Someone as amazing as you. It's impossible that you can't summon a spirit, right?" Dorothea looked at Ray helplessly. His ignorant innocence was truly her greatest poison. She guessed he would slowly mature over time. She hoped he would understand the heavy price carried by her casual words. The heir to a country was the most important matter of the state. The mood shifted. Ray started acting mischievous again. He said that only with an encouraging hug from Dorothea would he have the confidence to complete this ceremony. But Dorothea wouldn't indulge him. She turned around and prepared to leave. The prince cried out for a while, but no one paid him any attention. Dorothea arrived at the auditorium. Looking around, she found the ceremony's decorations too simple. Remembering the scene of her coronation in her past life, she couldn't help but sigh. Back then, how extravagant she had been. She heard the voice of His Majesty, the Emperor, entering the hall from afar. Galina walked in slowly. The ceremony officially began. Dorothea gazed intently at the scepter in her father's hand. Recalling the missing spirit stone on it, she thought indifferently, "All of this has nothing to do with me. What's there to care about?" Just then, Ray slowly walked in from the main entrance. As he passed by Dorothea, Ray smiled like a fool again. Dorothea waved her hand helplessly, telling him not to make that idiotic face. But Ray just nodded foolishly. Dorothea was completely speechless. Could such an idiot really be the next emperor? If it were her, she would definitely not make such a low-level mistake. Watching Ray kneel down to receive the crown, Dorothea immediately realized, what did this have to do with her? She had no right to think about these things. She hoped that the emperor of this life would be a wise ruler. After the coronation ceremony, Galina led Ray into the crowd, enjoying the adulation of everyone. At this time, several noblewomen came to Dorothea's side, praising her for resembling the former empress. Galina, hearing these words, looked displeased and told them to be quiet. Then she continued to lead Ray through the crowd. Although Ray quietly called Dorothea over several times, Dorothea didn't want to pay attention, because in her eyes, she would always be the superfluous one. If it were her past self, standing in the center, the one showing off would definitely not be someone else. But now, she just wanted to leave this place quickly. While Dorothea was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Standing here alone must be boring." When Dorothea heard this familiar voice, a startled turn, a figure that haunted her dreams, appeared before her. This girl was clearly Empress material, but the Emperor only had eyes for her simple-minded brother. He never looked at her properly because of their mother's death. Tywin's appearance gave Dorothea an unexpected surprise, because in her view right now, he should be with Julia. He said this as he handed Dorothea a glass of juice called Pomegranate Place. Dorothea accepted the glass, flattered. She almost didn't want to drink it. It seemed Tywin had been observing her for a long time. Tywin said Crown Prince Ray often praised her intelligence to him. and that she could even recite the contents of imperial academic theory. Dorothea modestly said she wasn't that impressive. Tywin smiled and continued, "It seems we'll be seeing each other soon at Abistheim." Abistheim was the Empire's strongest academy. It was a school for cultivating exceptional talent. It was also a social hub for the children of nobility to cultivate connections. Other foreign royalty and nobles also graduated from this academy. But Dorothea was different. She was rejected because she couldn't be more outstanding than the crown prince. In her past life, in defiance, she had snuck out of the palace, grabbed a stone, and thrown it at the Abistheim windows. Unfortunately, it hit Grand Duke Barun's eldest son on the head. Galina locked her up because of this incident. They never interacted again after that. Now, in this life, she had already let go of those obsessions. To avoid such a thing happening again, Dorothea said she wouldn't go to Abistheim. Tywin asked, puzzled why. "You're so intelligent." When she saw Ray walk past, she instantly understood everything. Dorothea didn't want Tywin to see her disappointment. Just as she was about to change the subject, that voice rang out again. Julia was seen walking slowly towards them. "The Grand Duke is looking for you." Tywin excused himself apologetically and left. Dorothea watched the guests coming and going. She felt so isolated. "I should go back to my room." She was about to excuse herself to her father, but she accidentally bumped arms with a man who suddenly turned around. The pomegranate place in her hand spilled all over her. Dorothea stared blankly at herself, unable to process it for a moment. This was the juice Tywin had personally given her. She hadn't even wanted to drink it herself, but now it was all over her. The man who bumped into her rushed forward to apologize, but Galina stopped him. He turned to Dorothea and said, "Apologize to him." Dorothea looked at him in surprise. Ray also stepped forward to explain for Dorothea, but Galina didn't want to hear it. He insisted that Dorothea apologize quickly. Dorothea gave in that "I'm sorry." Grand Duke Barun. Grand Duke Barun was momentarily at a loss. He quickly apologized. "It was I who carelessly offended the Imperial Princess. Please raise your head." Galina calmly instructed a servant to take the Imperial Princess away. Dorothea also wanted to leave quickly. Just as she was about to reach the door, she noticed a familiar figure staring at her. She turned to look and stared at Tywin in shock. He must have seen her disheveled appearance. An Imperial Princess without a shred of dignity. Tywin had seen her at her most embarrassing. "Please don't look at me with that pitying look. I don't want you to see me like this. Please." Alone in her room, Dorothea felt extremely miserable. She could endure anything, but she couldn't bear the way Tywin looked at her. Although she knew Tywin wouldn't like her, seeing him with Julia was unbearable. She told herself she had to forget him quickly. There was a knock at the door. Olivia stood anxiously at the door, checking on Dorothea. She said the banquet was too boring and wanted Dorothea to go out with her. Dorothea could no longer suppress her anger. She told him to go back where he belonged, but Ray persisted, wanting to stay with her. Unable to bear it, Dorothea opened the door. She scolded him, saying this wasn't a place to run around just because he was bored. As Crown Prince, he had duties to attend to and shouldn't always be thinking about playing. "I don't need your concern." Ray flinched at the unexpected harshness. "Please, I just want to be alone." Just then, Tywin and Julia arrived. Seeing Dorothea's state, Tywin asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Dorothea was taken aback. This girl, unfavored by their father, the Emperor, possessed a mind sharper than the Crown Prince's. Because of the Emperor's disdain, Dorothea vented her anger at her brother. But this was all witnessed by the person she loved. Fate could be so cruel. Just a short while ago, Tywin had seen Dorothea in two embarrassing situations. For her, these were deeply humiliating moments. She didn't want Tywin to see her like this. She especially didn't want Tywin to be disgusted by the person she used to be. Yet, it had all been witnessed. Julia mentioned she had brought them there to play with Dorothea. Dorothea was speechless. Mortified, she returned to her room and closed the door. Her body suddenly weakened, and she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "I hate myself so much. Tywin must hate me now. Why can't I just live a good life? That's my only path to redemption." After this incident, Dorothea fell ill. She stayed in bed for days, suffering from a high fever and body aches. But Dorothea didn't complain. She endured the pain, for there was nothing else she could do. Many days passed like this. Ray hadn't been around lately. For Dorothea, this was a rare respite. But, speak of the devil, she turned her head and saw Ray lurking at the doorway. He shyly entered, holding a gift. "These are tomatoes I grew. I know you'll love them." He added that he had also planted pumpkins and eggplants. I'll bring them to you the moment they're ripe. Dorothea couldn't understand Ray's behavior. How could you waste your study time on this? At school, people are working tirelessly to surpass you. How can you be a good emperor like this? Ray sheepishly scratched his head and changed the subject. Try this tomato I just picked. Of course, I'll study hard too. I'll be the best older brother for you. It must be boring staying in the palace. Do you want to go out? Dorothea suddenly realized she hadn't left the castle since her reincarnation. She wasn't particularly interested, but after days of Ray's relentless persistence and pestering, Dorothea finally relented. She agreed to leave the palace, but refused to let Ray accompany her. Ray could only watch, disappointed, and accept her decision. Dressed by her nanny, Dorothea wore a beautiful purple dress. Her nanny was excited about the outing, fearing Dorothea might change her mind. She practically dragged Dorothea out. The marketplace was bustling. Dorothea and her nanny weaved through the crowd. For safety, her nanny told Dorothea to hold her hand tightly. Getting lost would be disastrous. For Dorothea, who acted so mature, this was a little embarrassing. She had never held someone's hand while strolling through the market. Her nanny led Dorothea to a high vantage point, overlooking the lively crowd below. Dorothea couldn't help but sigh. In her past life, in her eyes, a city riddled with disease. People wandering around like lost souls. Now, in this city without war, where everything is so harmonious and happy, I, with an inexplicable sadness in my heart, should also be able to enjoy this peace. Unconsciously, I gripped my nanny's hand tightly. But behind this peace, there's also a dark side. A man has been staring at Dorothea and her nanny for a long time, a cunning smile playing on his lips. The empress from her past life has been reborn and returned to her childhood. In this life, she only wants to live a kind life. Unexpectedly, on her first trip outside the palace, she's kidnapped by malicious villains. Tied up, Dorothea calmly analyzes the current situation. In this life, aside from studying, she hasn't practiced swordsmanship. She never thought she would encounter such a thing. The kidnappers in the room are discussing how to deal with her. Someone suggests killing Dorothea after receiving the ransom, fueled by resentment upon seeing the girl's clothes, which are more expensive than their own house. Dorothea's situation is now extremely dangerous, and it all started 3 days ago. Dorothea was strolling leisurely with her nanny. The nanny knew Dorothea loved books, and there was a bookstore in the alley ahead. Knowing Dorothea would be delighted, she eagerly pulled her along, wanting to take the shortcut. But shortly after entering the alley, a dark figure appeared behind them. Suddenly, the nanny was knocked unconscious. Dorothea was about to scream when another person appeared and covered her mouth. Everything slowly faded to black. When she woke up again, she was tied up. Dorothea thought to herself, amused, that she was once an empress, yet she had fallen to such a state. If I'm going to die, then let it be. But at least I can't die at the hands of these guys. Learning that her nanny had been released, she felt slightly relieved, but then she thought perhaps her father would abandon her. After all, abandoning a useless pawn would be easier than paying a ransom. Dorothea didn't want to sit and wait for death. She decided to pretend to be a naive little girl and asked innocently, "Mister, who are you? Are you my new nanny?" Seeing such a cute girl, the man was charmed. "Hello, little girl. My name is Tutu. I'm not your nanny." "Then you must be a friend of my father's." The man said with a grin, "Yes, I'm her father's friend. From now on, you can call me Uncle Tutu." The man kept praising Dorothea's beauty, reminding Dorothea of someone who used to say the same thing to her every day. It seems that in the eyes of others, I'm still considered good-looking. Having thought this through, Dorothea began to probe the man. "Where are we?" The man said it was his home and began to boast about his past glories. Dorothea took the opportunity to look around, assessing her surroundings. It seems escaping will be difficult. Looking at the food on the table, Dorothea tugged at Tutu's sleeve pitifully. "Uncle Tutu, I'm so hungry." Tutu couldn't bear to see Dorothea starve, so he suggested to the other man, "She hasn't eaten in a while. Let her eat with us." But the other man didn't care. He scolded, "What do you think this is? An orphanage?" Tutu carefully carried Dorothea to the dining table. The other man, unconcerned with Dorothea's hunger, insisted on tying her up. Suddenly, he pulled out a knife and walked toward Dorothea, holding it against her neck and saying impatiently, "We're not your uncle. We brought you here to kill you." He then threw Dorothea into the corner. Tutu felt a pang of sympathy. "But isn't this too much?" But the other man retorted, "She's going to die anyway. What's too much about it? Or do you want to go before her?" Danny tied Dorothea up again. Scoffing, he prepared to return to the table. Unexpectedly, he noticed a pair of eyes gleaming under the table. Dorothea looked closely. It was a scorpion. This frightened Tutu badly. He jumped straight into Danny's arms. What would he do if he got stung by a scorpion? Just as the two were at a loss, Dorothea spoke, "Uncle, I'll catch the scorpion for you. Can you give me some milk and flour for bread?" Hearing that she could catch the scorpion, the two agreed without a second thought. Tutu, still trembling, ran to untie Dorothea. Dorothea, very calmly, caught the scorpion with 2 sticks. Startled, the two urged her to throw it outside. Dorothea, not forgetting to tease them a little, crawled up the stairs and out the door. Only then did she realize she was underground, and outside was a boundless desert. It seemed she couldn't just run away aimlessly. In such a place, who could find her? Was there still hope of leaving? As a princess of a nation, she had been kidnapped, yet no one had come looking for her. Relying on her wit, she dealt with the 2 bandits. Dorothea ate the food she had earned with her courage, trusting in their promise. She wished there would be more scorpions next time. Tutu suddenly burst in, saying that the kingdom's princess had disappeared, apparently kidnapped. Danny instinctively glanced at Dorothea. He immediately pulled Tutu into the room. Dorothea guessed that they now knew her identity. If nothing unexpected happened, they wouldn't let her leave alive. Besides, even if they did, her family wouldn't necessarily come to rescue her. After rummaging around, Dorothea found a dagger in the luggage bag. She stealthily went to the door and listened to their conversation. Although Danny wanted to kill Dorothea, Tutu was reluctant and disagreed. But Danny didn't want to hear it. After all, harboring a royal princess was a capital offense. He told Tutu to prepare the camels for their escape, while he would take care of this. Dorothea had no choice. Holding the dagger, she hid behind the door. Danny pushed the door open and looked around for Dorothea. Dorothea didn't hesitate. She slashed at him. Unfortunately, she was too weak. She didn't cause Danny any real harm. Danny backhanded her and grabbed her neck. But Dorothea didn't give up. She immediately cut his arm with the dagger. Danny glared, grabbed her wrist holding the dagger, and tightened his grip on her neck. Dorothea was in despair. If only she were stronger. Danny roared, "Be still. It's no use how much you struggle." Dorothea refused to die like this. She remembered the misfortunes of her past life. No matter how hard she struggled, she gained nothing in the end. This time, she would fight to the end. Dorothea furiously kicked Danny. Caught off guard, Danny was kicked to the ground. Dorothea picked up the dagger, and like a vengeful god, slowly walked towards him. Danny stared at her, as if at a monster, as she approached. Dorothea saw again that look of fear, the fear of death that she had often seen in her past life. "Why did you provoke me? I just want to live peacefully. I hope you'll leave me alone. Let me live in peace until my death." Dorothea walked aimlessly through the desert. Even by nightfall, she hadn't reached its end. Looking at the earth, devoid of light under the night sky, she felt helplessly afraid. If only she could control the light spirits. Wouldn't things be better now? If all this had happened to Ray, perhaps no matter how far, the Emperor would have already come to rescue him. Exhausted, Dorothea could no longer support herself, collapsed in the desert. An unknown amount of time passed. Dorothea slowly opened her eyes and looked around. She ran towards what she assumed was north and looked at the night sky. Was this how she was going to die? Just as Dorothea was about to give up, she suddenly saw a bright light appear in the distance. The sound of horse hooves gradually approached. Dorothea forced herself to sit up. She desperately waved her small hand, but her body was too weak to support her. She collapsed again. Was it Galena who sent someone to save her? How could that be? She had been ignored so many times. How could she even entertain such a ridiculous thought? But she believed that someone would love her. It didn't matter who. Just a second before Dorothea lost consciousness, the royal knights, who had come to search and rescue her, arrived at her side. "We finally found you, Your Imperial Highness." She was an imperial princess, but due to an unexpected kidnapping, she was trapped in the desert. Just as her life was nearing its end, she was finally found by the royal knights. When she woke up again, she was lying in bed. Looking around, she found herself back in her own room. It seemed that the people who appeared in the desert were indeed the royal knights. As Dorothea recalled her last memories in the desert, a voice reached her. It was Galena, speaking through the door. Galena was talking to the nanny. Dorothea found it a little unbelievable. In her memory, Galena had never cared so much about her. Was it because she almost lost her life that Galena came to see her? Or was it because they shared an undeniable blood relation? Did she still hold a place in Galena's heart? Just as she was fantasizing that Galena wasn't so cold-hearted, she suddenly heard Galena scolding loudly. That damned nuisance. Just announce that it was all a rumor. Anyone who dares to leak this will be severely punished. Listening to these words, Dorothea's fantasy was shattered once again. Dorothea had always thought that Galena's dislike stemmed from her own ambition. That's why she wouldn't accept her. But in this life, she had been trying to be a well-behaved girl. Yet, Galena still didn't like her. Was all of this a punishment for her past life? A way to atone for her sins in this one? If all of this wasn't because of those reasons, she really couldn't go on. Days passed, and Dorothea's body gradually recovered. That day, the doctor and a newly appointed nanny came to visit Dorothea. When Dorothea saw the new face, she couldn't help but worry about the previous nanny. Although it wasn't her fault, she still hoped she was all right. The doctor who came to see her said that Dorothea's recovery was a bit too slow. It would be better for her to recuperate in a quieter place. A place called Serendian would be perfect for recuperation. Dorothea's spirits lifted. This meant she could leave the palace again. She could get away from Galena and Ray, and from Tywin and Julia at the academy. She could get out of their sight and accumulate her own strength. She didn't want a repeat of the last incident, where she was bullied and powerless to fight back. Perhaps regaining the Tyrant's power in this life, and using it to protect others wouldn't be a bad choice. She decided, I'll go to the sanatorium. The new nanny tried to dissuade Dorothea from this adventurous decision, but Dorothea's mind was made up. The new nanny was incredulous. Your Highness, why have you suddenly become so unlike yourself? At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived. Ray, with a bright smile and a bouquet of flowers, appeared beside Dorothea. Are you feeling better today? What are you talking about? What kind of sanatorium? Ray pleaded with Dorothea not to leave him. But Dorothea didn't want to hear it. Although he had visited her every day while she was ill, she really didn't want Ray to act this way. Because in her eyes, Ray was too kind. She was just a bad person, not worthy of his love. She reiterated to Ray that this incident wasn't his fault and that he shouldn't blame himself, much less come here every day. But Ray sadly said that if he hadn't insisted on going out with her, none of this would have happened. Dorothea also said that it was okay. Everything was in the past. Ray pleaded with her again not to leave, asking her to study with him at the academy. Although studying was difficult, Dorothea could definitely do it. Dorothea gripped her book tightly. Ray, oh Ray, you're such a fool. Do you know how hard I worked in my past life to get into the academy? But in the end, I was rejected because of a single word from Galena. Can you imagine how painful that was for me? Dorothea firmly told Ray, I've made up my mind. This conversation ends here. I want to rest. You can leave. Ray had no choice but to reluctantly leave. A few more days passed. Today was the day Dorothea was leaving for the sanatorium. Thanks to Galena's indifference, she could leave this place so quickly. She was relieved that the fool hadn't shown up to see her off. Just then, a voice that made Dorothea's heart race appeared. Your Highness, I heard you're going to a sanatorium. Dorothea was a little afraid to face Tywin and didn't dare look directly at him. Yes, I'm going to Soltion. Why are you suddenly here? I was worried you might get carsick, so I brought you something. It's a good thing I wasn't too late. Dorothea looked incredulously at the candy in Tywin's hand. Slowly taking it, she said, Thank you for your concern. Tywin expressed his reluctance, saying that once she left, they wouldn't see each other for a long time. Although it's a bit of a shame, regaining your health and returning soon is what's most important. Dorothea's heart was racing as she looked at the candy in her hand. He had never treated her like this in her past life. Could it be that he didn't? No, ultimately, he wasn't hers. She couldn't think like that. With that, Dorothea turned and boarded the carriage. Sitting inside, she told herself to calm down. Looking at the candy in her hand, she was lost in thought. Tywin in this life was actually thinking of her. He really was thinking of her. Dorothea couldn't help but clutch the candy tightly to her chest, her heart filled with warmth. The comic will be updated with one more chapter. Subsequent updates will follow. The tyrannical empress of the past life only wants to be a good girl in this life, to take care of her health and to avoid numerous troubles. She came alone to Soltion, having never traveled far in this life. Dorothea smiled for the first time after arriving at the seaside. Her mood was incredibly light. She thought about all the little things in the palace. There are just too many bad memories. After coming here, she could no longer see any traces left by her past life. That was good. Dorothea looked at the candy in her hand, looking forward to a fresh start. Just then, a loud voice called out, "Your Highness." It was Clara, a maid from the villa. She must also be someone abandoned by the royal family. Perhaps her concern was only temporary. After all, she was just a discarded princess. "Please wait for me. What if I get lost?" "Right. Let me introduce you to the guard assigned to protect you while you're here. Knight Stephen Greenor. In my past life, he was the vice captain of the Shining Knights. But in the end, he also died at my feet. However, in this life, he should still be in the Knights, consolidating his position. Why did he come here to protect him? This neglected? Is it just because I'm so weak?" After a friendly greeting to Stephen, I return to my room. I'm thinking about what to do next to live a good life. Simply relying on good intentions to live well won't satisfy Dorothea. What would be a good standard? Just then, Clara brought in some snacks. How can Clara live a good life? Live a good life. Of course, by listening to her parents. That's not the answer Dorothea wants. Not that kind. Clara looked over curiously. When she saw the paper in Dorothea's hand, Clara couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness, you're so cute. A checklist for living a good life. What's so funny? And don't call me cute." Clara couldn't help but add, "How about this? Give father 100 massages." Dorothea cringed at the thought. "Absolutely not." Then Clara said, "Then how about smiling? People who smile bring good fortune." Dorothea froze, thinking for a moment. Right, like Ray. Always grinning, carefree. Clara's right. Kind people always have a smile on their face. After much deliberation, she managed to force a smile. Due to uncoordinated muscles, her mouth twitched. Embarrassed, Dorothea immediately ushered them both out the door. Dorothea had also figured out her next plan. "In my past life, I caused too much bloodshed. So, to atone, I've set a goal of saving 1,000,000 people. I think once I've done that, this life will have been successful enough." Dorothea went to the seaside balcony and stretched. Looking at the endless coastline, she lost herself in thought in the gentle breeze. Suddenly, she felt the urge to stroll along the beach. After telling Clara, she and Stephen went to the seaside. While enjoying the cool sea breeze, a man appeared ahead. Looking closely, she realized it was Ethan, the man she trusted most in her past life. He possessed the most beautiful benevolence in the world, but also the most vicious poison. Why would such a man be crying here? The tyrant of her past life only wanted to be a kind person in this life. Seeing Ethan, who was most loyal to her in her past life, and also the one she was most cruel to, by the seaside, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a capable person, carrying so much pain from his youth. Just like herself, lacking familial love. In her past life, he'd earned her favor, ruthlessly clearing all obstacles for her, leading Dorothea to commit many wrongdoings. Eventually, step by step, she fell into the abyss. Because back then, she insisted on being with Tywin. He betrayed her. Ultimately, at his instigation, she was branded a tyrant and executed. He even gloated, "You're executed. I'm the next emperor." She had intended to stay away from this man in this life. But upon meeting him again, the boy was crying here. She never thought such a cold-blooded person could cry so heartbrokenly. He was completely different from the one she knew in her past life. Perhaps in this life, she could use her kindness to gradually influence him, give him a new life. Dorothea slowly approached Ethan. The moment their eyes met, Ethan panicked, as if his secrets had been exposed. He hurriedly got up and backed away. At a loss, Dorothea couldn't understand Ethan's reaction. She asked him what he was doing there. Before she could finish, Ethan, as if he hadn't heard her, turned and ran away. Dorothea wondered if she had been too abrupt and should have left him alone. She recalled Ethan's painful childhood, neglected by his parents and ostracized for being a number. No one in his family acknowledged him. His existence was kept hidden. Perhaps, like Dorothea, this was why he developed such a violent and cruel personality. Days passed. Word spread that the crown princess had arrived. Noble women from all the surrounding families were eager to meet her. Dorothea didn't want to get involved, but she couldn't refuse. She intended to simply greet them, but upon seeing Dorothea, the noble women were utterly charmed. "She's so adorable," they exclaimed, showering her with compliments. Just like a doll. They doted on her and fussed over her. Even while she ate, they praised her elegant demeanor. They expressed sympathy that she couldn't go out and play during her convalescence. Dorothea, overwhelmed by this attention, turned to Clara and Stephen for help. But they remained unmoved, believing this was the kind of affection a young girl should receive. Dorothea, however, didn't want it. Just as she was feeling distressed, a voice called out, "Your Highness, if you have time, you must come visit my home." It was the Duchess of Berlin. Upon seeing the Duchess, Dorothea immediately thought of someone. Duke Ethan Berlin, the number. Still concerned about him from her past life, she decided to see him again. If possible, she wanted him to live a good life alongside her in this one, so that there would be no more rebellion. Let's add this to my list, Dorothea resolved. Since the Duchess has invited me, I'm naturally grateful. The next day, Dorothea set off for the Duke's mansion. She reflected on the previous day's events. Did these noble women genuinely like her, the crown princess, or was it merely her title they admired? Was it all a ploy to build connections? Clara assured Dorothea that their affection was sincere. Both their expressions and their words confirmed it. Looking at herself in the mirror, Dorothea wondered if so many people could truly like her. Why wasn't she liked in her past life? She had never demanded anything from Tywin for fear of his disapproval. Yet, she was nothing to him. When it came to love, she was truly weak. Perhaps love, both given and received, wasn't meant for her. She didn't even know how to love. Could she truly live a good life? Lost in these thoughts, Dorothea arrived at the Duke's mansion. The Duke and Duchess warmly welcomed her and extended their hospitality. But Dorothea's mind was elsewhere. She looked around for Ethan. "I heard you have a son," she asked. "Why haven't I seen him?" The Duke and Duchess beamed. They were overjoyed that the Crown Princess knew their son, Jonathan. They assumed the Crown Prince had told her. Not want to waste time, Dorothea said no. "His name is Ethan Berlin." The couple froze, their faces filled with disbelief. Dorothea firmly stated, "I want to see him now." In her past life, he was the Empress's most loyal supporter, yet also the one who destroyed everything. In this life, he was a crying child. To save this lost lamb, Dorothea insisted on seeing young Ethan. The Duke and Duchess exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't believe the Crown Princess had met their almost forgotten son. More importantly, she seemed interested in this number. Perhaps they could use this to forge a connection with the royal family. The thought made them giddy with excitement. "So, your Highness has taken a liking to our Ethan," they began. It seemed they'd misunderstood something about Dorothea wanting to meet Ethan, but it didn't matter. Let them think what they wanted. She'd see him first. She sincerely told the Duke and Duchess that she simply thought she could be friends with him. The Duke was overjoyed, practically beaming, and arranged for them to meet after dinner. After the meal, the Duke had a servant lead Dorothea to a courtyard. Their boy sat lost in thought. Dorothea stopped where she was, gazing intently at his back. At the servant's prompting, Ethan slowly turned around. Smiling at the girl before him, he greeted Dorothea politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we get along. It's a great honor to meet Her Highness, the Crown Princess." Ethan's dignified handsomeness exuded a captivating charm. Even the nearby servants felt their hearts flutter uncontrollably. Dorothea wasn't surprised by this. After all, in her past life, she'd charmed countless people. Looking at Ethan, who was acting as if they'd never met, a completely different person from before, Dorothea decided not to dwell on it. He must not want to bring up that incident. They exchanged pleasantries, both seemingly preoccupied. Dorothea found it hard to guess whether Ethan's attitude was genuine or just a pretense. Dorothea stared blankly at him, desperately wanting to see through his thoughts. Ethan looked at her quizzically. "Is there something on my face?" he asked. Dorothea replied, "Yes, it's covered in handsomeness." An awkward silence followed. Ethan blushed crimson. The eloquent boy from moments before was now stammering, unable to utter a word. Dorothea watched this in amusement, staring at his face in disbelief. Ethan was actually shy. If this were before, he would have readily admitted his handsomeness. It seemed his younger self wasn't as precocious as she'd thought. Suddenly, Ethan covered his face and said shyly, "Your Highness is the most beautiful person I've ever seen." Dorothea suddenly realized that he was still the same snake who used flattery to win people over. But unexpectedly, Ethan began to confide in her. Due to being ostracized for his birth, he wasn't even allowed to leave the house, and therefore had no friends. He was happy the Crown Princess had come to see him, but Dorothea's mind was elsewhere. She was still debating whether to continue the conversation. After all, Ethan was like a ticking time bomb. After much thought, she decided she needed to steer him towards good. "Come visit the palace when you're free," she said. Ethan looked at Dorothea with a smile. Really? I can. Dorothea, still looking languid, confirmed. Ethan slowly rose and walked over to Dorothea, gently kissing her on the cheek. Dorothea froze, stunned. Ethan had kissed her. Although they were both still children, Dorothea felt slightly awkward. Ethan, however, she really could add this guy to her list. She was just afraid she'd regret it later. Oh well, she'd keep him around for now. While Dorothea was still judgy about whether to trust Ethan in the courtyard of the detached palace, Clara was tugging on Stephen, seemingly pleading with him about something. Seeing Stephen's serious expression, Clara worried he wouldn't agree. But unbelievably, Stephen nodded in agreement. Clara was relieved. It turned out Dorothea's birthday was approaching, and Clara was worried about what gift to get her. Since Dorothea showed no interest in anything other than books, Clara had enlisted Stephen to plan a surprise for her. Although Stephen was reluctant, he eventually gave in to Clara's persistence. This man possessed extraordinary charm, yet had a heart like a viper. Because of his betrayal in her past life, Dorothea had been judged and branded a tyrant. In this life, determined to live virtuously, she intended to guide him back to the right path. She decided to start by being friends with him and gradually influence him for the better, hoping to bring more smiles to Dorothea's face. At this moment, Clara, the maid of the detached palace, was planning Dorothea's birthday with Stephen. When Dorothea returned from the Duke's mansion, Clara abandoned her usual formality and wished Dorothea a happy birthday. She had also prepared a lavish seafood feast. Although it was delicious, it was a bit too much. Clara said, "The weather is so nice today, it's perfect for going out." She hadn't seen Stephen since early that morning. What were they planning? Seeing the anticipation in Clara's eyes, Dorothea agreed. Soon, the two of them arrived at the seaside for a leisurely stroll. They saw many seashells on the beach. "Look, Your Highness, these seashells are so beautiful." Dorothea knew there must be something going on, but she played along and picked up shells on the beach. Dorothea guessed there might be some kind of surprise hidden within them. However, after searching for a long time and picking up a large pile, she found nothing. She was about to ask Clara when she turned around and found Clara had disappeared. While searching, she saw a figure slowly approaching in the distance. A person in a lion costume came up to Dorothea. Dorothea froze. Could this be Stephen? Just as she was about to ask, a lion's roar emanated from the costumed figure. Dorothea was incredibly embarrassed, struck dumb with disbelief. Stephen actually did something like this. The thought itself made her feel a little nauseous. Dorothea suddenly thought of the book cover she often used, Leo the Lionheart. It seemed Clara thought she loved reading that book, but she only used it as a cover. The books she actually read were much more complex. Oh my God, I really want to tell him to take it off. But she felt that this was a gesture of goodwill from both of them, and she couldn't ruin it. Forcing a stiff smile, she said, "Are you Leo, the Lionheart?" The lion didn't answer, but roared again. Dorothea found this scene unbearable. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to stand it much longer. To ease the awkwardness, Dorothea proactively handed the seashells to the Lion Man and asked with feigned curiosity, "Is this because it's my birthday?" The Lion Man didn't answer, but knelt on one knee and said, "Happy birthday to our crown princess, Dorothea." Dorothea blushed and thanked the Lion Man before her. Dorothea experienced how wonderful it felt to have someone put in so much effort for her. Then the lion reached out and picked Dorothea up. She never thought there would be a day she'd be held by Stephen. Of all people, although in her past life, he was her loyal follower, ultimately killed by her own hand. But in this life, after learning about his past, she felt, what was the difference between them? They were both tragic figures unable to control their own destinies. Just as Dorothea and the Lion Man were happily chatting, it started to rain heavily. The Lion Man braved the heavy rain and escorted Dorothea back to the detached palace. Clara, the maid, was seen rushing over with an umbrella. The Lion Man didn't say anything, waved, and silently left. Back at the detached palace, Dorothea saw a letter from Ray. She casually tossed it aside. It seemed Dorothea wasn't interested in what her commoner brother had written. Everyone, what do you think Ray wrote? Leave your thoughts in the comments section. At this time, Stephen, having changed his clothes, also arrived at the detached palace and whispered to Clara, proud of his perfect plan for the day. Even Stephen wore a slight smile. Dorothea didn't want to expose them, but teasing them a little wouldn't hurt. Stephen, although I saw Leo the Lionheart today, I haven't received your birthday present yet. Don't tell me you didn't get me anything. Stephen had anticipated the crown princess might do this. He frantically looked to Clara for help and quickly knelt down to apologize, saying it wouldn't happen again. But Dorothea didn't want to let this opportunity go. She proactively offered to learn swordsmanship from him, saying that she didn't want to be captured by the bad uncle again. She didn't want to encounter bad people again and be powerless. So please teach me swordsmanship. Stephen, looking at the cute and sensible Princess Dorothea, tightly held Dorothea's hand and slowly nodded his head, filled with relief. The gentle and elegant charmer was also a schemer. In order to get close to Dorothea, he tried every means possible. After Stephen started teaching Dorothea swordsmanship, Dorothea constantly practiced her enemy-slaying skills. Although her body felt lighter and stronger day by day, she felt angry whenever she thought about Stephen not letting her practice with a real sword. Could it be that he was jealous of her rapid progress? Just then, Dorothea suddenly felt someone approaching her from behind. Thinking it was Stephen testing her skills, she turned around and swung her sword. But unexpectedly, the person who came was Ethan. Luckily, she stopped in time. This guy probably would have been bettered for another day. Ethan quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "It's me, Princess Dorothea." Dorothea looked at Ethan in surprise. "Why is it you? I thought it was Stephen." Ethan didn't answer the question and proceeded to pick up a handkerchief to wipe Dorothea's sweat. Dorothea subconsciously stepped back. Something fell off. More importantly, there was a group of onlookers swooning in the distance. Young Master Ethan is so cute. Yeah, they look like two angels. Dorothea looked at the almost out-of-control maids, feeling helpless. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Dorothea's. "It's your turn to show me around your detached palace." Dorothea looked at the hand holding hers, still in shock and a little flustered. Ethan, noticing Dorothea's slight resistance, quickly withdrew his hand. "Then I'll wait for you in the reception room." A while later, Dorothea brought Ethan to her room. Ethan's face was full of disbelief. As a foreign princess, her bedroom was so plainly furnished. Perhaps all of this was due to her strained relationship with the emperor. Ethan looked at the downcast Dorothea. To cheer her up, he took out a carefully prepared gift. It was an expensive necklace. Looking at such a valuable item, Dorothea felt a little suspicious. As a number, how could he have something so expensive? Dorothea knew she couldn't accept it, so she firmly refused Ethan's kindness. Ethan was puzzled. Why didn't Dorothea like such a valuable gift? Dorothea continued, "We've only just met. How can I accept such a valuable gift from you? You should give it to someone truly close and important to you." Ethan pondered for a long time. "It seems I was too impulsive. After all, you were the first person to talk to me. But in my opinion, your highness is the closest and most important person to me. If this has burdened you, I apologize." Dorothea didn't say anything more and prepared to go out to continue training. But Ethan also clamored to go along. Dorothea felt helpless, wondering if a second Ray was about to appear. Then Ethan saw the letter from the royal family on the table and asked about it curiously. But for Dorothea, whether or not she read Ray's letter didn't matter at all. It was nothing more than him complaining about how miserable his studies were in Abyss. Dorothea didn't want to deal with these meaningless things anymore, nor did she want to offer any further explanations. So she prepared to leave with Ethan. But after a few steps, Ethan noticed the handkerchief on the nightstand. He recognized at a glance that it wasn't something from the royal family. Just as he was about to ask, Dorothea, as if caught red-handed, quickly put the handkerchief away and stammered, trying to explain where it came from. Ethan, seeing Dorothea's unusual behavior, could guess what was going on. He sincerely offered, "Then I'll give you a handkerchief next time." To quickly end this awkward situation, Dorothea agreed. Ethan went back to his cheerful demeanor. He pulled Dorothea along to continue showing her his room. But as they were leaving, he gave a cold glance at the handkerchief hidden in the cabinet. The Empress, who had been tyrannical in her past life, wanted to live kindly in this one. Therefore, she set a goal for herself, a plan to save 1,000,000 people. Not long after, her opportunity came. Time flew by, and several months passed. Dorothea was eating, watching the servants gossiping. She felt something was off. Just then, Clara suddenly said she wanted the crown princess to return to the palace as soon as possible, because there was an infectious disease spreading nearby and the common people couldn't afford the high cost of treatment. Many people had died because of it. Dorothea was distressed because she didn't want to leave yet. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Isn't this infectious disease a great opportunity for me to complete my kindness checklist? She thought. She declared that if there was a way to cure it, she would take responsibility for all the expenses. I think, as a crown princess, although not yet the empress, I am quite wealthy. Doing this is more than within my capabilities. Thanks to the crown princess's title and financial support, the village improved in just half a month and regained its former vitality. Clara, as her maid, looked at Dorothea excitedly, constantly expressing her gratitude and praising Dorothea's kindness. Even she felt proud, but Dorothea was puzzled. She had just spent a little money. Was this really kindness? Dorothea, embarrassed, prepared to leave. At that moment, a servant suddenly called out to Dorothea, "Your Highness, a villager just left this and went away." Ethan also analyzed. It seems everyone is very grateful for your Highness's kindness. They all want to repay you. Dorothea held the sprouted potatoes, still doubtful. She had only done a trivial little thing. Would people really be grateful to her? After all, in her past life, no matter how well she did, no one ever thanked her like this. That it seems that I can also be acknowledged by others. Dorothea felt that she had finally done something truly meaningful and was overjoyed. Clara said, "Plant the sprouted potatoes and make the rest into tonight's dinner." She added, "Ethan, you stay and have dinner with us too." Ethan asked in disbelief, "Really? It's my honor." This girl was once an empress, but in this life, she wanted to be obedient. But reality forced her to regain her former strength to protect herself. So, in the following days, she diligently practiced swordsmanship, making herself no longer weak. Time flew by. 13 years passed in a blink of an eye. Now, Dorothea was no longer the obedient girl she once was. Through arduous training, she had gradually become agile and vigorous. There were no longer any royal shackles in her heart, only the present moment of striving. During these 13 years, Dorothea constantly thought about defeating this former subordinate whom she had once vanquished, but now she was merely a plaything for him. Dorothea was very unwilling. Her current body simply couldn't keep up with the pace of her thoughts. She looked for any opening to attack. At this moment, Clara in the detached palace shouted loudly, "Dorothea, come back quickly." Dorothea saw Stephen momentarily distracted and thought her chance had come. She swung her sword down forcefully. But Dorothea, who thought she would surely succeed this time, was furious. Stephen, disregarding the rules of combat, caught the wooden sword with his hand. This made Dorothea extremely angry. "Even if I'm weak, you can't look down on me like this." Stephen explained, "Clara has been calling us for a long time. Let's go back." Dorothea grumbled and followed behind, but Stephen remained silent and ignored her. Back in the room, Dorothea was about to bring up the topic of using a real sword again, when she ran into Clara, who had a murderous look on her face, staring at them. "Oh, you know how long it's been past lunchtime. Don't do this every time. Look, even Master Knight is injured. Did you catch the sword with your bare hands? There are splinters in your hand. I'll pull them out for you later." After saying this, she pushed Dorothea towards the bathroom solicitously, reporting the trivial matters that happened today. Ever since Dorothea cured the infectious disease, almost every day someone sends over all sorts of vegetables. Dorothea admired this person's perseverance. Although she was curious and wanted to find this person and invite them to dinner, they never gave Dorothea any opportunity. Although diligent, the things they send are basically always about to rot. Although Dorothea didn't mind, it was someone's kindness after all. It worried the head chef to no end. After the bath, Clara handed Dorothea 2 letters that arrived from the islands today. Although Dorothea knew these were from Ray, she didn't want to read them at all. But seeing the other one, since it was addressed to Stephen, Dorothea had a bad feeling. Stephen, upon seeing the letter, didn't seem happy. When she learned it was about the Night Order's promotion exam, Dorothea knew. This meant Stephen would be leaving her. According to the course of history, he would become a high-ranking knight, protecting the crown prince. And no longer her. the Crown Princess. Dorothea picked up the letter and carefully considered it. Upon learning that Stephen was being transferred and that no one would replace him, Dorothea felt relieved. It seemed her father had given up on her completely. This surprised Clara, who was standing beside her. Although it was difficult for Dorothea, she forced a smile and congratulated Stephen. Such an opportunity doesn't come easily. Make the most of it. Dorothea didn't want to worry those around her. Feigning composure, she said, "Don't worry about my safety. I've been learning swordsmanship from you for so long. I can protect myself. It's been a true honor knowing you. If you're not in a hurry to leave, let me hold a farewell party for you tomorrow." For a moment, the scene was extremely quiet. Stephen stood there dumbfounded, speechless. Dorothea, thinking Stephen would refuse her, felt very down. Unconsciously, she expressed her reluctance to see him go. Although Stephen was only Dorothea's night guard, after several years together, they not only had a teacher-student bond, but also feelings she had never experienced in this life or her past one. And how could she let go of this bond? Stephen felt the same. He had watched the Crown Princess grow up day by day. In his heart, he must have regarded this child as his own daughter. Suddenly, Stephen knelt down and, holding Dorothea's hand, said, "Your Highness, I will always be your guardian knight. Protecting the Crown Princess is my mission." Dorothea suppressed the tears in her eyes. "Stephen, you're a big idiot. How can you give up something good and choose something bad?" Stephen smiled with narrowed eyes. "I only do what I want to do." Dorothea looked seriously at the man before her. This was the knight who protected Ray, the man who never bowed his head, even until the last moment of his life. A foolish man. Now, still a big idiot. Let me be selfish just this once in this life. After all, I'm a bad person. Thank you, foolish Stephen. This sweet, naive boy only wanted to dote on his younger sister. But no matter how much he cared, he couldn't win her affection. Yet, he was someone who never gave up. As long as he tried hard enough, he was sure his sister would acknowledge him. So, for the past 3 years, whenever he had time, he would write letters to Dorothea to express his concern. But no matter how many he sent, they all sank like stones, without any response. Ray couldn't understand why his sister wouldn't reply to even one letter. At that moment, a hand landed on Ray's shoulder. "Don't worry, Her Highness the Crown Princess definitely read your letter. She's just too busy, so she forgot to reply." Tywin comforted his longtime friend. Since he missed her so much, why not find a chance to see her? After all, he had been in a bees for a long time. He would definitely be allowed to go out. Ray, as if suddenly enlightened, became excited. He dashed off to prepare. Tywin watched all of this. He remembered the girl who had cried by his side and her haughty look. And their final agreement. This girl had royal blood. Now, however, she was exiled to a detached palace, neglected and ignored. Yet because of this, she had gained many genuine friendships. She had not only earned Stephen's approval, but also the villagers' affection. That day, Dorothea, as usual, went to the market to stroll around, incidentally fulfilling her promise of one good deed a day. She found the town unusually lively today and saw a group of people gathered around a notice discussing something. Dorothea was curious and wanted to take a look, but she couldn't squeeze through the crowd. Seeing this, Stephen picked Dorothea up. Although Dorothea felt embarrassed, it allowed her to see the contents of the notice. She then learned that a non-professional swordsmanship tournament would be held this year. Dorothea thought for a moment. She immediately told Stephen to take her to register. The two arrived at the registration desk, but the person in charge of registration, seeing that she was a little girl, dismissively told Dorothea to go back and eat for a few more years before coming back. Dorothea retorted, saying that she clearly met all the requirements, so why wouldn't they let her register? The official immediately changed his expression and started saying nasty things, saying Dorothea had no manners and asking how her parents could raise such a child. He continued with his harsh words, saying that children like her were the biggest headache for their parents. Dorothea had reached her limit. She was about to take matters into her own hands and deal with this person when Stephen suddenly stabbed an arrow into the tabletop. An indomitable aura stared down the official. "Follow the rules," he implied. The official was immediately terrified. He quickly handed over the form with both hands. And so, Dorothea successfully registered. She was very grateful for Stephen's intervention. Otherwise, she would have violated her principle of kindness. Just as she was about to leave, Dorothea suddenly saw a familiar figure. She saw Ethan holding a pile of gifts, walking beside a black-haired man who was berating him as they walked. At that moment, Ethan stumbled and fell. The black-haired man roared at him. uttering insults. But Ethan just lowered his head and numbly apologized. But the black-haired man didn't want to hear it. He stepped forward and slapped Ethan across the face several times. Just as the man was about to raise his hand again, a figure suddenly flashed by. Dorothea couldn't bear to see Ethan being bullied like this. She stepped forward to stop him and, with Stephen's assistance, subdued him. Dorothea then learned that this black-haired man was the eldest son of Duke Berlent and also Ethan's brother. For the sake of the Duke's reputation, Dorothea only verbally reprimanded him before pulling Ethan away. Ethan hadn't yet recovered from the incident. He was still immersed in the surreal feeling of Dorothea caring so much for him, and the hand that held his made him even more dazed. But when Dorothea reached Stephen's side, she casually let go of Ethan's hand. Ethan looked at his empty palm with disappointment. To gain more of Dorothea's attention, he tugged on Dorothea's sleeve, begging her to take him in for the time being. He wanted to wait until his brother's anger subsided before returning. Looking at this handsome but pitiful boy, Dorothea reluctantly agreed to Ethan's request. Not long after, they returned to the detached palace. But a figure suddenly appearing before their eyes startled Dorothea. It was Ray, whom she hadn't seen in years. Dorothea looked at the person before her in disbelief. But Ray, ignoring all that, immediately indulged his natural instincts, hugging his sister tightly and refusing to let go. But when Dorothea saw another figure appear, she became even more flustered. The person she had been trying to avoid had also come here. Tywin politely greeted Dorothea, but she didn't want to see him now. Pulling Ray, she ran towards her room, demanding to know why he had come here, and brought Tywin. "Did you want to see me looking pathetic in this remote place?" Ray quickly explained that he had missed her so much, so he brought Tywin along to surprise her. Dorothea didn't want to hear his explanation. "Did you ask for my opinion?" she asked. "Why didn't you consider my position? This isn't a surprise. It's more like a disaster. Take Tywin and leave here immediately." Ray, as if greatly wronged, started to see our wide "Oh, you know how much I missed you at the academy? I was so afraid you'd be lonely here. To keep you from being bored, I kept writing to you, but you never replied. I was worried about you, so I came here specifically to see you." Looking at the crying Ray, Dorothea wondered what was wrong with her. Had she become the villain again? Just as she was about to go out to clear her head, she ran into Tywin again. It seemed he had seen her losing her composure again. Dorothea blamed herself. Why was it that every time she was at her worst, Tywin would see it? She only wanted him to see her best side. Was that so difficult? This girl, in her past life, was a hated queen. In this life, to atone for her past mistakes, she wanted to be a well-behaved girl. And he, who was despised in the past life, faced endless entanglement in this one. Just as Dorothea was about to leave the detached palace and escape from this place, Tywin, uncharacteristically, grabbed her hand. Although Dorothea had once longed for this day to come sooner, it wasn't now. After all, in her view, she wasn't yet worthy of facing the boy before her. But for Tywin, after hearing the conversation between Dorothea and Ray, he felt guilty about his sudden visit. He hurriedly explained his mistake and sincerely said to Dorothea, "After seeing you off last time, I've been thinking about seeing your Imperial Highness again every moment. Ever since I saw your Imperial Highness's helplessness at the ceremony, I've been worried about your safety. And this time, it was me who suggested coming here. Your Imperial Highness, do you feel uncomfortable being with me?" Dorothea quickly denied it. Only when Tywin realized Dorothea wasn't truly angry did he relax. But he still asked her why she always seemed to keep him at arm's length every time they met. Dorothea lowered her head helplessly. It seemed Tywin had noticed her emotions. Suddenly, Tywin knelt on one knee. He pleaded to get along harmoniously with the Imperial Princess and asked her not to avoid him anymore. It was as if a painful memory had been pricked. Dorothea remembered how she, in her past life, had also begged the man before her to get along with her. But all she received was his retreating figure. Now Tywin sincerely wanted to be friends with her. What should she do? While Dorothea was lost in thought, an ill-timed voice rang out. "Your Imperial Highness, my face hurts so much. Could you help me apply some medicine?" Ethan came between Dorothea and Tywin with a grin. Dorothea, slightly embarrassed, quickly let go of Tywin's hand. Then she hurriedly pulled Ethan toward her bedroom. Ethan looked back at Tywin, who was still kneeling, and Tywin carefully examined this suddenly appearing little chrysanthemum person. While Dorothea was in her room, clumsily searching for medicine, Ethan revealed a triumphant look. Dorothea said that she wasn't actually in much pain, just that her face was a little swollen. Perhaps it was Princess Lux who needed treatment. Dorothea stared at Ethan quizzically. Why would Princess Lux be here? Dorothea wondered. She seemed to understand and tentatively offered to help cure the illness. Dorothea immediately realized. Could he have figured out? Ethan suddenly leaned close to Dorothea's ear and whispered, "Actually, I really like Princess Lux." Dorothea looked at Ethan incredulously. Impossible, she immediately denied. This must be another one of his lies. She told Ethan to shut up and leave her alone. She wanted some peace and quiet. Without waiting for Ethan to react, she kicked him out. Outside the door, Ethan felt that something was definitely wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as Ethan was racking his brains, a figure slowly walked past him. Ethan guessed that this person must have followed them and immediately went up to strike up a conversation. After introducing his illustrious family background, he embellished how good Dorothea was to him, implying that their relationship was special. Kevin didn't want to hear any of this. After introducing himself, he tried to push open Dorothea's door. But Ethan, regardless of Kevin's status, immediately stopped Kevin, staring at him intently. The air suddenly became very still. But for Ethan, breaking this tension wasn't difficult. He immediately reverted to his boastful manner and explained to Kevin, "Today, I accompanied Her Highness the Princess. We practiced sword fighting and strolled through the village. She's already very tired, so let's not disturb her, shall we?" Kevin then inquired about Ethan's relationship with the princess. "Our relationship is the kind where if I'm injured, she'll help me apply medicine. And more importantly, we have the opportunity to see each other several times a week." Kevin seemed to understand the implication. He didn't say anything more and just silently left. This older brother only wanted to please his younger sister, but every time he was met with rejection. One only wanted to protect his sister, the other Yishin, Talbi, Gugub. It could only be blamed on the sister from the past life, unable to face the guilt she felt towards her brother. And in this life, for her own well-being, and to prevent the tragedy of her past life from repeating, Dorothea could only distance herself from her former family and forget the past. She wanted to start a new life, but fate is often cruel. All the bonds were slowly reconnecting, one by one. People she once knew were appearing before her one after another. And what could she do? For her own well-being, she could only treat those around her kindly. Back in her room, Dorothea recalled what Kevin had said to her today. She felt that the smile she had practiced for so long was useless. She was so useless, always showing Kevin her pathetic side. Just as Dorothea was agonizing over this, she heard a knock at the door. Dorothea assumed it was Kevin. She immediately ran to open the door. A tall figure filled the doorway. It was Stephen. Dorothea asked him repeatedly what he wanted, but Stephen didn't say a word. Resigned, Dorothea invited Stephen into her room and had him sit beside her. Thinking about her past and the events of the day, she felt it was too much to bear. So she said to Stephen, "I had a dream. I dreamt that there was someone I loved very much, but that person didn't love me at all. Because of his disgust for me, he would rather choose death than be with me." Stephen didn't understand what Dorothea was talking about. But Dorothea continued, "I keep thinking that I killed my mother the moment I was born, and my father resented me. Ever since I was little, I've never received a shred of love from the people I care about. Am I a curse? Am I just inherently bad? I'm truly scared. I'm afraid that I'm evil to the core." Dorothea poured out her years of bottled-up anguish. She laughed and asked Stephen if she was being stupid. Suddenly, Stephen pulled Dorothea close and held her tight in his arms. He gently patted Dorothea's shoulder. Her Highness is a very kind person. Like a father, Stephen comforted the girl before him, afraid she might suffer any further harm. Dorothea felt comforted, but also apologetic for having killed him in her past life, while Dorothea was consumed by guilt and remorse. Another figure hid outside the courtyard, tears streaming down their face. Clara, who was searching for Dorothea, heard the noise and curiously walked over. She was met with the sight of Prince Ray wiping away his tears, crying incessantly. Clara stared in disbelief. What could possibly make a prince cry so heartbrokenly? She heard the prince lamenting his sister's dislike for him. He explained that he was simply worried about her, afraid she would be lonely so far from home. He had been looking forward to this day since before his school break. Yet, in his sister's eyes, he was just a fool. Clara quickly consoled him. How could that be? Your Highness attends Abystomy. That's a school only the smartest people in the world can attend. But Ray replied that he was only ranked 80th out of 100 students. Maybe I really am stupid, but I really want my sister to like me. What should I do? Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Ray asked Clara if she knew of anything Dorothea liked. He believed that if he did something Dorothea enjoyed, she would surely like him. Clara thought for a long time. She felt that besides sword practice, Dorothea didn't seem to have any other hobbies. Why don't you participate in the village's swordsmanship tournament? Ray, as if grasping at a lifeline, eagerly said, Please let me participate in the tournament. I'm confident I can win first place. Then Dorothea will definitely admire me. Just as Clara happily agreed, Tywin entered from the doorway. Princess Dorothea doesn't seem to be feeling well. Ray, hearing this, assumed Dorothea was making excuses to avoid him. Perhaps we should go back. Clara, not wanting the prince's rare visit to end so abruptly, suggested they rest while she checked on the princess. Meanwhile, the two continued to blame themselves, believing their presence was the reason for Dorothea's unhappiness. Tywin wondered if Dorothea's reluctance to see him stemmed from his non-royal status. Suddenly, he noticed a handkerchief on the coffee table. Wasn't that the handkerchief embroidered with his name? He thought she would have thrown it away. Tywin's heart was filled with complex emotions. Past midnight, unable to sleep, Dorothea went to the balcony, lost in thought as she looked at the handkerchief in her hand. Should she return it to him? This girl was once a tyrannical queen, who not only killed her own brother, but also drove the person she loved most to their death. Reborn, she was afraid to face those she had hurt. In this life, she only wanted to live a quiet, kind life. But the threads of fate had once again woven them together. Under the starry sky, Dorothea reminisced about the past. But as she was lost in thought, a gust of wind swept by, and the handkerchief in her hand was carried into the air. It slowly drifted down into the courtyard, landing by chance at the feet of a man. And that man was Tywin. Dorothea blushed, looking down at him, unsure how to explain why she still had his handkerchief. Tywin simply asked why she was still outside so late. But Dorothea, seemingly avoiding the question, smiled and explained, Actually, I've been meaning to return this to you. I just haven't figured out how. I didn't expect it to be returned like this. But Tywin didn't seem to care about that. Instead, he was captivated by Dorothea's smile. Your smile is truly beautiful. Dorothea froze. Did he just say I was beautiful? Tywin, light as a feather, hopped onto a tree branch in 2 swift movements. Looking down at Dorothea, who remained where she was, he was grateful she hadn't run away from him like she used to. Dorothea, feeling guilty and distressed, looked away, unsure how to respond. Quickly changing the subject, she urged Tywin to come down. Please don't stay in such a dangerous place. It's not safe at all. Dorothea was truly afraid that in the next moment, Tywin would be gone. Tywin, seeing Dorothea's unease, extended his hand and said, Your Highness, you are sometimes so hard to understand, so difficult to read. Indeed, for Dorothea, who remembered her past life, wasn't the current Tywin just as unreadable? Coming down to the balcony, Tywin voiced his concerns again. Your Highness, are you uncomfortable being around me? Dorothea quickly shook her head, indicating that wasn't the case. Inwardly, she thought, it's just that I can't face you because of what happened in my past life. Seeing that Dorothea didn't dislike him, Tywin felt very happy. Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I never had the chance. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you at the last investiture ceremony. I feel very responsible. Actually, I miss you very much, but I felt like you didn't like exchanging letters, so I never wrote to you. But I'm very happy to be able to say these things to you in person now. Dorothea unconsciously clutched her rapidly beating chest, feeling like she was dreaming. Tywin, who had always avoided her before, was actually telling her he missed her. Feeling awkward, Dorothea changed the subject again to why are you in the courtyard so late? Because I like the night. Maybe it's a family trait. I really enjoy taking walks at night. Well, Your Highness, it's getting late. You should get some rest too. This, if you still need it, you can keep it. Really? Are you really giving it to me as a gift this time? Tywin had never given her anything before. Overjoyed, Dorothea held the handkerchief close. Tywin smiled warmly at her. I'll be going now. Good night. Back in her room, Dorothea's heart couldn't calm down. Looking at Tywin's handkerchief, her heart beat faster and faster. Suddenly, Dorothea remembered the kindness rules she had written. No, I can't snoop through other people's things. The throne belongs to Rey. Tywin belongs to Julia. But if there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance that Tywin likes me, wouldn't I still have a chance then? This boy originally wanted to participate in a swordsmanship tournament to win his sister's attention, but he unexpectedly became his sister's opponent. When Clara learned that Rey was going to participate in the swordsmanship tournament, she was completely shocked. Everything she had arranged for Prince Rey was about to backfire. She glared angrily at Stephen. Such an important matter, and you didn't even tell me beforehand. Now it's too late. It'll be troublesome if they become opponents. I can only pray it doesn't come to that. But unexpectedly, on the day of the competition, they ran into each other at the entrance. Both of them thought the other was there to cheer them on. Clara, you must have known already. Why didn't you tell me? Clara hurriedly explained that she had just found out that His Highness the Crown Prince was also participating. Inwardly, she complained, besides, you didn't tell me you signed up either. Clara kept hitting Stephen. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Dorothea looked at Rey in the distance, who seemed troubled. She wondered if she should give up the competition. After a moment of internal struggle, she resolutely decided to stick to her true nature. She couldn't give up what she wanted to do for him anymore. After all, it wasn't a bad thing. It had been a while since she had sparred with her brother anyway. Clara saw Dorothea's serious expression and immediately asked if she was nervous. Dorothea, as if her fighting spirit had been ignited, said no. Not nervous at all. When the matchups were announced, the most nervous person was Clara. She didn't want to see the two of them face off right away. But when she heard the announcer say that her opponent was someone named Alex, Clara was relieved and praised the organizers for the well-arranged pairings. The group chatted and laughed as they prepared to leave. In the distance, a figure suddenly stiffened. Isn't that Dorothea? Is she here to participate in the tournament too? This sweet, naive boy always wanted to take care of his sister, but no matter what he did, he was never appreciated. In order to gain even a little bit of affection, he was willing to do anything for his sister. When he learned that Dorothea liked swordsmanship, he decided to participate in the tournament to show off. But in the end, he became a stumbling block. While everyone was preparing for the tournament, Ethan also appeared. When he saw that Dorothea was also going to participate in the tournament, he immediately decided to help her avoid the biggest risk. He went to the Count and explained the pros and cons of the tournament, emphasizing that mismatched physical builds would reduce the entertainment value. The audience would be bored if they knew the outcome of a match in advance. After all, this was a tournament hosted by the Berlent family. Attracting more people to watch would demonstrate the family's prestige, wouldn't it? The Count was deeply moved. His child was truly sensible and concerned about the family's reputation. All right, Ethan, I'll have the servants change the matchups. Ethan, with his excellent eloquence, convinced the Count to change the rules, and he even earned the Count's praise. Meanwhile, Dorothea's opponent, Alex, looked down on his opponent. Dorothea retorted, "You're a grown man. If you lose in the first round, imagine how embarrassing that would be." The two argued fiercely. Just as Alex was about to lash out and teach this little one a lesson, Dorothea said that starting a fight here was something only a villain would do. Why don't we just leave the matchups as they are? Fight me. The announcer asked, "Is this all right?" The announcer reluctantly agreed. However, the first person to appear wasn't Dorothea, but Rey. Rey saw Dorothea watching him from below and immediately perked up, reverting to his usual attention-seeking self. He waved vigorously, but Dorothea ignored him, turning her head away, as if she hadn't seen him. Rey disappointedly lowered his hand. He had hoped to alleviate the pressure of being the first to compete. He wasn't happy at all. The first match officially began. As Rey gripped the hilt of his sword, his entire demeanor changed. Dorothea knew that her foolish brother only showed this kind of focus at crucial moments. Rey pushed off with his left foot and instantly leaped behind his opponent. He turned and struck with his sword. The two swords clashed. With a clang, a wooden sword flew into the air. The match was over. Looking at the fallen opponent, the announcer declared Rey the winner. Rey immediately reverted back to his sweet, naive self, repeatedly shouting, "Dorothea, Dorothea, I won." But Dorothea ignored him, preparing for the next match. Even though her opponent was a strong young man, Dorothea showed no fear. Meanwhile, Ethan in the stands was agitated. He had clearly changed the matchups. So how could this be happening? He was truly worried. What if Dorothea got hurt? She had come here to recuperate, but ended up participating in such a dangerous competition. But no matter how worried Ethan was, it was useless. The match was about to begin. Don't blame me if the kid gets hurt. Dorothea didn't want to pay him any attention. She only wished she held a real sword in her hand. The match began. A wooden sword came slicing towards her with a whoosh. Dorothea calmly deflected the incoming sword and looked at her opponent coolly. With a crack, the man was already kneeling on the ground, trembling. He asked in disbelief, Who are you? Dorothea thought for a moment. Who am I? I'm just a kind person. Tywin, watching Dorothea's superb swordsmanship from afar, also wore a look of disbelief. Just how much is there about you that I don't know? Dorothea, you're so amazing. I never saw you practice swordsmanship when you were in the palace. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Ray, with adoring eyes, yearned for his sister's acknowledgement. But Dorothea didn't want to pay him any mind. Don't act like you're close to me, she said, walking away without looking back. Ray lowered his head in disappointment. It's so hard to talk to her. But to achieve what she has, she must have put in a lot of effort. Yet I haven't even had a chance to properly praise her. While Ray was feeling dejected, a hand landed on his shoulder. It seems your opponent in the final might be the crown princess. Yeah, I never thought I'd cross swords with her. Her Highness's swordsmanship is truly excellent. Of course, our Dorothea is capable of anything. Dorothea and Ray fought their way through the competition, reaching the semifinals. Dorothea's next opponent was named Joey. Nervous and ragged. Facing the formidable Dorothea, he still managed to offer some flattery. I will definitely win this match and get the prize money. But Dorothea's mind was elsewhere. She recognized him instantly, the boy who delivered vegetables to her every month. She didn't understand how she could encounter him here. The boy's offensive, fueled by hope, was directed at Dorothea. But Dorothea simply knocked him to the ground with a casual blow. The boy climbed up from the ground, undeterred, now recognizing the strength of his opponent. He dared not attack rashly. It's not worth risking your life for a few stone blondes. What do you know? A few stone blondes is enough for me to eat and drink for a month. I'll show you, even for a few stone blondes, I'm willing to fight for my life. The boy raised his sword and attacked again. But in a single exchange, the boy couldn't even stand. If you ever need someone to risk their life for a few stone blondes, come find me. Are you joking? I don't even know where you are. How would I find you? I'll be sure to enjoy the gifts you sent, especially those sprouted potatoes. They were really delicious. The boy froze. Could she be? Still in disbelief, the boy called after the departing Dorothea. Hey, how did you know that? Before long, the highly anticipated final was about to begin. The two contestants were Dorothea and Raymond, who would ultimately be the winner of this match. Leave your guesses in the comments section. Let's wait and see. This older brother wholeheartedly wanted to please his younger sister. But no matter what he did, it was all things his sister didn't want to see. And this time, in order to win his sister's favor, he participated in the martial arts tournament. But he never imagined he would end up facing his sister in the final. After rounds of competition, they finally stood on the stage for the final match. Ray hesitantly asked Dorothea if she wanted to win this match. Dorothea immediately guessed his intentions that if you dare to go easy on me, just try it. Seeing such a serious Dorothea, Ray couldn't help but shout. At that moment, a voice announced the official start of the match. Dorothea lunged forward. Their swords clashed, instantly creating a scene of intense competition. Dorothea knew that in many people's eyes, Dorothea knew she was no match for her opponent. But she didn't show any weakness. She was determined to defeat Ray with her own skill. In the stands, Stephen and Clara watched anxiously, unsure who to cheer for. Clara asked Stephen who he thought would win the match. Stephen didn't want to say much. From his expression, it was clear he already knew the answer. On the field, the exchange of blows was incredibly intense. Even Ray was taken aback by Dorothea's offensive. He decided to take the match seriously. Ray drew back, gathering his strength. He swung his sword. Dorothea was caught off guard by Ray's sudden attack. Unable to dodge in time, she took a direct hit. Dorothea rallied, telling herself she wouldn't make such a careless mistake again. But Ray was now distraught. Seeing Dorothea's pained expression, he lost his will to fight. Dorothea, I'm so sorry. Does it hurt? Did I hit you too hard? Dorothea, who had just sealed a result for the match, was furious at Ray's sudden concern. It doesn't hurt at all. Focus. Do you think I'm that weak? It's just a scratch. Ray panicked. He knew Dorothea was angry, and he had hurt her. He couldn't forgive himself. To avoid hurting his sister further, he decided to forfeit. Dorothea saw through Ray's intentions. Knowing there was no point in continuing, she let her wooden sword fall to the ground. Dorothea abandoned the match and turned to leave the arena. Ray was stunned. This was clearly unexpected. Disregarding the match, he immediately chased after her, but the referee, running after them, accidentally tripped over a wooden support beam. Dorothea, still fuming, turned and yelled at Ray to stop following her. Ray, who had rushed after her without a second thought, didn't notice the falling beam. Dorothea saw the beam hurtling towards Ray. Looking at her foolish brother, she urgently cried out, "You idiot!" Then, without hesitation, she threw herself forward, pushing Ray out of the way. A loud crash echoed as Dorothea was knocked unconscious, her hand trapped beneath the heavy beam. Ray was horrified, realizing he had done something foolish again. In the distance, Tywin and Ethan, equally shocked by the scene, rushed towards them. In a blink, they arrived at the Earl's mansion. Looking at Dorothea's bandaged arm, Clara fussed incessantly, telling her never to do anything so reckless again. Thankfully, it was only her arm that was injured. Dorothea herself couldn't understand why she had rushed forward. Perhaps, in that moment of crisis, the Crown Prince was more important than the Imperial Princess. Hearing Dorothea's words, Clara immediately scolded her. "That's not right. If it were us, we would have saved the Imperial Princess first." Dorothea, looking at the two of them, didn't know how to express her gratitude. She smiled and said, "Hearing you say that is enough. Thank you." Meanwhile, in another room, the sound of sobbing echoed. Ray, who always tried to do good but only made things worse, was consumed by guilt. He felt his presence was a curse, the sole reason for Dorothea's injury. Tywin, seeing Ray in such a state, didn't know what to do. He turned and left, thinking it best to leave Ray alone for a while. Just then, another tear-streaked figure came into view. It was Ethan Berlent. Ethan bluntly questioned Tywin, asking why he hadn't left yet. He told him to stop bothering the Imperial Princess. After all, young Master Tywin, you already have someone you like, don't you? I hope you can understand my feelings. I'm very fond of the Imperial Princess. Tywin couldn't believe Ethan was so openly declaring his affections. It felt like a challenge. Tywin retorted, equally defiant, "Julia is just a friend." As the tension between them escalated, a maid rushed in with news about Dorothea. With the treatment complete, the confrontation between the two dissipated. In the hall, Duke Berlent was deeply apologizing to Princess Dorothea. He was relieved that the Crown Prince was unharmed, and only the princess was injured. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to explain the situation. Dorothea said she was fine and turned to look at Ethan and his brother. This guy, it seemed he should know who she was now. Without another word, she walked directly towards the door. Ethan wanted to say something, but Dorothea didn't spare him another glance. She left, leaving Ethan feeling very dejected. The countless words he had prepared had nowhere to go. In the princess's eyes, was even a glance that extravagant? Dorothea, riding away in the carriage, wasn't thinking about any of that. Her mind was still replaying her actions from earlier in the day. She still couldn't understand why she had so recklessly saved the brother she hated. A voice said, "Dorothea, thank you for saving me. I'm really sorry you were injured for me. If there's a next time, please don't do that again. I really don't want to see you hurt." Dorothea looked at Ray's fragile expression. She was truly worried. Could he really be a good emperor in the future? "Ray, you really need to change." Ray, listening to Dorothea's words, asked what kind of change she meant. Dorothea thought for a moment. No matter how she pushed him away, he would still rush towards her without hesitation. This wasn't what she wanted. She decided to let it go. Seeing Dorothea hesitate, Ray immediately declared, "From now on, if there's anything difficult, tiring, or inconvenient, tell me. I'm willing to do anything for you." Looking at Ray's sincere face, Dorothea seemed to think of something. With a mischievous smile, she said, "In that case, from now on, try doing as I say." In her past life, this girl was a tyrannical ruler. Not only did she usurp the throne, but she also personally killed her own brother. In this life, to atone for her sins, she decided to live a kind life. But the shadows of her past life lingered endlessly in her mind. Facing her brother in this life, she chose to avoid him. She couldn't face Tywin, who had committed suicide because of her tyranny. Back at the detached palace, Dorothea tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, because she had heard from Clara that Tywin was leaving tomorrow. Dorothea didn't know when they would meet again after this departure. He shouldn't just come without notice like that. I hate that. She decided to be selfish one more time and see him. Tywin, having already packed his luggage, was about to leave. But as he opened the door, he bumped into someone already waiting there. Surprised, he asked Princess. Dorothea didn't answer him, but seeing the luggage on his shoulder, she thought with a little disappointment, is he really leaving just like that? Tywin, looking at the dazed princess, asked again, what are you doing here? Dorothea, embarrassed, snapped back to reality. I heard you were leaving soon, so I came to say goodbye. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. Tywin didn't mind. Looking at Dorothea's injured arm, he felt guilty, thinking that if only he were strong enough. This wouldn't have happened. When I go back this time, I must become stronger. Next time we meet, I'll be able to protect your highness. Dorothea was a little uncomfortable with the current Tywin. The cold person from before had never treated her like this. Could this just be royal platitudes? Before Dorothea could recover, Tywin continued, if it's all right with you, I'd like to exchange letters with your highness. Dorothea hurriedly replied, of course. I'll definitely reply. Hearing Dorothea's confirmation, Tywin's face lit up with joy. Dorothea suddenly seemed to snap out of her fluster. Well, you should probably get going. Have a safe trip. Watching Dorothea about to leave, Tywin suddenly called out to her. Are you and Ethan just friends? Dorothea replied, puzzled. Yeah, he just comes over often. What's wrong? Hearing this answer, Tywin seemed relieved. It seemed it was all his wishful thinking. Dorothea curiously asked Tywin, what are you muttering about? Tywin smiled and said, nothing. I should get going. I hope your arm recovers soon. Looking at Tywin's smiling face, Dorothea said absent-mindedly, be careful on your way. Back at her room, Dorothea tossed and turned in bed. She felt that Tywin was very different today. She could tell he cared about her. Excitedly burrowing under the covers, she replayed the events in her mind. Could it be that Tywin is starting to like me? I'm sure I'll have a good dream tonight. Dorothea, in her dream, found herself back in her past life, fighting for the Empire. What did you say? The Emperor's dying wish wasn't to defend against the barbarians of the North, but to protect the Crown Prince, to prevent me from harming him. Dorothea stared at the messenger in shock. Am I the enemy of the Empire? But I'm still fighting for it. This is ridiculous. Galenake, how impressive. Even in death, you still didn't forget to abandon me. At that moment, a hand rested on Dorothea's sword and a voice whispered, it seems the late Emperor lacked foresight. Perhaps the era of the Light Elves should end. Only Princess Dorothea is fit to sit on the throne. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Dorothea hesitated at Ethan's urging, but when she thought of Ray, how he could easily obtain anything, while she had to struggle for everything, she wondered, is he the only one who's right? Am I wrong? Why should I hold back this time? Let me be the Emperor. Rather than let me die, why can't he die first? Dorothea no longer hesitated. She charged towards the Crown Prince's chambers. Ray stood by the window, lost in thought, surrounded by light elves. With his usual amiable expression, Ray greeted Dorothea, my dear sister, it's been a while. I heard you won a great victory. I was just about to throw a celebratory banquet for you. Dorothea snapped, stop with that fake expression. Have a drink with me, in memory of our father. Commemorate him yourself. You must have hated father. He was actually just like you. Why did things turn out this way? Stop babbling. I'm here to kill you, Raymond. Dorothea, I hope you don't regret your choice. Regret? Are you talking about yourself? Do you know what frustrates me the most at this moment? If I kill you, it's rebellion. Because I led the army at father's funeral and killed my only relative. Even if I become emperor, it will only bring endless condemnation. In their eyes, I'm just a greedy tyrant. But if you kill me, it's different. You'll receive the cheers and praise of the people. Because you'll always be the kind one, and I'll always be the villain. Aren't you surprised? Don't act so innocent. You knew all this, didn't you? I've lived with this guilt my entire life. Ray, watching Dorothea's outburst, seemed to understand something. He started to speak, but Dorothea didn't want to hear it. She swung her sword at Ray. The two stood locked in a fierce duel, the clash of their swords echoing around them. Surrender, Dorothea. Ray's swift sword flashed, slicing a lock of Dorothea's hair. Perhaps it was just a warning, but in Dorothea's eyes, this was just a provocation. Yet, at this moment, not a trace of killing intent could be seen in Ray's eyes. Why is this? Aren't you supposed to get rid of me? Then don't look at me like that. The two clashed again. Suddenly, a sword slashed Dorothea's arm. Ray froze in alarm. Dorothea, you're bleeding. But Dorothea didn't care. You foolish Ray. Dorothea lunged forward and thrust. A sound was heard. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground. A long sword had pierced Ray's heart. This girl was a tyrannical empress in her past life. Yet, because of her father's favoritism, she engaged in a life-or-death battle with her kind brother. But her brother only wanted to dote on his sister, even as a sword pierced his heart. In this moment, he didn't forget to care for the sister he couldn't bear to leave. Dorothea, who had lost her reason, was immersed in the elation of finally defeating Ray. But even in this final moment of life, Ray didn't mind the pain of the sword, because in his eyes, he saw a different emotion in Dorothea. He even blamed himself, saying he was truly useless. It's all my fault for being too weak. So don't cry, my dear sister. Dorothea stood there, letting Ray's head rest against her shoulder. She said with a forced smile, "What do you mean, don't cry? How could I possibly cry? I'm laughing. I'm laughing very happily." Dorothea abruptly shoved Ray to the ground. "Don't be ridiculous, Ray. These are tears of joy, because from now on, I'm the Emperor of Ubera." Dorothea woke up from her dream with a shudder. What's wrong with me? Why did I dream of my past life? But when she thought of Ray's panicked expression back then, and how it resembled his look during their recent duel, it was truly similar. Dorothea couldn't help but wonder, did Ray really give it his all during the duel? Or was it that from beginning to end, he never intended to win against me? Could I really have defeated Ray back then? Or was it all a deliberate loss on his part? Wait, was he like this in my past life too? Did I truly defeat Ray with my own strength? Dorothea gritted her teeth, unwilling to believe it was true. Why was she the only one reborn with memories? Why didn't anyone else? Just as Dorothea tossed and turned, unable to sleep, the door slowly opened. A childish voice called out, "Dorothea, are you still awake?" Dorothea immediately recognized Ray's voice. "Why are you here?" she asked in return. Ray cautiously replied, "I heard something in your room just now. I thought your arm might be hurting too much and you couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you." Although Dorothea quickly denied it, Ray still decided to stay by Dorothea's side and keep her company. Dorothea appeared speechless. She muttered, "No, go away," and turned to the side, pretending to sleep. Seeing his sister ignoring him again, Ray added, "I've said it before. As long as it's for you, I'm willing to do anything." As he spoke, he carefully tucked Dorothea in. "Dorothea, have you ever thought about Mother? Even now, I still think of her from time to time." Dorothea slowly opened her eyes. The thought of her mother, who had passed away because of her, filled her with guilt. "I'm sorry, Ray. It's all because of me that Mother is gone. If it weren't for my birth, you, Mother, and Gal and I could have lived a happy life together." Ray looked at Dorothea in disbelief. He hadn't expected her to think this way, but he still decided to comfort his guilt-ridden sister. "Don't say that," he said. "Everything is a blessing because you're here. Even though in your eyes, I'm just a foolish brother. But one thing is absolutely certain. Mother never regretted giving birth to Dorothea. For Dorothea, the past rumors and gossip are still vivid in her memory. She can't forget the accusations people made against her. Because of her birth, the Empress died in childbirth, and the Emperor was heartbroken by this, eventually becoming a tyrant. People also felt sorry for the Empress dying because of her. Actually, you can't be blamed for Mother's death. It wasn't something we could control, just like how you desperately saved me, and how I couldn't stop worrying about your injury and came to see you." Dorothea looked at Ray blankly, knowing that he was just trying to comfort her. "Ray, oh Ray, you don't know anything. What can I even say?" She then sighed. "You really are a fool." Ray, seeing Dorothea ignoring him, continued, "Dorothea, do you want to come back to Lampas with me? Your arm is injured." Dorothea flatly refused. "Even if it heals, I won't go back." Ray asked again helplessly, "Can I come here often to visit you, Dorothea?" Dorothea hesitated. She didn't know if she should continue to refuse Ray's request. But then she thought, this is just a detached palace after all. He doesn't need my permission to come here. But since you asked, I'll think about it. While Dorothea was hesitating, she suddenly noticed the room had become very quiet. Getting up, she saw that Ray had already fallen asleep. Padzai Chongban Hu Soichir. Just who is supposed to be putting who to sleep? Dorothea shook Ray, urging him to go back to his own bed. However, the sleeping Ray, in his daze, actually started climbing onto Dorothea's bed. Looking at her brother sleeping like a log, Dorothea was also helpless. Forget it. Saying anything more would just be a waste of breath. Saying this, Dorothea covered Ray with a blanket. Looking at the sleeping Ray, who was smiling and murmuring Dorothea's name, Dorothea began to regret so ruthlessly getting rid of him in her past life. Maybe if she had surrendered back then, her life would have been different. Maybe there wouldn't have been a tyrant. The night passed quickly. Clara carefully opened the door, preparing to wake the princess. But she was suddenly met with a surprising scene. She couldn't help but smile with relief. Even though they usually bicker, it seems their relationship is actually quite good. This girl, because she indirectly caused her mother's death, has always been resented by her father. Since birth, she has never received her father's love. And this little puppy wholeheartedly tries to please his sister. After countless setbacks, he finally got a turning point. Since that night, the relationship between the siblings has greatly improved. Ray is like a little puppy every day, hovering around Dorothea, attentively busy with all sorts of services for Dorothea. Dorothea couldn't believe it. This guy really obeys her every command. He's going to be the emperor in the future. At this rate, he's completely throwing away his dignity. Dorothea didn't want Ray to continue like this. Suddenly, she thought of a good idea. She immediately instructed Ray to bring her a brush, ink, and paper. Ray quickly brought them without a second thought and prepared to help Dorothea write. Dorothea began to recite, at the very top, write imperial family genealogy of the kingdom of Xylos. Ray diligently wrote on the paper, listening to Dorothea's recitation of each line and every word. As Ray wrote, he started to get tired and also became puzzled. He asked Dorothea why she suddenly wanted to write this. Dorothea quickly explained, "Of course, it's because I love learning. And next time, I'll write while looking at it myself. Reading it aloud makes my throat hurt." Ray suddenly felt something was off. It's strange. It's clearly me helping Dorothea, but why does it feel like I'm the one studying? Dorothea looked at the troubled Ray, also feeling helpless that you're studying at episteme, but you can't even recite the imperial studies. Ray suddenly asked hesitantly, Dorothea, have you received any of the letters I wrote to you? Dorothea shamefully hummed in acknowledgement. Ray felt relieved upon hearing that Dorothea had received his letter. He smiled and said, "Good to hear you got it. I was so worried about you recuperating here alone. It would be awful if no one cared about you." Hearing Ray's words, Dorothea couldn't help but say that she simply preferred being alone. But deep down, how could she truly enjoy such solitary confinement? If someone says they like being alone, it must be because they've never experienced true loneliness. And me? I'm someone incapable of receiving love. What can I do? I can only get used to being alone. Hearing Dorothea say she liked being alone, Ray immediately declared his own stance. I don't like being alone. Sometimes I feel like Dorothea isn't my younger sister, but more like my older sister. By the way, Dorothea, there's something I really want to ask you. Why do I always feel like you hate me? Tell me. I'm willing to change, okay? Dorothea didn't know how to answer this question. Could she really say it out loud? Because you're too kind. It's absurd. Yet you can control the light spirits. And you have the familial affection I can only dream of. You have received too much. Shouldn't I hate you? Moreover, in our past life, you died by my sword. You've forgotten all those painful memories. But me? I remember everything, which means I can no longer find a reason to resent you. Ray, I really want to know, during our duel, you could have won. Why did you give up? Are you talking about the duel in the arena? I didn't give up. I was just too worried about you. Hearing these words, Dorothea recalled Ray from their past life. Was he this worried about her back then too? Ray, this is what I dislike most about you. You are eternally good, and I am eternally. Hearing Dorothea speak this way, Ray was a little confused about what she meant. Looking at the bewildered Ray, Dorothea didn't bother explaining further. Idiot, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. She got up, returned to her bed, and lay down. Let's stop here for today. Remember to come back tomorrow to continue writing the second chapter. Hearing Dorothea call him an idiot, Ray suddenly became energized. Dorothea, on the next Adisti Academy exam, I'll definitely get into the top 50. As long as I get into the top 50, I won't be an idiot anymore, right? Dorothea looked at Ray in disbelief, because in her memory, this foolish brother had never even been in the top 500. She watched as Ray extended his hand in a pinky promise gesture. This time it's for real. Let's make a pinky promise. Dorothea, looking at the confident Ray, didn't know what to say. Fine, whatever. Just remember what you said. the scene changes. What is Ethan, who hasn't appeared for a while, doing now? At this moment, Ethan is at the Count's mansion, enduring Gio's wrath. All because Ethan never told him that the person he offended was the crown princess. Are you ignoring me? You could have told me. Ethan replied with a forced smile. I must have been too focused on cutting things back then. Jonathan, now gnashing his teeth in anger, burst out, You, just like your shallow mother, are nothing more than an insect. Just as he was about to lay his hands on Ethan, a voice stopped him. Jonathan, what foul language are you using? Not only do you not take care of your brother, but you're bullying him. In that case, the party we agreed on is canceled. At this moment, Ray seemed to have changed his demeanor completely, looking pitifully at the Countess and asking, Mother, do I really look like an insect? Seeing Ethan so wronged, his mother immediately comforted him, telling him not to take it to heart. It was all just as nonsense. Ethan turned to Jonathan. Mother, what I wanted to say wasn't it Her Highness the Crown Princess who was injured at our residence last time? Jonathan's expression suddenly froze, as if something was about to be exposed. But Ethan just smirked and continued. Since the incident happened here, I'd like to visit Her Highness on behalf of the family. Is that all right? The Countess, seeing such a thoughtful Ethan, was touched and immediately agreed. Ethan even cheerfully invited Jonathan to go with him. However, Jonathan, feeling guilty, didn't dare to see the crown princess rashly at this time. Perhaps he had done something he shouldn't have. Having earned his mother's favor, Ethan no longer insisted on his brother accompanying him. After all, everything he did was just for show. He didn't want someone like that, someone like a bug, appearing near Dorothea. So, viewers, what bad things do you think Jonathan did to Dorothea? Please leave your guesses in the comment section. I'll reply to each one. This girl was once a tyrannical ruler. After being reborn, she only wanted to live a kind life. But she never expected to receive so much love and affection. Not only does her brother yearn to be by her side, but even the lover who hated her most in her past life has developed feelings of love. And of course, there's also the person who led the girl down a dark path. That day, Clara unexpectedly appeared in the kitchen. He was carefully simmering a pot of hot soup. He thought that the princess would be very happy to drink a soup he made himself while she was injured. But in pursuit of perfection, he wanted to find someone to taste it. After searching for a while, he finally saw a familiar figure. He immediately rushed over and called out to Stephen, Can you help me taste this? I made it myself. Clara looked at Stephen expectantly as he slowly drank. After Stephen finished drinking, he was about to leave without a word. Clara was disappointed, thinking that the soup she made wasn't very good. But then Stephen stammered, It's delicious. Clara, who had just been looking at Stephen with a dull expression, suddenly brightened. Really? Is it really good? Yes, it's very delicious. Honestly, you should have said so sooner. I thought I messed it up. Clara was overjoyed. She playfully punched Stephen. Startled, he lost his grip on the bowl, spilling the soup all over himself. Clara quickly apologized. She was about to use her handkerchief to wipe Stephen clean, but he dodged out of the way. Clara looked at Stephen with a speechless expression at his awkward movement. If you don't wipe it now, it will stain later. It's okay. As she watched the clumsy Stephen turn around in a panic, he bumped into the corner of the table. Are you all right? Embarrassed, Stephen didn't want to stay a second longer and dashed off. Clara, bewildered, watched Stephen's inexplicable behavior in confusion. Meanwhile, Dorothea, having received news that Ethan was coming to see her, went to the seaside where they first met. Suddenly, a voice rang out to, I'm so sorry. Princess Dorothea, I'm late. It's our fault for not ensuring your safety. I was really worried. Will this affect your swordsmanship in the future? It's nothing, really. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault I got hurt. Besides, it's not that serious. I'll recover soon. Ethan, wanting to make a good impression on Dorothea, paid close attention to everything about her. When he saw her thin clothing, he immediately took off his jacket and draped it over her. Your health is already delicate. You must keep warm. Don't catch a cold. Dorothea looked at him in surprise, a little flustered. Ethan then calmly took out the gift he had carefully prepared. I'm here on behalf of my family to apologize for what happened. As a token of our sincerity, this is a gift I specially prepared for you, Princess. Although Dorothea said there was no need to be so formal, she was curious about what the small item was. When she opened it, it was a golden handkerchief embroidered with a sword. Dorothea didn't understand why Ethan would give her this. The last gift was a bit presumptuous. I hope you like this one. Dorothea accepted the handkerchief. She thought it was quite beautiful. In her past life, she also carried a similar handkerchief embroidered with a sword. She asked Ethan curiously, "Where did you find such a unique handkerchief?" "Because I felt you would really like to see it. I specially had someone make it." Ethan suddenly hesitated. Since your highness has accepted my gift, could I ask you a favor? Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Could you write a few words on your highness's cast?" Dorothea didn't expect Ethan to make such a request. Although it was a nice gesture of concern between acquaintances, such a thing, in her impression, only Ray would do. It felt a little unbelievable, but she still agreed to Ethan's request. Hearing Dorothea's agreement, Ethan urgently asked her to wait a moment. He returned shortly with a brush and ink. Dorothea watched Ethan concentrate on writing, sensing the different boy he was now. Perhaps in this life, he really could change. In a short while, Ethan had completed his masterpiece. Only through enduring long pain can one transform into a beautiful pearl. Having experienced a long darkness, you can then radiate your brilliance. Dedicated to Dorothea Millennial. From Ethan Berlent. Dorothea stared at these words, feeling as if her heart had been pierced. These words, I wanted to say them to your highness for a long time. Dorothea chuckled. What were you going to do if I hadn't accepted? That wouldn't happen. I believed your highness would definitely accept. Dorothea felt like she had fallen into this guy's trap again. Your highness, if you don't mind. I hope I can visit you again next time. Looking at the different Ethan now, Dorothea felt very pleased and thoughtfully agreed. Of course you can. Time flew by, and just like that, another month passed. Dorothea, reading in her room, was comfortably enjoying the peaceful days without Ray. Then Clara rushed in at an opportune moment. Looking at the letter in Clara's hand, Dorothea guessed it must be from that restless fellow again. Is it from Ray again? No, it's not from him. This is from the royal family to your highness. Dorothea abruptly turned to look at the letter. Could this be Karina calling me back? This girl, tyrannical in her past life, decided to live a kind life after being reborn to atone for her sins. But her father not only disliked her, but also often targeted her. In order to live kindly, she moved to the detached palace after an accident. She thought she could spend the rest of her life here in peace. Unexpectedly, at this time, she received a letter from the royal family. Dorothea thought Karina had finally had a change of heart and was preparing to take her back. But unexpectedly, it was just a letter reminding the princess to fulfill her duties. Dorothea didn't know what was wrong with her, still thinking about such unrealistic things. How could Karina possibly want him back? It was just wishful thinking on her part. The letter said to prepare for the reception of the Heart Kingdom's royalty. Clara and the other maid looked shocked, but Dorothea wasn't surprised. She remembered that in her past life, in order to expand her territory, she had sacrificed Hark. The main reason for this incident seemed to be because of Ethan. She remembered the Hark Prince at that time, Nairis, and his fiancée, Monica. Monica was deeply infatuated with Ethan. Although their engagement was purely political, it couldn't resist Ethan's captivating charm. At a ball, Ethan, with his elegant conversation and sophisticated appearance, deeply imprinted himself in Monica's heart. She was captivated by his alluring charm, and Ethan was adept at handling such girls. Under Ethan's influence, Monica also mustered up the courage to publicly ask Nairis to break off their engagement. Nairis, enraged, blamed everything on Ethan. From then on, whenever he saw Ethan, he would find all sorts of reasons to humiliate him. But how could Ethan be someone Nairis could outmatch? With just a few words, Ethan left Nairis speechless. A man who can't even keep his own woman has the nerve to blame others. I think the entire future of Hark will be nothing but bleak. Nairis was so angry his teeth were gnashing. Remember what you said. I will make you regret it. From then on, the smoke of war began to spread. As Nairis ascended the throne, he quickly launched a war against the empire. And his first target was Celestine of the Berlent family. At that time, it was Ethan and I who jointly resisted the attack. That jerk isn't from Hark. Since Nairis is coming here, come to think of it, that guy, if he hadn't looked down on Ethan from the very beginning, constantly targeting him and spreading false and slanderous rumors to discredit him, Ethan wouldn't treat him like that. But every time I saw Ethan mocking him, I felt so good. After all, I don't like that guy much either. No, why am I thinking so much? That's so mean. Anyone whose lover is stolen would be furious. But then again, they shouldn't have a chance to meet in this lifetime, right? Ethan is just a number. They shouldn't let him attend such an occasion. But even if they do meet, so what? Is Ethan any different now than he was before? Maybe their relationship will improve this time. I'll help build a friendly relationship between their two families. If I can do that, maybe it will help me achieve my goal of living kindly. The checklist. It could also save tens of thousands of lives. Thinking of this, Dorothea made up her mind and immediately called Clara to prepare the carriage. Let's start with the Berlent family. When Ethan saw Dorothea suddenly appear at his door, he immediately grabbed her. He hadn't expected Her Highness the Princess to personally come to the Count's mansion. He seemed a little flattered and quickly invited Dorothea to sit down. But Dorothea didn't want to waste time on pleasantries. Getting straight to the point, she said, "I heard that people from the Hark family are coming here." "Yes, I heard from my father. I also heard that Your Highness will be there to greet them." "Yes, as a foreign princess, I must go and greet them." Dorothea was still thinking that, given Ethan's status, he shouldn't attend such an event when she heard Ethan say, "I also want to join in the fun and say hello." Ethan's words almost choked Dorothea. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am fine. But what did you just say? You're going." "Well, although my father and mother don't want me to go, I believe that if I sincerely ask them, they will definitely agree to let me go." Dorothea couldn't believe that Ethan would ask the Count to agree to such a request. Because in her memory, Ethan never appeared at such formal occasions. "Isn't Your Highness also attending? I heard that the Prince of Hark is about our age." "No." Dorothea immediately rejected Ethan's idea, but didn't know how to explain. Because she knew that with Nyerus's personality, he would look down on the outcast Ethan and would humiliate him in front of his parents. In that case, the only one who would be hurt would be Ethan. Dorothea couldn't think of a good solution for a moment, just as she was at a loss. She remembered the astrologer that Clara had mentioned a while ago. With a stiff expression, she said, "You know about tarot divination, right? I did a reading for you, but the result wasn't very good." "What? Does Your Highness also know how to read tarot cards?" No. There's just a very skilled astrologer among the maids. She said that if you see the people from Hark, your death aura will grow stronger and stronger." Ethan was surprised to hear this, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, you believe in those things? Did you specifically ask about me?" Dorothea immediately realized something was wrong and blushed. She almost fell into the trap again. "Don't overthink it. I just did the reading for fun. I'm just a little worried. That's why." Ethan wouldn't let her explain. He continued to press. "Did you ask any other questions about me?" Dorothea looked at Ethan questioningly. It felt like Ethan had already seen through her. "You really did a tarot reading?" Dorothea asked, feigning innocence that I really did. Ethan seemed to understand but didn't want to expose her. "Since Your Highness doesn't want me to go, then I won't. After all, it's what you wish. But I also have a request. I hope Your Highness will grant it." Dorothea looked at Ethan curiously. She wondered what he was up to this time. "I hope that on the day you officially enter society, you will allow me to accompany you." Dorothea froze. She knew what agreeing to this would imply. Ethan looked at Dorothea meaningfully. "That's what I want most." In his past life, this boy had used every means to serve the Empress, all for her favor. But in the end, love turned to hate. He destroyed her with his own hands. And in this life, to gain the princess's favor, he also tried everything. Just now, because the princess asked him not to appear at Nyerus's welcoming, he made a new request. That is, when the princess makes her first official social debut, he would escort her into the venue, hand in hand. Dorothea froze, because in her past life, no one wanted to escort her. As someone abandoned by the royal family, being her escort was considered a punishment. Therefore, no one wanted to be near her. In the end, it was Ray who saw this and recommended his good friend, Tywin. Although Dorothea knew that Tywin, like everyone else, didn't want to be near her, for Dorothea, it was like the beginning of love. It suddenly unlocked the shackles around her heart, and she fell deeply in love with Tywin. Dorothea knew that the moment she gave her love was also the beginning of all her misfortunes. Thinking about it, that day in her past life was perhaps the happiest of her entire life. Although Tywin didn't love her, at least he didn't hate her. Because of that encounter, Karina began to push for a marriage between their families to consolidate the royal family's position. Looking at Dorothea, who was still lost in thought, Ethan asked curiously, "Your Highness?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that day is still so far away." Ethan wouldn't let this opportunity slip. he said in a coquettish tone. Time will fly by. Just promise me. Let me escort your highness hand in hand. Dorothea was a little overwhelmed by Ethan like this. Although she had some concerns about it, it was better than having no escort. Anyway, no one wanted to dance with me then. And in this life, I shouldn't be engaged or married to Tywin, right? All right, Ethan. Seeing Dorothea agree, Ethan was overjoyed. Haha, I really hope that day comes soon. A few days later, the day arrived to greet Nyerus. Dorothea, dressed formally, appeared in the reception hall. At that moment, Nyerus, with a disdainful look, stared at the princess. Dorothea, in order to maintain friendly relations with Hark, put on a rare smile despite her usual reserved nature. Just as she was about to offer some polite words, Nyerus interrupted her. Your face is passable, I suppose. Dorothea was stunned. Such arrogant and rude words were simply unacceptable. This arrogant fellow, did he have a death wish? How dare he speak to her like that? An attendant hurriedly reminded the prince, Your Highness, this is the imperial princess. Nyerus paid no mind and immediately cut off the attendant. Water droplets slowly materialized beside Nyerus's hand. A princess who can't even control a spirit. What right do you have to speak to me? Dorothea found this arrogant display amusing. Just because your family is protected by the water spirit, you dare to challenge the empire's authority with that meager ability? I don't control spirits. But you should also know, Hark is just a small country, and my status is equivalent to the king of a small country. Even without a spirit, I can still eliminate you, including destroying your country. Nyerus glared at Dorothea. Changing the subject, he continued, So, you can't even control a light spirit, and you still want the treatment of a princess? Dorothea wouldn't indulge him. Have you ever thought about why I'm here? You don't even have basic common sense or etiquette. Did Abistami not teach you any manners? Dorothea said with a smile. Someone who couldn't even get into Abistami can only say such pleasant things. Dorothea clarified again. It's not that I couldn't get in, I just didn't go. Ha! Listen to this absurd excuse. Dorothea lost her patience with the person in front of her. In terms of current diplomatic attitudes, I have far more knowledge than you. The onlookers were dumbfounded, watching Dorothea tremble. This is self-introduction? Why don't we have a test? The confrontation between the two officially began. Dorothea posed a basic question about agriculture, but Nyerus couldn't answer at all. Looking at the useless Nyerus, she mocked. It's understandable that you don't know. Otherwise, why would you go to Abistami to study? Dorothea smiled clearly at this ridiculous person. I'm much gentler than before. If it were before, I would have either hit this guy or cursed him out, Nyerus said, refusing to admit defeat. Don't think that just reading a few books makes you comparable to me from Abistami. Getting in there isn't just about knowledge. You have to be both scholarly and skilled in martial arts. Dorothea said impatiently, All right then, let's compare swordsmanship. If I win again, you have to be polite. Nyerus scoffed, This ignorant fool. Let me tell you, I'm much better at swordsmanship than studying. Dorothea didn't want to say more. Putting down her teacup, she added, Don't cry later. Unsurprisingly, it was over before it even began. Before Nyerus could react, Dorothea held a sword to his throat. With this little strength, you still want to defeat me? Dorothea couldn't help but find it a bit funny. At this point, Nyerus was enraged. Water vapor filled the air around them. Before Dorothea knew it, she was surrounded by a torrent of water. Someone who can't even control a spirit dares to mock me. Clara and Stephen were terrified by this scene. Dorothea, tightly enveloped by the water, was almost suffocating. Nyerus continued to mock. Yubara, since you can give birth to a princess without spirit power, I think you'll soon be annexed by our Hark. Dorothea was saddened by this fact. But since fate has chosen this, then let me break this damned fate. Dorothea slashed through the water with her sword. Nyerus stared in disbelief, unable to believe it was real. Clara and Stephen rushed forward to support Dorothea. They protested to Nyerus. This is a serious violation of the duel rules. But then Dorothea slowly stood up again. Step by step, she walked towards Nyerus. Pick up your sword again. Nyerus looked at Dorothea. He was offended that she didn't use her spirit power against him and argued. Using spirit power is just a tactic in battle. Dorothea didn't bother with him anymore and swung her sword fiercely. With a clang, Nyerus's sword fell to the ground again. What if I don't have spirit power? Defeating you Hark people is still a piece of cake. She pointed her sword at Nyerus's neck again. Dorothea, in her transformed state, looked terrifying. Since you lost, hide your arrogance from me when you see me in the future. This princess, for the sake of world peace, had intended to endure humiliation and befriend him, who knew he would be so ungrateful and antagonistic. Unable to endure any longer, Dorothea ended the argument with her ruthless side. Although effective, those around her couldn't believe the princess had such a side to her. They all assumed she was acting this way because she had been deeply hurt by the incident, both physically and emotionally. Especially Clara. That day, as she was combing Dorothea's hair, she looked at the deeply troubled Dorothea with immense worry. She pleaded with her to see a doctor if possible, but Dorothea brushed it off that, "Don't worry, I'm really fine." Despite her words, Dorothea was bothered by her behavior that day. What was the point of winning against Nyarus? It wouldn't change anything. Had her inner cruelty surfaced again, or was it her competitive nature wanting to suppress others again? She sighed. It seemed best to avoid everyone for a while. Just as Dorothea was filled with regret for her actions, a voice called out, "Your Highness, I heard you were injured." I rushed over immediately. "I apologize for not announcing myself. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, really. Don't worry. I wasn't injured. It was just because of the water spirit." Dorothea trailed off, suddenly remembering. If Nyarus hadn't suddenly attacked her with the spirit and talked about annexing Eubula, she wouldn't have lost control. But considering he could control a spirit, he was sure to inherit the throne. Compared to him, she was nothing, just a worthless existence. "You're hurt." Ethan watched Dorothea lost in thought. Remembering how the princess had been like this the last time she was injured, he assumed she must be hurt. He instinctively took Dorothea's hand and asked with concern, "Are you really okay?" Dorothea looked up at Ethan in surprise. She hadn't expected him to notice her subtle expressions so clearly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Ethan, seeing Dorothea's awkwardness, suddenly stood up. "Your Highness, let me play a piece on a violin for you. It'll definitely surprise you." Although Dorothea thought Ethan's change in topic was a bit abrupt, she didn't refuse. She let Ethan play. Watching him lost in the music, Dorothea's eyes widened. This was the first time she had heard Ethan play the violin, even in her past life. Dorothea and Clara, along with the others, praised Ethan's talent, looking at the future social prodigy with new respect. Seeing the princess so happy, Ethan was about to play another piece when a familiar voice came from outside the door. Dorothea immediately recognized it as Nyarus. She couldn't believe he was back to cause trouble so soon. Ethan also sensed that this person was not ordinary. After the princess confirmed it, his face darkened. Dorothea didn't notice Ethan's change in expression, only thinking that if the two met now, it would definitely repeat the disasters of her past life. Without giving Ethan a chance to react, she pulled him towards the curtains. "Remember, you must stay here quietly. Don't speak." Ethan was bewildered, unsure why the princess was acting like this. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Dorothea swiftly closed the curtains. To be safe, she pulled Stephen over to stand in front of the curtains. Clara quickly went to the door, ready to confront the uninvited guest. But Nyarus wasn't having any of it. He pushed Clara aside and walked directly towards Dorothea. "S.O. You weren't injured in our last encounter. Why don't you just get to the point? I'm here to apologize. I shouldn't have used such powerful spirit magic against an ordinary person." Dorothea clenched her fists, looking at the stubbornly unrepentant Nyarus. "It's fine. No need for apologies. You can leave now. My father, as an apology, has sent me to invite you to dinner. Duke Berlent will also be attending." Although Dorothea didn't want to go at all, she couldn't refuse. So she reluctantly agreed. "Just now, I thought I heard the sound of a violin. Was that your Highness playing? I think you must have misheard. I wouldn't play that thing, but I definitely heard it before I came in." "All right, Prince Nyarus, you should lead the way. I believe King Hark must be waiting for us." Nyarus didn't mind Dorothea's attitude, but he looked at Stephen beside him. "Aren't you bringing your guard knights?" "No need. He has other matters to attend to. He'll come on his own later, right, Stephen?" Stephen quickly feigned composure and nodded. After they left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ethan slowly opened the curtains. "Our princess is really lovely, isn't she?" The dinner began as scheduled, amidst King Hark's booming laughter. "I'm so sorry. That boy Nyarus dared to threaten her highness. Perhaps he's just too comfortable using his spirit magic, so he inadvertently caused offense. I hope Her Highness can be a little understanding. I think if Your Highness could also control it, you would understand that feeling, Dorothea said, sipping her tea. I think I can understand. Although in Dorothea's mind, Nyarus's display was only at a beginner's level, she didn't bother to expose them. King Hark looked at Dorothea and said, "You really are more and more like the late queen. I remember she was from the Fred family. Her jet black hair, pink eyes, and bright red lips were unforgettable." Dorothea thanked him while recalling the first time she saw her mother in the gallery. Her mother looked so kind. Perhaps in this life, besides her mother, only Taven had given her that feeling. King Hark asked again, "Her Highness has recovered. Hasn't His Majesty made any further arrangements for you? If possible, I'd still like to live a free life here." Dorothea suddenly realized this was a serious question. She didn't want anyone to disturb her peaceful life. "Next time, even if an order comes from Galen, I must refuse." A short while later, the three who had left the banquet hall arrived in the courtyard. Dorothea suddenly remembered someone and quickly asked Clara, "Clara, has the person who delivers the chustai every month arrived?" "No, it's been almost 2 months since we've heard from him. He wouldn't be dead, would he, after being gone for so long?" Clara was about to comfort Dorothea, saying not to worry, when a strange yet familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. A soldier was seen pointing at a boy, telling him to leave. The boy shouted, "But Her Highness said I could come find her." Dorothea recognized the person as the young man who delivered vegetables to her every month. She immediately asked, "What's the matter?" "Potato, Your Highness, have you forgotten what you promised me? When I'm in need, when my life is on the line, I can come to you." Dorothea thought back for a long time and realized she had indeed made such a promise. Suddenly, the boy knelt down and took out all his savings. "Please, help me." Dorothea looked at the boy in confusion. What could have happened to make him kneel so humbly and beg her for help? Do you guys remember him? Tell me in the comments section. This girl was a tyrant in her past life, but she was betrayed and executed by the person she trusted most. After being reborn, in order to avoid endless conflict, she decided to live a kind life this time. Just as the potato boy barged into the courtyard and knelt down without a word, begging Dorothea for help, Dorothea looked at the person before her. Remembering his desperate strength during the competition, she couldn't quite understand. How could such a proud person kneel down and beg her? But no matter what, Dorothea decided to help him. At this moment, Dorothea was riding in a carriage, inquiring about the details of the incident. It turned out that because his father was unable to repay his gambling debts, he was preparing to sell him and his younger brother to the lord of the neighboring city. They would be taken to the most dangerous mine to work. If they really went, her younger brother would surely die. Dorothea pondered for a long time. She recalled that the only lord in the vicinity who owned a mine was Count Duncan, and that mine could indeed only be entered by people of small stature. If Joey and his brother were sent there, the outcome was predictable. Dorothea no longer hesitated. She said, "I can save you, but I have conditions. First, I will not save your father. Second, from now on, you will work for me." Soon after, Dorothea arrived at the Count's mansion with utmost sincerity. The Count was stunned, staring at the chest full of gold bars. Without waiting for his reaction, Dorothea immediately stated the purpose of her visit. "This is to repay Mr. Gute of Black Village's debt." The Count looked at the overflowing gold, puzzled. "That gambler, he only owes me 500 browns. Even with the interest added, it's only 3,000 browns. You've given me quite a bit too much." Dorothea said seriously, "The rest of the money is to help those children in the mines repay their debts. If possible, it's best not to send those children to the mines anymore." Seeing the money, the Count agreed without hesitation, secretly thinking that this person was truly foolishly rich. He continuously praised the princess's kindness. But the tone suddenly shifted. He said coldly, "However, it seems Her Highness has overstepped her bounds in this matter." Dorothea knew these were political matters that she had no right to interfere with. She could only say euphemistically, "I'm not ordering you to do it, just hoping you'll try your best to do so." Dorothea vaguely remembered that in her past life, she had also failed to pass a law prohibiting child labor. It had met with great resistance and criticism. Because some jobs could only be done by children, adults simply couldn't do them. Even if their work was prohibited, would it truly make them happy? If they had no income, how would they survive? More importantly, the deadlock had cost too many people their livelihoods. Amidst the accusations, the cries calling her a tyrant grew louder and louder. Now, Dorothea no longer insisted. After all, she wasn't the emperor in this life. She immediately interrupted the count, saying, "I believe you will handle this matter well. I'll be going back now." The count didn't say anything more and sincerely promised to take care of the matter. Dorothea knew this matter would be difficult, but for her list of goals, she still chose to do it. That day, Dorothea rode in a carriage to Joey's house. Joey, looking at the shabbily dressed Dorothea, asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you really going in?" "Actually, I can go alone. Your father definitely won't let you leave. Who knows what might happen? So don't worry. Besides, I have my most beloved knight with me." Although Joey felt it made sense, she still advised Dorothea not to be too assertive. They slowly arrived at the village. Dorothea looked at everything before her, unable to believe the desolation. It was even poorer than she had imagined. Watching the children fighting in the distance, she could understand why Joey acted so impulsively and without manners. Although Dorothea and her companions looked shabby, there were still sinister eyes spying on them. Joey could only say, "Your Highness still looks too noble. But don't worry, just ignore them." In a short while, they arrived at Joey's house. Dorothea looked at the place in disbelief. Can people really live in a place like this? Joey slowly pushed open the door, calling out her brother's name. A small child was huddled in the corner of the room. When the boy slowly raised his head to look at the newcomers, he immediately cried out, "Is that sister?" Then he rushed into Joey's arms, shouting, "Sister! Wait a minute, sister? Joey's a girl? I didn't see that at all. I wonder if any of you did. Tell me what the comment section says." Joey comforted her little brother. "We're leaving this place. Leaving here. What about father? We're not taking him. This imperial princess saved us. Say hello. Politely greet Dorothea." Dorothea smiled back shyly. "Big sister is so pretty. Of course, she's the imperial princess." As the group chatted, an ill-timed voice rang out. "Who are you? What are you doing standing in front of my house? And you girl?" He then roared at the two siblings behind her. "You two brats. What are you doing? Don't make me come over there. You are truly shameless. You've already sold them. What more do you want? From now on, they're coming with me." The man looked at Dorothea's sharp gaze and cowered, but he still stubbornly said, "What have you done? Aren't you abducting someone else's children?" Dorothea didn't want to continue arguing with him. Holding their hands, she walked towards the village exit and dropped a line. "You no longer have the right to raise them." The furious man still wanted to argue, but Stephen already stood in front of the man. "If you dare take another step forward, I won't be polite." After dusk, the group returned to the detached palace. Joey and her brother changed into new clothes they had never dreamed of. Happily hugging each other, they welcomed their new life. Dorothea looked at the two, a little perplexed. She had paid for them, so what were they so happy about? "Don't forget, I made a condition. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As payment, from now on, you will work for me." Joey and her brother froze. It seemed they couldn't escape the fate of being controlled. "What do you need us to do?" Dorothea ignored them and walked away, saying, "Starting today, you have a lot to do. Follow me." Soon, they arrived at the center of the hall. The two looked at the long dining table in front of them and were shocked. "Is this crazy? You could run on this thing and still not feel cramped." Looking at the two who had clearly never seen anything like this, Dorothea didn't bother with any explanation. "Sit down." She then arranged for food for them. The servant bowed and left. Stephen, watching the two fumble, couldn't help but step forward to assist. Joey looked at the delicious food the servant brought and was stunned. Tender rib-tip steak and fresh fruits and vegetables. This was food they hadn't dared to even imagine before. From now on, no picky eating. Eat everything in front of you and learn the royal dining etiquette. You will be serving me, a royal, so you must learn. The two, eating the food in their hands, suddenly froze. They looked at each other, a little incredulous. "We're going to serve Her Highness?" "Of course, what else would you do?" Joey looked at the princess before her, realizing she had misjudged her again. She had thought the princess, like other rich people, would have an eccentric personality. She had initially come to the princess in desperation. She was really afraid the princess would be like Count Duncan. What would she do then? Now it seemed Her Highness might be even better than she had imagined. The once tyrannical empress, reborn, strives to live a kind life, treating everyone around her with kindness. After Dorothea rescued Joey from the wicked city lord's mansion with a large sum of money, she also took her in. Joey stayed by Dorothea's side to serve her. Joey had thought that all nobles were selfish. But after interacting with the princess, a light suddenly ignited in her heart, because her highness was even better than she had imagined. Because of this, she wanted to give the best food she knew to the princess. Your highness, have you ever had apple pie? The crust is as crystal clear as a jewel. It gives off the aroma of apples, and it's sweet, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Last time, Bao and I cried our eyes out. Dorothea listened indifferently to Joey's vivid storytelling. Why didn't she feel the same way when she ate it herself? When I grow up, I will definitely deliver both kindness and apple pie to you. Joey looked at the simple-minded Bao, not knowing what to say. Actually, you don't have to repay us. That won't do. I must personally give you some to taste. Dorothea could only reluctantly agree. All right, from now on, let's start by learning proper dining etiquette. The two of them agreed with Dorothea amidst cheerful laughter. Looking at their beaming faces, Dorothea suddenly thought of something. She immediately arranged for a servant to make preparations. A short while later, Joey and Bao had finished all the dishes on the table. They hoped they could learn dining etiquette every day. Dorothea, while saying there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, gave the biggest piece of meat from her bowl to Joey. Drooling, Joey sincerely said, "Your Highness, you are the kindest person I've ever met. Of course, I'm not just saying that because you gave me meat. Your Highness saved us. You gave us food, shelter, and new clothes. In my opinion, no one in the world is as kind as your Highness." Listening to such praise, Dorothea couldn't feel happy at all. Is such praise really appropriate for me? It might be more fitting to say I'm the most vicious person in the world. If we're finished eating, should we wrap up? Joey asked, somewhat reluctantly. Are we finished with the food portion? Of course not. There's still dessert. Hearing the word dessert, their eyes lit up. As the food cover was slowly lifted, the two of them were stunned again. Isn't this the most delicious food in the world? You don't need etiquette for this. This is a reward for your performance today. Just eat it. Joey gritted her teeth and suddenly blurted out a curse. Damn you, your Highness. You're really. Bao was unable to express her feelings at that moment. Dorothea reminded her, swearing will get you kicked out, you know. Anyone would be overwhelmed by your kindness. I can't hold back either. Even if I get kicked out, I'll be satisfied. Bao, seeing Joey's emotional state, went forward to comfort her. Sister, are you crying? Joey still refused to acknowledge the tears of excitement in her eyes. Damn it, I wanted to give this to you. Dorothea didn't mind and continued. Remember, working in the palace, you must maintain a clean and healthy body. So eat well and take care of yourselves. That's what you'll be doing from now on. Thus, the uneventful days passed by one after another. At this moment, a figure was looking at a letter in their hand with a grin. Haha, it's written like a report. It seems like this is her first time writing a letter. Theobald looked at Dorothea's letter, which detailed many recent events, and couldn't help but feel very happy. Her Highness is truly so kind. She saved 2 more little ones. Just as he was about to pick up a pen to reply to Dorothea, he suddenly began to convulse. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and with a thud, he collapsed. It was another early morning. Ethan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, came to the detached palace to visit Dorothea. Clara complimented Ethan, whom she hadn't seen in a few days. You've grown taller again. While chatting, she led Ethan to Dorothea's residence. Before they reached the door, they heard Dorothea's voice from inside. Why did you hide the apple pie? Look, it's gone bad. I specifically saved it for Bao, but it's moldy. How can we eat it? Joey and Bao looked at Dorothea with teary eyes, pleading with her not to throw it away. Spoiled is spoiled. It has to be thrown away, understand? I'm rich. I can have as much as I want. If you want to eat some, just tell me. The dejected pair had no other choice. They just thought her Highness was incredibly cool. At this moment, Ethan asked Clara with a puzzled look, who are they? They're the ones her Highness personally rescued from their gambler father. In the end, she even let them live here. Her Highness is truly so kind. Ethan wore an expression as if something had been stolen from him. That it seems I'll have to get along well with them from now on. How has her Highness been lately? As you can see, I heard her Highness save them. Yes, Clara must have told you. Yes, I heard him say it on the way here. As he spoke, Ethan suddenly grabbed Dorothea's hand. As expected of her Highness, an ordinary person probably wouldn't even. Look at them. This is truly a wonderful thing. Dorothea didn't react immediately. She didn't know what to say. Ethan continued, let me meet them too. Dorothea tried to pull her hand free from Ethan's, saying, of course. But let me take care of this first. I'll be right back. After Dorothea left, Ethan started to greet Joey and Bao. Joey recognized Ethan immediately. That aren't you the Duke's son? We met at the swordsmanship tournament. I also heard about what happened to you. Since Her Highness saved you, what are you doing here? Bao and Joey readily told Ethan they were learning to read and write and studying history. Upon hearing this, Ethan's face darkened. Her Highness took you in, and you don't even know how to show gratitude? Joey became timid at his words. Her Highness told us to do this. She said that to work here, we must learn the local customs and language. She doesn't require us to do any other work. So you intend to leech off of Her Highness like parasites? Joey was stunned by the word parasites. What's that? What are parasites? Ethan had a headache. He didn't know if these two were truly stupid or just pretending. He continued to explain, I mean, if I were you, regardless of whether she needed me to do anything, I would find something to do. I couldn't stand a freeload. Joey immediately understood that, of course, we thought about that, but Ethan continued to lead them on. Don't just talk, act. Otherwise, you'll only be a burden. Joey was speechless. He didn't know what he could do for Her Highness. Ethan slowly approached Joey and whispered, I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? The Empress, who once ruled the empire with tyranny, wanted to live a kind and low-key life in this lifetime. But she never imagined that she would never be able to escape the shackles of her past life. After Dorothea took in Joey and Bao, Ethan's jealousy began to swell again. He had thought Ethan could become good friends with Joey and Bao. Dorothea, without thinking too much, created an opportunity for them to meet. But unexpectedly, Ethan started his scheming again. On this day, while Dorothea was talking to Ethan, Joey and Bao stealthily approached Dorothea and called out to her, looking at Dorothea with delight. Joey suddenly took out mulberries that he and his brother had picked and offered them to Dorothea. Though we didn't know what to do for Your Highness, so we thought of this. We will definitely work hard from now on. Dorothea was surprised to see the mulberries in the basket, but she was also pleased that these two were so thoughtful. Suddenly, Dorothea seemed to see something unbelievable. Isn't this Tia's handkerchief? Joey, what's going on with this handkerchief? Why is it underneath? Joey explained sheepishly. It's just to keep this high-quality basket from getting wet. Hearing this, Dorothea was so angry she wanted to crush everything in front of her. Joey didn't understand how a mere fruit basket could be more precious than this handkerchief. Then you should have used a plate or something else underneath. Listen, you two, never touch anyone else's belongings without permission, and never enter anyone's room without permission. Joey realized he had made a grave mistake and kept begging Dorothea for forgiveness. Bao also kept explaining, saying that young master told us to do it. We just wanted to make you happy. Ethan shrugged and said calmly, they wanted to make a good impression on Her Highness, so I just made the suggestion. Dorothea gave Ethan a dark look. Joey seemed to understand something. She immediately retorted, wasn't it you who said it would drip and told us to find something to put down? I was just worried you'd get the nightstand wet, but I didn't tell you to use Princess Tia's handkerchief. Joey felt like she had fallen into a trap, too shocked to speak. Dorothea, seemingly understanding everything, ordered Joey and Bao to leave. She had something to say to Ethan. Joey wanted to explain, but Bao grabbed her brother and shook her head, urging him to stop. She seemed to be telling her brother that they couldn't afford to offend him, so they should just let it go. Joey understood and turned, glaring at the scheming Ethan. Fuming, she left. Ethan glanced at them disdainfully. That's all you are. The room suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. Ethan hadn't realized that Dorothea had seen through his scheme. Suddenly, slap, a stinging blow landed across Ethan's face. Ethan's mind short-circuited. What's going on? Disappointed, Dorothea looked at the incorrigible Ethan. How long are you going to keep up this charade? Ethan looked at Dorothea incredulously, but still tried to maintain his composure. I don't understand why Your Highness would say such a thing. Dorothea looked at Ethan, who was mocking her. It seems he hasn't changed at all. I was so naive to think I could make him a good person. Dorothea looked at the hand she had slapped Ethan with. And me? I can't even control my own emotions. How utterly foolish. She remembered a peculiar habit Ethan had in her past life. He enjoyed dropping things as a way to attract the attention of noble ladies. He relished the sight of them bending down and bowing before him. It gave him a strong sense of superiority. He would then use his handsome appearance and elegant speech to capture their hearts. But after getting what he wanted, he would mock these so-called nobles. He was a cunning and unpredictable man. It was after seeing through Ethan's true nature that Theobald chose to cooperate with him. And the cooperation between these two villains became increasingly seamless. So later on, They began plotting how to usurp the throne. Ethan became Theobald's right-hand man, and so these two evil seeds blossomed into their wicked flowers. Finally, the moment Ray fell, Theobald's desires were fulfilled, and his pursuit was rewarded. A twisted laugh extinguished the last shred of his goodness. Just then, the door creaked open. A figure stared incredulously at Dorothea, who held the crown. Dorothea looked at the newcomer. It was her beloved, the one. But Dorothea, as if seeing the person she feared most, began to tremble uncontrollably. The one, however, wasn't focused on her. He looked at Ray's body and stumbled towards it, sobbing and choking out Ray's name, unable to believe it was true. Dorothea, lost in her madness, watched the one cry so heartbrokenly. She didn't understand why he was crying. I'm your partner. I'm the emperor now. Get up and be happy for me. You're the emperor's consort now. You shouldn't be crying. You should be laughing, like me. Laugh, laugh. This girl only wanted to live a good life. But whenever her past life memories were awakened, she couldn't escape them. Especially after personally ending her brother's life, her life spiraled into madness. Amidst the scorn and curses of the world, she ascended the throne. Then began her reign of iron. The people complained endlessly, but she didn't care. In her heart, the only conscience she had left was the one. To gain Thon's love, he would do anything for him. And the one, to stop Dorothea's cruelty, stay by her side, constantly persuading her to be kind. But how could Dorothea, who had lost all reason, listen? She kept asking the one what was right and what was wrong. Can you give me the right answer? The one looked at Dorothea, who was on the verge of madness again. Silence. In his heart, he already hated her. A gunshot. Dorothea woke up from countless nightmares. Since Ray's death, Dorothea had dreamed almost every night of the scene of his demise. The royal ball is about to begin. Do you need me to help you dress? No. Are the commoners still cursing me? They must still blame me for getting rid of those so-called loyal nobles. Don't mind those ignorant people. They're just steeped in feudalistic thinking. They can't understand your highness's good intentions. Dorothea suddenly thought of the one again. Since becoming emperor, he hadn't looked at her directly. He must hate me. Even though I have everything, as soon as I think of his indifference, what's the use of having the world? Ethan, seeing Dorothea so hung up on this person, hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Your Highness, you still have me. I will serve you forever. Dorothea ignored Ethan's words. She didn't need his comfort. She ordered Ethan to leave immediately. Your Highness, Duke Fred has been writing to Lady Julia quite often lately. Shall I intercept those letters? Dorothea listened to Ethan's pointed words. She didn't understand how she could have everything, could give him anything, yet receive only coldness and disregard, while Julia could easily get what she always longed for. Dorothea wished the one could treat her tenderly too. But the reality was that she was the object of Thon's disgust, and there's no need to intercept them. What good would it do to see them? It would only bring me grief. What can I do? I'll use everything I have to give him what Julia can't. Then he'll surely come back to me. Ethan, I want to build a palace. A palace magnificent enough to be a human legacy. Let this palace bear all my love for the one. Eventually, he will accept me. But before that, Ethan, you have one more important task to attend to. Ethan readily agreed and slowly withdrew. Not long after, the royal ball began as scheduled. The guests offered all sorts of flattering words. Dorothea found these fawning people laughable, but there were always those who misstepped, comparing Ray to her in front of Dorothea. Dorothea couldn't be bothered to listen to such impudence. She simply signaled for the person to be killed and ordered the guards to drag the body out to feed the dogs. The crowd was horrified by this scene, too frightened to even breathe. Seeing this, Dorothea laughed and said, "Why so quiet? Enjoy yourselves." Seeing the crowd motionless, Dorothea showed her sinister look again. I said, enjoy yourselves. Can't you hear me? In this deadly atmosphere, the crowd could only force themselves to clap and shout, "Long live Emperor Dorothea! Long live the great Empire of Light! We swear our loyalty to your majesty." The words echoed endlessly. Dorothea ended this farce with a burst of maniacal laughter. Not long after, the magnificent palace was completed, but the one never appeared. Dorothea didn't understand. She had done so much for the one. Hadn't it caught his attention at all? Looking at her haggard reflection in the mirror, Dorothea couldn't believe this was her. Looking at the ugly face in the mirror, but only her flashing earrings. They looked so dazzling. Dorothea couldn't face it. Angrily, she ordered her maid to quickly remove the damned earrings. But the maid was already so frightened by Dorothea's roar that she dared not move. In a fit of rage, Dorothea yanked the earrings out and threw them away. Blood stained her shoulder. Panting, she complained about the unfairness of the world. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Ethan, looking at the injured Dorothea with heartache, was about to approach and comfort her when a voice suddenly came from outside. "Duke Fred is here." Dorothea abruptly turned to look at the door, too stunned to believe her ears. "The one is coming to my room?" Overjoyed, she forgot the pain, thinking that everything she had done had finally moved him. "Is he going to accept me?" she thought. But at this moment, the one roared angrily. "Are you serious? Not only did you revoke the Delabach family's title, but you also forbade them from entering or leaving the Isles." Dorothea looked at the person in front of her, disappointed. It seemed she was still so ridiculous in the end. She replied impatiently, "So, what about it?" But the Delabach family has never made any mistakes. They're the most loyal family in supporting the royal family. How could you revoke their title? But the one didn't know that Dorothea didn't care about these things. As long as the one stayed by her side, she would do anything. The one, don't worry about that woman. Just stay in the palace obediently. The one, in his agitation, couldn't care less about anything else. He said bluntly, "You tell me not to worry? Do you know how much Julia means to me?" Before he could finish, Dorothea slapped him across the face. "You are mine, but how can you always care about other women?" Dorothea, having lost her reason, looked at her reddened palm and began to regret her actions. She had actually hit the man she loved. This was truly vile and vulgar. A voice rang out again. "I never agreed to become yours, Your Highness." The one didn't want to stay in such a place any longer. He rushed out in a flash. Dorothea panicked, not knowing what to do. She was about to chase after him, but a hand grabbed her. "Your Highness, even if you chase after him now, what good would it do? It will only deepen the wound. Don't worry too much. It's better to calm down first. Don't let this shake your resolve. I believe everything will return to your embrace, Your Highness." Dorothea, filled with regret for what had just happened, gripped Ethan's hand tightly, trying to calm herself down. Ethan watched all of this. Should he be happy or sad? The once tyrannical empress, reborn, only wanted to be a docile woman. But even though she tried her best to stay away from conflict, the bonds of her past life still entangled her. In Dorothea's memories, the one was the only affection she couldn't let go of. To please the one, she tried everything, from expensive jewels to magnificent palaces. Even sacrificing everything, Dorothea didn't care. But the more diligently she gave, the more indifferent the one became towards her. In the end, even hearing his accusations or complaints became a luxury for Dorothea. But when she heard Ethan report Julia's death, the extinguished flame began to burn in her heart again. Although she was certain that Ethan had orchestrated it all, what did it matter to Dorothea? At least this thorn in her side would never bother her again. From now on, the one would turn around and see her brilliance. Excited by this, Dorothea ran towards the palace where the one resided. But what met her eyes was a scene of ruin. The ground was covered in ash. The one held a dead bird in his hand, looking indifferently at the newcomer. Dorothea couldn't believe it. The palace she had painstakingly given to the one was now dead silent. The one looked at Dorothea. He asked her, "Even if I destroy this place, will you still love me like this?" Dorothea didn't seem to care at all. She immediately knelt beside the one, expressing her love. "Whether it's understanding or resentment, even if my love is unbearable, foolish, or even cruel, my essence is still to love you." The one looked at the empress before him, speaking pitiful words and committing cruel deeds. He couldn't help but speak again. "So that's why you killed Julia's horse." Dorothea was taken aback. She hurriedly explained that it had nothing to do with her, and she never ordered Julia's death. But how could the one believe this viper of a woman? The one grabbed Dorothea tightly, resentful and furious. "Remember this. Everything I've lost is because of your greed." Not long after, the one, unable to bear such a life, chose to commit suicide. He left this world full of hatred. From then on, the one became Dorothea's nightmare. Endless fantasies constantly tormented Dorothea's body and mind. This was Dorothea's first love. her fiancé, her husband, and her final love. He was also the one thing she never obtained in her entire life. Dorothea became decadent and lost the ability to govern. Eventually, she was brought to the judgment stand by her people and condemned by the world. Ethan arrived beside Dorothea with the elven scepter, asking for her final words. But for Dorothea, there was nothing left to be attached to. Ethan looked at the silent Dorothea and bit his lip. He knelt again, lowering himself to try and change her mind. If she would just say, "Save me," he would save her regardless of the consequences. But Dorothea's heart was still ashes. She knew she had committed too many sins. Ultimately, her desire had killed the one. This was the mistake she could never forgive herself for. What was the point of living like a dog? Hearing that she was still thinking about that man, another surge of nameless anger welled up in Ethan's heart. He snapped. What was so good about him? Was he really worth this? Dorothea thought for a long time. Perhaps, in her eyes, the one was like a mirror, reflecting her endless greed. It was fully displayed in front of him. To say Dorothea couldn't let go of him was also because she couldn't let go of herself. Sometimes, people always yearn for what they can't have. The one was perhaps one of those things. As if giving her last will and testament, Dorothea told Ethan that she was finally going to end her sinful life. From now on, you must become a wise and benevolent ruler. Ethan slowly took off the elven scepter and offered it to Dorothea. Dorothea stared at the jewel, stunned. Perhaps she knew what Ethan wanted to do, but she still shook her head in refusal. Disappointed, Ethan mocked his own actions, slowly lowering his wrist. "Since it's your choice, I'll respect it." He continued, a bitter smile on his face. "You really are the cruelest person in the world." Dorothea didn't understand what Ethan meant, but after hearing those words, she didn't bother to refute. Yes, otherwise, why would everyone call her a tyrant? A snap echoed, and blood stained the ground. The elven scepter had pierced Dorothea's body. As her life slowly ebbed away, Dorothea repented for her life. "If only I had known sooner that I was someone who could never receive love, and died sooner, perhaps the one." Ray, Julia, and even Galanai could have lived happily ever after. Perhaps this is a lesson and also a liberation. With a shudder, Dorothea in the present awoke from her memories. Although those memories were originally blurry, one thing was certain for Dorothea. The Ethan before her was too much like the Ethan from her past life. If this continued, it would only lead to an endless abyss. Resigned, Dorothea clenched her fists, telling Ethan to leave her. She no longer had any confidence that she could redeem this boy. As Dorothea fell into deep thought, Ethan suddenly hugged him. He seemed to sense Dorothea's sadness and discouragement. He kept apologizing, begging Dorothea not to cry over his foolish actions. Dorothea knew she had to calm down. She didn't want to have anything more to do with this person. She suddenly pushed Ethan away forcefully. This all had to be another one of his tricks, another attempt to salvage the situation. She wouldn't be fooled by him again. But Ethan's next words stunned Dorothea, because in Dorothea's eyes, Ethan would absolutely never speak such truthful words. At this moment, Ethan perhaps saw Dorothea's disgust for him. He confessed his mistakes with a tearful face. He admitted he had been too extreme, that his and the crown princess's relationship was too close, and that's why he had done those things. He only wanted to be Dorothea's only friend. If Dorothea stopped acknowledging him, then he would never have any friends again. He pleaded with Dorothea not to hate him. At this moment, Dorothea felt Ethan's trembling arms. Perhaps Ethan was serious this time. She didn't know if she could trust his tears again. Why, after all these long years, did she still not understand him? Could she and he really change? He traded his past cruelty for kindness in this new life. The reborn Dorothea tried everything to make Ethan change his ways, but all she got was disappointment. Just as Dorothea was about to give up on Ethan completely, Ethan seemed to sense the danger. He desperately bared his heart, admitting his mistakes and begging Dorothea not to abandon him. But Dorothea didn't know if she could trust him again. In the study of the divided imperial palace, an attendant was reporting to the emperor about Celestine's reception of Hawk and informed him of the crown princess's outstanding performance there. Not only did she prevent the outbreak of an infectious disease, but she also worked tirelessly to raise funds for the people there, earning praise from nobles of all sides. She was lauded as a rare future genius of the royal family. At this, Galenay paused at the word genius. It seemed this daughter might not need to continue her recuperation. The attendant continued his report, saying that she had not only recovered well, but also shown brilliantly at Duke Berlin's swordsmanship tournament, ultimately reaching a level comparable to the Crown Prince. Galinet listened lazily to these harmless anecdotes. Finding it somewhat interesting, he immediately ordered the attendant to arrange an epistemic interpolation exam opportunity for this so-called genius crown princess. If she could pass, then she was indeed intelligent. But if she failed, it would only prove that she was a useless waste without any practical skills. As for Galinet, he didn't care whether Dorothea had the ability to get into the academy. After all, she wasn't the next in line for the throne. It was only fitting for her to live a peaceful life and slowly grow old, ending her days quietly. For a Miranol with flaws, this exam was merely a test to prove the truth of the genius claim. Galinet suddenly recalled a meeting long ago. The way the crown princess recited the family genealogy in fluent speech was quite unbelievable. And then there was that book, too advanced for her age. Galinet suddenly felt that this daughter might actually possess some intelligence. But whether she was truly intelligent, this exam would determine the truth. And this intelligent mind, would it ultimately serve the royal family or become a source of calamity? As the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, a dazed figure could be seen absent-mindedly polishing a sword. This person was Stephen. He couldn't remember how many years he had been here, accompanying the crown princess. Watching Her Highness grow up day by day filled him with emotion. He remembered the first time he saw the crown princess. It was a dark night in a dust-filled desert. He was grateful that he was able to find Her Highness in such a boundless place. It was truly a miracle, although, when they met again, Her Highness might not have recognized him from that time. For him, everything from that time remained vivid in his memory. He still remembered her fragile and small hand, clinging to him desperately for survival. When he saw the crown princess again, his hand, hesitant to reach out, felt awkward. He was afraid that, with a careless touch, he might not control his strength and hurt her. Later, Dorothea asked him to teach her swordsmanship. He found that with every move he taught, Dorothea could extrapolate and innovate. He couldn't help but admire the princess's intelligence. It made him find joy in teaching. Such a perfect girl must have been blessed by the gods. Most importantly, she was a beloved child. But one day, when this powerful yet seemingly carefree princess opened her heart to Stephen, Stephen realized he was wrong again. Her kindness, her overly mature personality, her bittersweet, almost smile, the death of her mother during her birth, and her fate of never receiving her parents' love. Who knew what this child had endured? He remembered Empress Alice seemingly bleeding to death while giving birth to Dorothea. He'd heard that her blood stained the entire floor, emitting a stench more horrific than a battlefield. Emperor Galinet seemed to be in unbearable agony. As if possessed, he even went so far as to execute the doctor who desperately tried to save the child from the sea of blood. This matter should have been buried forever. Stephen wondered if Dorothea knew about this, which was why she carried such a deep sense of guilt. With such a heavy burden on her shoulders, who could bear it? Stephen felt guilty, wishing he knew how to comfort her, but he was afraid of saying the wrong thing and hurting her further. He sighed, wishing he were Clara, so gentle and eloquent. Just as Stephen lamented his helplessness, he suddenly heard a rustle in the nearby bushes. He flashed in front of the figure, startling the person, who yelped and fell to the ground. Seeing it was Joey, Stephen ignored him and continued polishing his sword. Joey slowly sat down next to Stephen, looking at the knight with envy. He wished he could become a knight, so no one would bully them anymore. But he knew becoming a knight was impossible. It was a privilege reserved for nobles. Joey was content with his current life. He felt fortunate to work in the palace. "Do you want to become a knight?" The sudden voice startled Joey, his jaw dropping. He had never heard Stephen speak before. Although he could hardly believe his ears, he answered without hesitation, "I really want to be a knight. I'd rather die fighting the enemy than be dragged to the mines to slowly suffocate. Besides, that way, I can repay Her Highness's kindness." Joey knew this was the only way he could repay Dorothea. Looking at Joey's determination, Stephen made a decision. When Dorothea heard that Stephen wanted to teach Joey swordsmanship, she was surprised. It was the first time he had actively asked her for anything. Dorothea also knew that with Joey's personality, It was better for him to improve his strength than to study. She immediately granted Stephen's request. Then Stephen suddenly asked, "Your Highness, aren't you going to continue training in swordsmanship?" Dorothea hesitated. If she continued to become stronger, it would surely be dangerous. Dorothea knew she had to give up some things. Although it felt like betraying Stephen, she truly just wanted to live a peaceful life. Her gaze distant, she replied to Stephen, "I don't intend to become a swordsman or a knight. This level of skill is enough." Stephen didn't want to give up on such a promising student. He pressed further, "Don't you enjoy swordsmanship?" Dorothea clenched her fists. She did enjoy learning swordsmanship. It was only when she held a sword that she felt truly alive. But that would unleash her endless desires. She absolutely couldn't allow herself to harbor such things now. She had to lie to Stephen, telling him she had grown tired of learning swordsmanship. "So from now on, you can teach Joey. You don't need to teach me anymore." She said this and walked out of the room without looking back. Stephen watched her departing figure, knowing her words weren't entirely true, and fell into deep thought once more. In his past life, he had been ruthless and tyrannical. After being reborn, he was filled with despair and only wanted to live a kind life. Yet, connections from his past life were reappearing one by one. He didn't realize that everything in this life was quietly changing. In the castle of the Grand Duke Berunt, a small boy was sobbing. He knew that the Imperial Princess Dorothea might not like him anymore. Although she had accepted his apology back then, every time he tried to see her after that, he was turned away. While he regretted his wrongdoing, he was still angry that his perfect plan had been discovered. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so upset. Ethan suddenly realized he shouldn't be making such excuses. If the princess found out, she would definitely dislike him even more. In order to regain the Imperial Princess's trust, Ethan thought about what he should do. He suddenly remembered that there was a flower in Cerealicen that glowed at night. Because this flower was a unique species to the region, people from all over the world would come to Cerealicen to search for it. Ethan believed that if he could find this flower and give it to the Imperial Princess Dorothea, she would definitely love it. Ethan imagined Dorothea's happy expression. He believed that anything beautiful would be appreciated. Night quietly fell. Filled with sincerity, Ethan went alone to the mountains and fields to search. Although he was a little scared, he shook his head, strengthening his resolve. As long as he could see the Imperial Princess Dorothea's smile bloom because of him, anything he did would be worthwhile. With this goal in mind, he traveled through the mountains, searching everywhere for this beautiful flower. Finally, his hard work paid off. Ethan saw a glowing flower on a cliff. Ignoring the steep cliff face, he slowly climbed up. After relentless effort, he reached the flower. He used all his strength to finally pluck it, but overjoyed, he lost his footing. Ethan fell down the cliff in a panic. Meanwhile, back at the detached palace, Dorothea was still looking at Thon's handkerchief. Although she had forgiven Ethan, she didn't want to see him just yet. After all, for Dorothea, this was her most precious possession. It was the only gift the one had ever given her in this life and the last, and perhaps it would be the last one ever. Although she had decided not to be greedy in this life, was it too much to ask to keep just this one small thing? Suddenly, the door opened, and Clara's voice announced that she had something to report. Dorothea sighed. "Didn't I say I wasn't eating dinner tonight?" At that moment, an unfamiliar voice spoke. It was a servant from the Berunt family, inquiring whether young Master Ethan had been there. Dorothea hurried to the servant's side and asked if something had happened. Clara quickly explained, "I heard that young Master Ethan went to the mountains himself to pick some flowers for the Imperial Princess. But it's very late, and he hasn't returned. So I came to see if the young master was with your highness." That idiot. What is he trying to do now? Everyone rushed to the mountains and searched all over. Dorothea anxiously looked around, seemingly very worried. Suddenly, she saw something sparkling in the distance and immediately ran towards it. The sight that met Dorothea's eyes stunned her. Ethan was there, crying uncontrollably. When Ethan saw that it was the Imperial Princess, he immediately stopped crying and tried to prevent Dorothea from approaching him. Because in his eyes, this was when he looked his most pathetic and ugliest. He didn't want Dorothea to see him like this. He had only wanted to show Dorothea the most beautiful things to make his injuries worthwhile. Dorothea looked at Ethan's tearful eyes. She hadn't expected him to do something so dangerous just to make her happy. She was moved. Even the shadows of her past life were dispelled. It seemed her resentment towards Ethan stemmed mostly from the influence of her past life's memories. So, she had never truly paid attention to how good Ethan was to her now. Dorothea reached out her hand. Slowly, she wiped the dirt from Ethan's face. Ethan tried to dissuade the princess, saying it would dirty her clothes. Dorothea said, "I don't care." Ethan was stunned. Dorothea continued, I don't care about how disheveled and ugly you look. It was as if Dorothea had broken some kind of mirror, finally understanding everything. To her now, what truly mattered wasn't what the person who cared for her looked like, but that he was by her side. Dorothea picked the flowers Ethan had intended to give her. She placed one in Ethan's hair and one behind her own ear. Sincerely feeling Ethan's affection, she was content. Thank you, Ethan. The tyrannical empress of her past life would live kindly in this one. Not only was she doted on by her brother, but two handsome men were vying for her affection. At Dorothea's detached palace, two figures seemed to be plotting something. Every time they saw Dorothea, they would run away and couldn't be called back. Dorothea was puzzled by their behavior. Had her previous scolding been too harsh? Had she hurt them? As Dorothea pondered how to mend their relationship, a knock came at the door. When Dorothea opened the door, she was stunned by the sight before her. Joey and Leopard were holding an apple pie, grinning at Dorothea. They said they were apologizing for the previous incident. This was a gift they had personally prepared for Her Highness. Of course, the head chef deserves some credit as well, but this was their first time making it, so they naturally wanted the princess to be the first to try it. Dorothea picked up the lovingly made dessert and couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't expected them to not only fulfill their promise, but also create such a delicious treat. It seemed that food made by those who truly cared for you was always the most heartwarming. Dorothea looked at the two with gratitude, sincerely thanking them for such a thoughtful gift. Just then, an ill-timed voice rang out. Your Highness, I have come to deliver His Majesty's orders. Dorothea stared at the newcomer in disbelief, wondering if she had heard correctly. Why would Galenay be sending her orders? She was filled with doubt. The messenger said, His Majesty is aware that Your Highness has recovered and requests your immediate return to the imperial capital. Upon hearing she was to return to the capital, Dorothea trembled, dropping the apple pie. She didn't understand why she was suddenly being summoned back. Was there some new use for her, the mere supporting character? Dorothea resented her selfish father. Whether in her past or present life, he only remembered her existence when she was needed for something. She was utterly fed up, just as Dorothea was on the verge of anger. A clear voice rang out, Your Highness, are you leaving? Looking at the youthful Leopard and Joey, Dorothea snapped back to reality. Oh dear, she said, I accidentally dropped the apple pie. Could you make me another one? Joey and Leopard agreed without hesitation. Dorothea knew she couldn't defy Galenay's orders, but she wouldn't be manipulated by him in this life. So, Dorothea told the guard, You see, I'm not going anywhere until I've eaten the apple pie. And that is my answer to you. Meanwhile, in a corridor of the beautiful Ibistamit, a distraught yet familiar figure slowly walked forward. It was the one whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Suddenly, a pair of hands clapped Thon's shoulders. The one immediately broke free with a jerk of his elbow. When he saw it was Ray, he couldn't help but be surprised. Ray hadn't expected the one to react so strongly. Thinking he'd gone too far, he hurriedly apologized, asking if he had startled him. Because the one had been missing classes recently, Ray wanted to see if he was feeling unwell. The one simply said he had been a little tired lately, but his trembling hands didn't escape Ray's notice. He asked the one what was going on. Just as the one was at a loss for words, a gentle voice called out, the one, Are you all right? It was Julia. This gave the one a perfect excuse to excuse himself and leave quickly. Watching the two hurriedly depart, Ray knew the one was hiding something. Although disappointed that the one hadn't told him what was happening, he hoped it wasn't anything serious. In the living room, Julia asked about Thon's condition because she could see his health was deteriorating day by day. The one didn't hide anything from Julia. He told her directly that while taking a walk this morning, he suddenly blacked out. When he woke up, he found a small, dead bird beside him. I can't believe I caused this. Did I hurt it? Just then, the one felt his body losing control again. a terrible dark energy emanating from him. Not long after, the one seemed to regain consciousness. He sighed, "Why does my body generate this strange power?" He found the strange phenomena that had been occurring recently unbelievable. At first, he could only see a small flicker of firelight beside him. But later, this power grew stronger and stronger, starting by consuming nearby insects, and now small animals. Could this be a sign of the Dark Elf's awakening? Although the Fred family had signed a pact with the Dark Elves, the entire family hadn't seen an elf in hundreds of years. The one didn't understand why the Dark Elf would suddenly choose him. He worried that if this continued, he was truly afraid he would hurt more living beings. What should I do? Julia comforted the wand, telling him not to worry too much. After all, the Fred bloodline wasn't as pure as it once was. This power shouldn't be strong enough to harm humans. She also told him that she had informed the Fred family about this. "I'm sure they know more than we do. I think you should tell Ray about this. After all, he has the Light Elf. Maybe he can help you." The one looked at his still, trembling hands. He knew Ray was the only one who could communicate with and sense the elf from the very beginning. While he was completely different, he felt like his body was being controlled by the elf, allowing it to appear and disappear at will, acting as it pleased. The one was truly afraid he would become a tyrant controlled by the elf. Although a higher level of intimacy meant more control over the elf, besides the one family, no one had the ability to control elves anymore. Julia looked worriedly at her childhood friend. She didn't know what to do next. The one, not wanting Julia to worry, said, "Don't worry. Let's wait for news from the Fred family. Maybe they'll have a solution." He assured her he could hold on until then. Julia firmly stated that she would also do everything in her power to help him. But at this moment, the one remembered the first time it happened. He not only fainted, but because of that incident, he hadn't replied to the Imperial Princess's letters. He wondered how she was doing. He hoped that the next time he saw her, he would have firmly controlled that power. The scene changed. Dorothea was sulking at her books, disdainful of her so-called father. She didn't want to take his orders at all. While she was troubled, Clara knocked and entered. "Your Highness, you have a letter." Dorothea assumed it was from Ray again and asked her to put it aside, not wanting to read it for now. But Clara said this time it was sent by someone else. Dorothea was surprised. For so long, besides Ray, she hadn't received any letters from anyone else. Could this be Thawne's reply? At this moment, Clara stopped being cryptic and said that this was from Duncan, the Countess's invitation to a salon. Dorothea turned her head away in disappointment. She'd gotten excited for nothing. "I heard there's a newcomer making their debut in society this time." Dorothea looked at Clara curiously. A newcomer in society? Who could it be? Meanwhile, in the Duke of Berlin's mansion, the Duke was looking at the person before him with satisfaction. With such handsome features and captivating eyes, who could resist his charm? This person was Ethan Berlin, the scheming man from the past life. In order to win the goddess's love, he unscrupulously cleared all obstacles for her. But in the end, all he got was a cold corpse. Perhaps the root of all this stems from the family's instincts. At this moment, Duke Foddery Berlin was brewing a conspiracy. After spending so much time together, the Duke of Berlin had noticed the Imperial Princess's unique treatment of Ethan. Not only would she come to play with Ethan, but she would also refuse all invitations from other nobles of the same age. Coupled with Ethan's anxious look when she disappeared, didn't all of this indicate that the Imperial Princess liked Ethan? After all, with Ethan's charm, it was truly hard to find a reason not to like him. Although his birth wasn't very good, if he could really spark a scandal with the abandoned Imperial Princess, that would be a tremendous boon. After all, the Imperial Princess's status was second only to the Crown Prince. To facilitate this, the Duke made a decision. He would immediately discuss this matter with his wife. The thought of an Imperial Princess, disregarded by the Emperor, together with the Duke's son, was a perfect match. The impatient Duke hurried to the Duchess's room. It seemed the Duchess didn't hold her husband in high regard. She didn't give him a pleasant look, and scolded the Duke for barging in without knocking, asking if he wasn't being too unreasonable. The Duke didn't want to dwell on these small details and went straight to the point. "I think Her Imperial Highness, Princess Dorothea, seems particularly interested in our Ethan. So for this social ball, could we bring Ethan along?" Hearing this, the Duchess's face immediately darkened. "Are you crazy? You want to announce to the world the illegitimate son you had with a tavern girl? Where's your shame?" The Duchess felt wronged. "Regarding Ethan, I've already done my utmost, but I absolutely will not agree to this." The Duke, however, didn't understand his wife's grievance. In his view, this was just his wife's way of keeping the child under house arrest. Could it be that Ethan would threaten his son's position? The Duchess, seeing her husband didn't understand her, also said hysterically, "Don't you find it shameful? Not only do I have to bring the child you had with another woman, but I also have to put on a smiling face and cater to everyone. Have you ever considered my feelings?" The Duke saw his wife's resistance to this matter, but still played the emotional card. "Don't you also dote on Ethan?" "Why can't you?" "I do dote on him, because he's indeed a very likable child. But that's all there is to it. Do you understand? No matter how much love I have for that child, I can't let it go." Just then, the sound of a shattering glass came from behind them. Ethan, with tears in his eyes, looked at the woman he had always called mother. He didn't know that he held such a distinct place in her heart. Not knowing how to face all of this, he ran back to his room without looking back and locked himself inside. The Duke was very worried and followed him, wanting to comfort his young heart. Ethan said sadly, "Father, did I embarrass you again? No matter how well I do, I can't get anyone's approval." "Of course not. I've never thought you were an embarrassment. Then why should I be hidden? And why are you two always arguing? Is it because I can't even get close to episteme? So you're disappointed in me?" Actually, Ethan once had a chance to get into Apis Academy, but something happened on the way, and he missed that opportunity. And at that time, the Duke didn't have much faith in Ethan either, because in terms of swordsmanship and horsemanship, Ethan wasn't outstanding. He felt that even if Ethan went, he might not pass the exam. After that, the matter was dropped. The Duke also advised Ethan not to dwell on it. After all, it was an accident. Ethan persistently asked again, "Then why are you two always arguing? Is it my birth mother's low status that I have to bear the blame for? If so, I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry that I caused a dispute between you two." Seeing such an understanding Ethan, the Duke couldn't help but feel guilty. He quickly comforted him. "Ethan, father won't hide you anymore. You'll attend Countess Duncan's salon with me this time. I'll formally introduce you to everyone. You are my most prized son." Ethan looked at his father in disbelief. After another round of comforting words, Ethan slowly held his father's hand and nodded, saying, "Father, I know. You both truly love me." Seeing such an understanding Ethan, the Duke felt relieved and prepared to leave. But as he turned around, a subtle smile appeared on Ethan's face. It seemed he was quite satisfied with the effect of his strategic retreat. Not long after, Countess Duncan's salon was held as scheduled. A voice announced, "Dorothea Mire Huang Mi," entering. A cheer erupted. Dorothea, dressed in a gorgeous gown, had arrived at the venue. Some admirers kept praising Huang Mi's beauty. Although Dorothea wasn't interested in this kind of environment at all, she had no choice but to deal with it. At that moment, a voice called out to her. It was Duke Berlent. He politely greeted Dorothea and called to the person behind him, "Come and pay your respects to Her Imperial Highness." When a figure appeared before Dorothea, she froze. She never expected that the so-called newcomer to society would be Ethan. But she clearly remembered that in her past life, Ethan's first appearance in such an occasion should have been after Jonathan Berlent's death. Yes, she remembered it was because Jonathan died in a hunting accident that Ethan was forced to start attending various social events. What was the reason for such a big change in the Duke? Dorothea couldn't figure it out. What was going on? Looking at the mingling guests, Dorothea believed it was all real. "Congratulations, Ethan. You've gained your father's recognition." Ethan, however, was modest, saying he was still a little embarrassed to even greet strangers. But he added that now with Her Imperial Highness present, he wasn't nervous at all. Dorothea found Ethan's reaction a little unbelievable. In her past life, he wasn't restrained at all. She quickly praised him. "With your personality, you'll adapt quickly." Just then, the Duke called out to Ethan from afar. "Ethan, the party is about to start. Come with me." Ethan took Dorothea's hand again and kissed it deeply. "See you later, Your Imperial Highness." Dorothea blushed at the sudden kiss, flustered and slightly annoyed as she watched him leave. It seemed that in some respects, he really hadn't changed from the past. At this point, the hall was already buzzing with discussion. They couldn't understand why the Duke would bring an illegitimate son to such an occasion. Isn't it shameful? Everyone couldn't believe the Duchess could be so magnanimous. Hearing these whispers, Dorothea couldn't help but sigh. The gossip has already started. Dorothea thought that it wouldn't be long before these nobles would be vying to curry favor with him. After all, the Ethan of her previous life had been a tremendously influential figure in social circles, to the extent that even balls wouldn't be held unless Ethan's attendance was confirmed. But Ethan ultimately turned these achievements into his own personal privileges. Dorothea once again recalled scenes from her past life. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists. She believed that all of this would change because of the different era. This boy had been a capable subordinate who followed the Empress, but because his love for the Empress was unrequited, he committed outrageous acts. And in this life, after the Empress's rebirth, he still fell in love with her as always. But the Empress in this life only wanted to live kindly, and even more, wanted to abandon everything from her past life. She wanted to live this life peacefully and quietly. But things didn't go as planned. The bonds of the past life, with the passage of time, connected again scene by scene. At the salon gathering, the ball was in full swing. Countess Duncan was informed that the main performer couldn't make it. Just as she was at her wit's end, a voice interrupted her. "If possible, could I accompany you?" Ethan politely introduced himself. The Countess was captivated by Ethan's charming charisma. "I wonder if you can play the piece, Glory?" After all, for many people, this piece isn't so easy. Ethan confidently replied, "Of course I can. This is the piece I practice every day." The Countess looked incredulously at this young boy who could use such a difficult piece as a practice piece. "As long as you believe in me, Countess, I definitely won't disappoint you." At this time, Dorothea was wandering around bored by herself. The surrounding sounds suddenly became noisy. She heard the host announcing the start of the first piece of the concert. Dorothea saw Ethan sitting at the piano at a glance. As the music started, Ethan's figure blended into it. Beautiful singing accompanied the wonderful music, directly striking people's hearts. It also deeply moved Dorothea. Every note of this piece pulsed in Dorothea's heart, as if telling the story of her own life. The audience was also deeply moved by such an exquisite piano piece and couldn't help but discuss it amongst themselves. Dorothea sighed. What if Ethan didn't become a politician and chose music instead? He could certainly live a peaceful life. If it weren't for his excessive desire for power in my past life, perhaps he and I wouldn't have met our demise. Ethan on stage enjoyed everyone's praise and caught sight of Dorothea in the audience. He grinned and waved to her. Dorothea's face flushed red. She immediately turned around, feeling very uncomfortable with Ethan's sudden attention. She lamented that his gaze was too captivating. Then she went outside the castle alone, wanting some fresh air. But suddenly she heard everyone downstairs discussing her relationship with Ethan. They were all speculating whether the two of them were a couple. Dorothea felt disgusted with these gossiping wealthy people, yet she couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Dorothea, startling her. Ethan nonchalantly said, "Did you see? Everyone says we're a good match." Dorothea warned Ethan, "That's not a compliment. An abandoned empress and a nobody, are we a match made in heaven? Two unimportant people, in the end, will only be seen as a joke." Ethan knew what Dorothea cared about, but he didn't mind. On the contrary, he liked this feeling. He complained that Her Highness couldn't face it as calmly as he could. Dorothea wanted to warn Ethan not to be so naive. Just then, the gossiping voices downstairs started up again. "I heard that Her Highness can't summon spirits. She won't be recognized by Mirinal. So the rumors circulating about the decline of the royal family are all because Her Highness doesn't have the support of spirits." Dorothea sadly turned her head away, comforting herself. At least now, it's still better than the life of a tyrant. At that moment, a glass of wine splashed out, drenching one of the gossiping women below. The people below were about to scold whoever was so bold, but Ethan grinned and said that he had accidentally knocked over the glass. He apologized profusely. Doro was taken aback by Ethan's actions. "It's all right, Your Highness. Look at the Grand Duke Fred's family. It's been nearly 100 years since they've had someone summon a dark elf. Their influence is still so stable, isn't it? So even if Mireille can't summon a spirit, it certainly won't lead to their downfall." Doro clenched her fists, silencing Ethan. He didn't understand what truly bothered her, and spirits had already taken too much from her. Several wealthy individuals also rushed to explain, expressing their sympathy for the princess's plight and indignation at the royal family's indifference towards her. It It was all a flurry of flattery, making Doro want to cover their mouths. She didn't want to explain anything to them. She knew she couldn't avoid being the subject of gossip. What did she do? She would just have to slowly get used to it. Ethan, I haven't fallen so far as to need anyone's pity. Doro coldly turned and left. Ethan was all too familiar with this feeling, and he loathed these people who disrupted his plans. The sound of shattering glass rang out. Perhaps this was a warning to them. Doro walked away alone, dejected, wanting to leave this place quickly. She wanted to return to a place filled with warmth and love. But suddenly, a rush of footsteps echoed. The newcomer announced the Emperor's carriage had arrived. Doro stared at them in surprise, wondering how they could have appeared here. The person produced the Emperor's edict and, approaching Doro, declared, Princess Dorothea Murray, since you have recovered your health, there is no reason for you to remain at the detached palace. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor commands you to depart for the imperial capital at once. This girl was a tyrant in her past life. In this life, she had wanted to live peacefully and kindly. But unexpectedly, not only was her brother entangled with her, but two handsome men were also smitten with her. Even her own father wouldn't leave her alone. Just as Doro was about to leave the ball and return home, the Emperor, in order to recall his disobedient daughter, prepared to forcibly summon her back to the imperial capital. Doro was puzzled. She had clearly expressed her unwillingness to return. Why was he so insistent? But this was an imperial decree. If she refused, she would be charged with treason. Doro wanted to delay a little longer to prepare for her return. But the messenger wouldn't give her the opportunity. The Emperor's order was explicit, immediate return. Even her luggage was already prepared. Doro hadn't expected Karina to go to such lengths to eliminate any excuse she might have. Since everything was ready, the unyielding Doro still pleaded, could I at least have some time to say goodbye to my friends? I'm sorry, Your Highness, but His Majesty's orders take precedence. Doro was helpless. She had lived here for years, and now she didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to the friend she cherished. Because aside from Clara and the others, many would be left behind, especially Joey and Bao. If those two children were left behind, they might be banished back to their former home. Doro didn't want to give up and continued to plead, then at least let me write a letter. A moment later, a hastily written letter was finished. Doro was troubled. Who could deliver the letter for her now? Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. If you'll allow me, I'll deliver it to the detached palace for you. After all, I'm the most familiar with it here. Doro hesitated. She didn't know if she should trust this person. After all, Joey and Bao were involved, and they had been manipulated by Ethan before. Ethan, sensing Doro's hesitation, assured her, don't worry. Whatever Her Highness asks of me, I will see it done. Although Doro was still a little uneasy, she decided to trust him this once. Then I'll leave it to you. Just give it to Clara. As Ethan took the letter, he said in a low voice, Congratulations, Your Highness. Doro was taken aback. Doro quickly said, Are you talking about going back to Lampas? Oh, thank you. I've really had a good time, Ethan. Ethan lowered his head, looking a little sad. Please don't say it like we won't see each other again. Doro didn't want to be so sentimental at their parting. She quickly told Ethan not to worry that we'll see each other again. Ethan, looking at Doro's bright smile, was momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, how could the fate of these two end here? Whether they wanted to or not, they would eventually meet again. Ethan suddenly reacted. You mean my first social appearance as an adult? You promised to be my partner then. Doro awkwardly remembered. IT seems like there was such a thing. Then let's look forward to that day coming soon. After a reluctant farewell, Doro prepared to leave. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and pulled Doro back. Ethan kissed Doro deeply on the forehead. Goodbye, my little yellow lady princess. It was a pleasure meeting you. Until we meet again, you must take care. One morning, Ray wandered around the academy, preoccupied. He felt that Taiwan was hiding something from him, always spending time with Julia. He couldn't help but suspect that the two were in love. He wondered if they would stop playing with him from now on. Disheartened, Ray tried to convince himself that it wasn't true. Suddenly, there was a crash. The sound of someone collapsing came from a room. Taiwan was kneeling there, drenched in sweat, enduring intense pain. He struggled to suppress the eruption of spirit power within him. He didn't know who he would hurt next if this continued. The door suddenly opened. Ray looked at Taiwan, collapsed on the ground, surprised and at a loss. He rushed forward to help him up. Taiwan, no longer hiding it, said, "The spirit power in me is about to go out of control." Ray looked at him in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. In the Imperial Palace, Doro had returned to her home after 3 years. Although it was still the same, what she cared about most now was Garland's destruction. Since being hastily summoned back, she had been left alone without a word. Unable to bear it any longer, Doro asked, "Why did you call me back?" Garland slammed his hand on the table. "Since you've recovered, of course you should come back. You say that as if this is where I belong. You left me at the Heavenly Temple and never came to see me. And then, when you need me to appear, you call me back. Then I'm just like a clock on the wall. What reason do I have to stay in such a place?" Garland retorted bluntly, "Because you are Mireille. The clothes you wear, the things you use, the carefree days at the detached palace, and the servants who attend to you, all of these are because of the rights that Mireille possesses. They are bestowed upon you. So you must stay here." Doro was rendered speechless by Garland's words. Garland stood up and walked over to Doro. "Go take the entrance exam for Abyssium. I've heard of your intelligence and praise. If you want me to see you differently, then show me your strength." Doro found this ridiculous. Even if she passed the exam, would anything really change? If it were her past life, she would have been thrilled. But now, things are different. Doro resolutely refused Garland's proposal. Who dares to defy the Emperor's will? "Listen to me. Remember, I'm not discussing this with you. This is an order." Doro couldn't help but retort sarcastically. "Just like forcibly bringing me back here? Every word you say is supposed to be an order, right? And I just have to obey." Garland dismissively turned around to leave. 1 month to prepare. "I'll arrange a tutor for you." Doro was unmoved. "That I don't need a tutor. Just treat me like you always have. Ignore me. It's none of your business." Garland admonished Doro, "You shouldn't just be thinking about yourself. The threat to the royal family is more important. In her past life, she was tyrannical. In this life, she just wants to live kindly. But her father, who had always oppressed her, wasn't planning on letting her go." Doro, forcibly dragged home, returned to her bedroom after a scolding from Garland. She couldn't help but sigh, thinking about her past self, striving to please her father. She wanted to get the best grades to get into Abyssium, devouring every book. But all she got in return was indifference and abandonment. Although she had this chance in this life, she no longer had any interest. As Doro pondered this ridiculous life, she heard a familiar voice outside. "Doro." Ray suddenly appeared, wanting a hug without any hesitation. This startled Doro. He even presented a specially prepared gift. Looking at the roses, Doro sighed. "This is so Ray. When will he grow up?" She warned Ray not to harm any more flowers or plants in the future. Ray agreed with a chuckle, promising he wouldn't do again. He then asked Doro if there was anything she wanted. Doro turned and told Ray that she didn't want anything. Ray continued helplessly. "I heard you're taking the Abyssium entrance exam. You know how happy I am? We can go to school together and return to the palace together. You're so smart, you'll definitely ace the exam." Doro didn't want to talk about it. Changing the subject, she said, "Shouldn't you be busy right now?" Ray responded with a puzzled look, saying he wasn't busy at all. "Is there anything more important than welcoming your little sister home?" Looking at this unmotivated boy, Doro was speechless. She reprimanded him. "Why can't you use this time to study hard? How will you govern a country in the future? You really don't need to waste your time on someone insignificant like me." Turning her face away, she told Ray, "Don't regret this." Ray foolishly assured her that he would absolutely not regret it. Stephen, watching the siblings bicker, felt a renewed sense of hope. Although Doro never read Ray's books, it was fortunate that their relationship remained good. Stephen suddenly thought of Clara, who was still at the other palace. He wondered how she was doing. At that moment, Clara was in a state of panic. The Imperial Princess's sudden departure had left her a loss. Joey and Bao, watching the busy Clara, began to worry about their future. Bao helplessly asked his sister if they would have to return to their previous life. Bao hugged his sister sadly, crying that he didn't want to go back. Joey comforted her brother, saying she would find a way for them to stay. She believed the Imperial Princess wouldn't abandon them. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Sorry to interrupt." Clara saw the suddenly appearing Ethan and told him that the Imperial Princess had returned to the capital. Ethan, however, said he was there to fulfill the Imperial Princess's request. He immediately handed over Doro's personal letter. Clara was surprised that the imperial princess had left a letter. After reading it, she was overjoyed. It seemed their imperial princess was indeed loyal and compassionate. She quickly told Joey and Bao that the imperial princess had decided to take them both to Ampas. The sorrow on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by excitement. They cheered loudly. But Ethan, standing at a distance, found these words jarring. Forcing a smile, he said goodbye to Clara and prepared to leave. Joey, looking at the man who had schemed against them before, hesitated. However, she still called out to Ethan, thanking him for his help and apologizing for their previous clashes. Ethan didn't want to hear any of this. He said coldly, "You're really lucky." He immediately stepped forward and warned, "Listen, don't do anything to disgrace the imperial princess. Understand?" He then turned and left. Joey and Bao were bewildered, unsure why he had suddenly lost his temper. After a moment, they resolutely decided to retract their earlier thanks. Time flew by. A month quickly passed. Doro was in her room, being lectured by Garlinet. Looking at the scattered papers, Garlinet asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Doro looked at the scattered answer sheets. Unconcerned, she said, "Of course these are answer sheets." Garlinet roared, "Is this the result of your best effort? You didn't get a single question right." Doro said indifferently, "Isn't this great? I've created a new, unprecedented Abystium record. All I can say is I've done my best." Garlinet raged, "I thought I told you not to forget the imperial family's prestige. Do you just ignore everything I say? What do you take me for?" Doro said nonchalantly, "You are, of course, the great Emperor Yubara, and I am your daughter." "Daughter? You say you're my daughter? Didn't you always think I was a useless waste who couldn't summon a spirit?" Just as Garlinet was about to continue reprimanding his disrespectful daughter, Doro suddenly asked him, "Do you know when my birthday is?" Garlinet stopped his outburst. Yes, he certainly remembered, because that day wasn't just Doro's birthday. It was also the Empress's death anniversary. Every time that day came, Garlinet would be plunged into the grief of losing his wife. So, no matter the year, this father was unwilling to offer his daughter any blessings. Ray was different. He would hold a grand banquet for her, and at the banquet, he would give his son the highest blessings. But for Doro, he hadn't even considered giving her a single flower. Although Doro was saddened, she still hoped that one day he would suddenly appear. Just a glance would be enough. But that was just a wishful thought. In Garlinet's eyes, Doro was always blamed for acting out. He would say she was a thoughtless, incompetent, heartless, and selfish child. I suppose this is the main reason that created the irritable Dorothea Mireille of the past life. Lost in memories, Doro blurted out, "I think, Your Majesty wished it was Mother who survived back then, not me. Even if you didn't say it, I could feel it." Garlinet wanted to stop Doro from continuing. But at this moment, Doro didn't care about anything anymore. Years ago, when I was kidnapped, the one who most wanted me to disappear from this world was... She didn't finish her sentence. A sharp slap rang out. Doro had been struck hard. After the slap, Garlinet's heart must have been undergoing a tremendous upheaval. Abandoned by her father in her past life, she had wanted to live a quiet and kind life in this one. She hadn't expected her father's cruel hand to reach out to her again. As Doro argued with Emperor Garlinet for her rights, unable to bear it any longer, Doro, for the first time, poured out all the resentment in her heart, one by one. She wanted to say it all at once, to make Garlinet completely disappointed in her, so he would never bother with her again. Just as Doro was in the midst of her tirade, Garlinet slapped her again, stopping her. But Garlinet hadn't expected to act so irrationally. Although he felt some remorse, he still maintained a facade of indifference. "What nonsense are you talking about?" At this moment, Garlinet was like a child who had made a mistake, standing there, unable to move, ashamed. Doro, looking at Garlinet's changing emotions, was also a little at a loss. She would have preferred him to continue treating her like a stranger. She didn't want to see this expression. This only showed Doro a more cruel reality. Even if you have feelings in your heart, you're unwilling to show them to me, aren't you? Doro continued. "Do you remember what you said when I was rescued? I was lying in bed alone. Even though you were standing right at the door, you wouldn't come in to comfort me. Instead, you stood there and slandered me, saying I was an annoying existence. Just because you didn't want to cause a commotion, you thought my kidnapping was a shameful thing and didn't want to make it public." Garlinet, for once, wanted to explain, But Doro interrupted him again, continuing to press. Have you ever hugged me? Have you ever really treated me like your child? A young girl experiences such a traumatic event and returns, and her own father doesn't even offer a single word of comfort, a single "I'm so glad you're safe." In your heart, I'm probably just a little bit more important than an aunt, right? Garlinet looked at the hysterical Doro, unable to refute her. Dorothea Mireille. Perhaps, in Garlinet's view, since she inherited the family name, she had to bear the burdens that came with it. Doro ignored him and continued, "Don't call me Mireille anymore. This name has never been a blessing, only a burden. Besides, you never wanted to accept me as your daughter anyway. So there's no need to go through the motions and teach me during ceremonies anymore. I'll be going back now, Your Majesty." Garlinet stood there dumbfounded, speechless, watching Doro slowly retreat down the quiet hallway. Doro breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally said everything she wanted to say. After this, Garlinet's remaining affection for her should disappear completely. She would no longer be bound by the name Mireille. This was actually a good thing, wasn't it? Although she still couldn't be a good person. It was okay to end things like this, wasn't it? Suddenly, a figure appeared and grabbed Doro. "Your Highness, are you all right? Your face. Are you really okay?" Doro suddenly choked up, looking at the worried face of Stephen. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. "Stephen, I want to go back to the other palace. I don't want to stay here anymore." Doro, as if finding an outlet for her emotions, threw herself into Stephen's arms and cried uncontrollably. "I really want to disappear from this world. I don't even know why I'm alive. I don't want to do anything anymore. Stephen, take me away from here, please." After a burst of emotional release, Doro touched her swollen face. She asked Stephen, "Can you still tell I was crying just now?" Stephen just pointed to her cheeks. Doro realized the marks must be very noticeable. However, she thought that maybe no one would care. "Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for always being by my side. I sincerely want to thank you." Stephen, looking at this child who could still smile so calmly after being wronged, felt a surge of comfort. He couldn't help but reach out and stroke Doro's head. Doro felt this warm affection. This must be that feeling of immense happiness. But a voice suddenly interrupted this peaceful moment. "Your Highness." It was Tywin. Doro immediately turned her face away. Things were always so coincidental. Doro avoided Tywin's gaze, exchanging awkward greetings. Why was it always like this? Tywin always appeared at the most awkward moments. It was so annoying. Tywin seemed to notice Doro's swollen face and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He took a small bottle out of his pocket and handed it to her. "This is a healing potion. Use it quickly." Doro didn't think too much and immediately took it, awkwardly saying, "Thank you." Tywin continued to ask, "Is there anything else I can do for you?" Doro stared blankly at the man in front of her. She suddenly lowered her head. She knew Tywin wouldn't ultimately be hers, but she still smiled gratefully. "Thank you. This is enough." Doro didn't say anything more and excused herself, saying she had something to do. Tywin watched Doro leave abruptly, a little worried. He wanted to ask further, but the elven power within him began to surge again. Tywin forcibly suppressed the pain in his body. He knew that, until he had completely controlled this power, it was best to avoid contact with others. Fighting back his reluctance, he turned and left. Back in her room, Doro looked at the small bottle and couldn't help but fall into thought. She found it strange. Why was she thinking of Ethan when it was Tywin who had given her the gift? Was it because they had both shared similar experiences? She suddenly remembered the last scene of her parting with Ethan. His expression was so strange. What was he thinking at that time? Doro made up her mind. She decided to write him a letter. She really wanted to ask him what to do when faced with a situation like hers. He always listened to her stories attentively, helping her think of solutions, just like a closest friend. Doro no longer hesitated. She immediately opened the box containing the precious gifts. Inside was a handkerchief and a bookmark made of luminous flowers. If I give him this bookmark, placing it in his heart, he'll surely be very happy. But as she prepared to write, Doro hesitated again. Should she tell him about her current miserable life? Or should she write about how now my formal Mireille name has also lost its meaning? Or should she write about her father, who would be happier to see her disappear from this world than to see her now? Thinking of this, Doro dejectedly closed the box. Forget it. It's better not to write. What's the point of saying these things? It would only bring sadness and sorrow. While Doro was thinking of Ethan, far away at the Earl's mansion, was also squatting in the garden, lost in thought. He hadn't contacted Doro since she returned to the imperial capital. At this moment, he was constantly thinking of Doro, who was far away. When he saw that Joey and the others could accompany Doro back, Mars didn't know how jealous he was at the time. What else could he do now, stuck here, besides yearning for her? Feelings of longing filled Ethan's mind. He desperately hoped that Doro was thinking of him too at this moment, because the next time they see each other, it will be years later. I hope that during this time, my lovely Imperial Princess won't get sick. Please live a happy and fulfilling life. I will always bless you from afar. This girl, in her past life, became a treasured pawn due to her father's indifference. After being reborn, she originally wanted to live a quiet and kind life. But who would have thought that her emotionally abusive father would repeatedly rub salt in her wounds? After Garlinet slapped Doro, he was still in a daze. Even while reviewing documents, his mind was filled with the scene of Doro's hysteria. Although he wanted to deny Doro's accusations at the time, every time he tried to speak, it seemed so. After all, what father would want their daughter to die at the hands of criminals? But when he recalled Doro describing the scene of her birth, saying that in his heart, he must have yearned for the one to survive to be her mother, not her, Garlinet also recalled the time when Doro was just born. Indeed, if he had to choose between the two of them, he would have chosen to sacrifice Doro without hesitation. But in the end, it wasn't his beloved who survived. So Garlinet hated this child who had taken his beloved's life. He didn't want to give Doro any love and chose to forget. Or perhaps, even if he wanted to give her love, the hurdle in his heart made it impossible. After all, just seeing Doro's figure reminded him of his beloved slowly lowering her arm. Garlinet suddenly wondered if his indifference towards Doro was truly the right thing to do. He remembered the first time he saw her in Alice's courtyard and realized how strikingly similar she was to Alice. And she was a smart child, able to recite the family genealogy at such a young age. Perhaps he should have given her a hug back then, but this benevolent thought was instantly shattered by reality. Upon learning that Dorothea couldn't summon spirits, Garlinet lost the little affection he had left. Because if someone in the family couldn't summon spirits, it symbolized the beginning of the Mireille family's decline. Garlinet couldn't forgive the fact that the child his beloved had traded her life for was defective. The entire empire might be destroyed because of her existence. If Alice were still alive, she would surely be very sad. Since that's the case, perhaps it's better to be strangers, like Dorothea said. This is all my retribution. A worried servant reminded him, Your Majesty, it's not too late. Why don't you show him some more concern? Regardless, the Imperial Princess will always be a Mireille. That's what can't be changed. Garlinet watched Doro leave below and sighed. It's precisely because it can't be changed that it's the biggest problem. The scene changed. Ray, teary-eyed, told Tywin about his sister's disastrous exam performance. Tywin, however, didn't believe him at all. Ray explained helplessly, Dorothea got the lowest score in history, a 0. I wanted to show her around the academy after the exam, but it looks like that's not happening again. Tywin teased, Don't you think Her Imperial Highness is too smart? Ray looked at Tywin, confused, not understanding what he meant. Think about it. Getting a 0 means finding the flaws in all the correct answers. Her Imperial Highness must know all the right answers. Don't you see? Throughout history, on a 1,000-point exam, has anyone ever scored higher than 700? So, getting a 0 fully demonstrates that Her Imperial Highness has the potential to score even higher than the historical top score. Ray suddenly understood, but then became puzzled again, wondering if Dorothea disliked him. Is that why she did it? Tywin looked at the foolish Ray and laughed. If Her Imperial Highness disliked you, why would she accept the flowers you gave her? Trust me, she must have had a reason for doing that. Ray, still doubtful, wanted to pull Tywin along to go find Doro and ask her directly. But Tywin suddenly remembered Doro's current state. She probably doesn't want too many people to know. He persuaded Ray, it's best not to disturb Her Imperial Highness for now. He immediately changed the subject. Right? Weren't you going to tell me about the spirits today? Ray then remembered the purpose of his visit to Tywin. He immediately inquired about Tywin's physical condition. Although I can suppress the spirits now, they occasionally still escape. But at least the deaths of creatures around me haven't happened again. Ray became worried, but constantly suppressing them will continuously damage your body. Those are dark spirits connected to death. Every time you suppress them, it consumes your life force. Ray, in order to eliminate the hidden danger, brought all the ancient books from the library. They recorded the founding of the First Empire and the origin of the spirits. From the books, they learned that light and darkness were originally one. In order to balance each other, the Mirai and freed clans inherited their respective powers. So Rei vowed to Tywin, "As long as I help you, we can definitely solve this problem." Tywin thought Rei had a solution and looked at him expectantly. However, it seemed he didn't have any plan, only saying that he would discuss it with Tywin in the future and search for a solution. He believed that with his light spirit's power, he could definitely help Tywin offset that evil power. Tywin, looking at the caring Rei, nodded in agreement. And on this very day, Clara, hurrying and scurrying, also returned from the detached palace. Although their journey was delayed due to Joey and the others' identity checks, they were all very eager to see Her Imperial Highness as soon as possible, urging Clara on as they traveled. She bumped headfirst into a figure in front of her. Clara was caught in a gentle embrace, and a kind voice asked, "Are you all right?" Clara, looking at the concerned figure, blushed that "I'm fine." The knight hurriedly asked, "Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Although surprised, Stephen also blushed a little. He didn't expect Clara to be so straightforward with such cheesy words, making both of them slightly awkward. At this moment, Dorothea also came out of the room. She called out to Clara in surprise and blamed them for coming back without letting anyone know. When Clara saw Dorothea, she rushed over without a word, hugging her tightly. When she saw the injury on Dorothea's face, she couldn't help but worry. Seeing this, Joey and the other person also asked with concern. All of this looked so heartwarming in Dorothea's eyes. It turns out that where you live isn't important. What's important is having people around you who cherish you like family. Compared to the injury on her face, nothing is more important than welcoming family. Everyone was speechless, moved by Dorothea. They rushed up and hugged Dorothea. Although Dorothea couldn't breathe, who could refuse this feeling of family? This girl suffered from her father's indifference in her past life. After growing up, she not only usurped her father's throne, but also personally killed her beloved brother. Reborn, in order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, she chose to live a quiet and kind life. After Dorothea was called back to the imperial capital, she was very uncomfortable with her current life. Although her important friends were by her side, she felt very oppressed because she lived in this cage shrouded by her cold, indifferent father. She didn't know if Garlane did this to prevent her from running away, or for some other reason. The expenses here were even much higher than when she was at the detached palace. Just as Dorothea was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her. "Your Highness, what can we do here in the future?" Dorothea advised them that as long as they didn't run around here, everything else could be the same as at the detached palace. However, they must study royal etiquette even harder, because the slightest impropriety could cost them their lives. Hearing that it could cost them their lives, Joey and the other person were so frightened that they trembled. At this moment, another voice interrupted them. "Dorothea, who are you trying to scare?" Rei and Tywin walked over, greeting them. Dorothea looked at the two of them in surprise, asking why they were here at this time. For Rei, being able to visit his sister at any time was very important. He was also very worried about his sister's current state of mind, because since Dorothea returned, she hadn't left her room. Moreover, if anyone mentioned Abyss in front of her, she would get angry with them. She also refused to go out and play with them. Rei didn't understand. They were so close to each other, yet why did it feel so far away? If he didn't think of a reason to come to her, he probably wouldn't see her again in this lifetime. Rei was still thick-skinned and spoke his mind that "I missed you, Dorothea." Dorothea was feeling a wave of cheesiness when she suddenly heard Tywin ask with concern, "How have you been lately? You seem to be in much better shape than before." Although every time she saw Tywin, Dorothea's heart would always beat faster inexplicably, and many complicated emotions would arise in her mind. She seemed to be almost giving up now. She thought of him less and less. Actually, being like this in this life was already good enough. She didn't ask for anything else. As long as she could see his gentle face, she would be content. "Thank you for your concern, Tywin." Rei suddenly interrupted. "It's great to have Dorothea around. We won't be bored anymore." Although Dorothea felt that Rei should be very busy right now. For Rei, how could these two things be compared? Rei suddenly looked at the two unfamiliar faces. He curiously inquired about their presence. Dorothea also took the opportunity to introduce Joey and the other person. At this moment, the two were so excited that their bodies were numb. When Rei carefully observed their appearance, the taller and the shorter, he asked them if they were very close to Dorothea. Eager to answer the question, the two stuttered so much they could barely speak that "Why yes, your royal age highness, Crown Prince." Ray looked at the two stiff figures with interest. He told them that when they had time, they must tell him everything that happened at the detached palace. I think Ray must be envious of Joey and Dorothea's relationship. Looking at the two, who seemed about to die from nervousness, Ray couldn't help but laugh. You two don't have to be so nervous. But in Dorothea's eyes, Ray didn't have any of the qualities a crown prince should possess. The so-called majesty, sense of boundaries, and aura, he had none of them. Yet, he possessed an approachable warmth. Perhaps this side of him was the best. Maybe what her past self truly envied was this cheerful personality that everyone loved. Several years passed in a flash. Our Dorothea had grown into a graceful young lady. While she was strolling around, a maid suddenly called for her in a hurry, saying Clara had something important to discuss. Arriving at the room, Dorothea saw Clara with a gloomy expression, apologizing to her. Seeing Clara hesitating and not speaking, Dorothea thought she was unwell. After struggling internally for a while, Clara finally spoke. My father has passed away. Could I please have a few days off to go back home? Dorothea was shocked. What? Your father passed away? Clara explained that her father had been ill for a long time, and the daily labor had caused his health to deteriorate further. This morning, he suddenly, as she spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Dorothea looked at the grieving Clara, taking her hand and comforting her. If she had known earlier, she would have let her go home sooner. Clara was grateful for the princess's kindness. She felt fortunate to serve such a gentle person. But the most urgent matter was to take care of the funeral arrangements. With that, she rushed out like the wind. Dorothea felt guilty. Although she had been with Clara for so long, she didn't know anything about her family. And to be called a gentle person, Dorothea truly felt she didn't deserve such praise. She had not only been a ruthless ruler, but also a tyrant who had personally killed her brother. How could someone like her understand Clara's sorrow? Nevertheless, Dorothea decided to use her power to comfort the girl. She immediately summoned a servant and instructed, "Send someone to help Clara with the funeral arrangements, and send a wreath in my name." The servant said in alarm that this was not in accordance with etiquette, as wreaths could only be sent in the name of the royal family to nobles or high-ranking officials, not to commoners, or even servants. Dorothea was annoyed. What? I can't even send a wreath to someone who is genuinely devoted to me. Am I to be restricted even in this? Dorothea didn't care about these rules and immediately told the servant without hesitation, "Just do as I say, and I will personally attend the funeral tomorrow." The servant still tried to dissuade Dorothea, informing her that the funeral would be held in the commoner's district and that this would severely impact the royal family's image. Dorothea didn't care. Clara is important to me. I can't let her grieve alone. Go and make the preparations as I instructed. The next day, in a humble room, Clara was alone, still worrying about the funeral arrangements. When she heard a knock on the door, Clara opened the door and looked at the person before her in disbelief. Surprised that he would come here, "I'm here to help you." There was also a wreath sent in the name of the princess. Clara couldn't believe that the princess cared so much for her, a mere servant. She couldn't believe she had received such a precious gift. Stephen slowly extended his hesitant hand, gently patting Clara's shoulder, trying to offer her as much comfort as possible. At this moment, Clara couldn't hold back her tears any longer. A tyrant in her past life, she only wanted to live a kind life in this one. Therefore, the princess made many kind friends, especially her maid, Clara. After learning of Clara's father's passing, Dorothea wanted to make up for her lack of care for Clara. She not only sent a wreath, but also planned to attend the funeral personally. With Stephen's assistance, the funeral was well organized. The guests who attended were all envious of the treatment Clara received and filled with respect for her future. Clara had successfully completed the ceremony. Thanks to the princess's arrangements, everything had been prepared so easily. She also thanked Stephen for his help, but Stephen said with concern, "Actually, I offered to help so I could come here immediately." Clara looked at Stephen, puzzled. She didn't understand why he was so kind to her. Stephen told her, "Whenever I see you cry, I feel very sad." Just as Clara was still savoring his words, a voice interrupted her. "Clara, come here quickly. A royal carriage has arrived." Clara rushed out, hardly believing her ears. She asked the person who had called her, "How could a royal carriage appear here?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard footsteps slowly approaching. Dorothea, dressed in a formal black dress, appeared at the door, apologizing that "I'm so sorry to be so late. I hope my presence won't cause you any unnecessary trouble." Clara was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She didn't know how she could ever repay the princess's kindness. Dorothea, seeing Clara's emotion, said kindly that she shouldn't feel that way, as she was simply returning a favor. The more approachable Dorothea acted, the more moved Clara became. She hugged Dorothea and burst into tears. After the two of them calmed down a bit, Clara took Dorothea to see her humble home, apologizing that it was leaky and that she had nothing to offer the princess. Dorothea didn't mind, but she was curious. Why didn't she see any other family members in the entire house? Clara explained that she had a brother, but due to his health, he couldn't receive guests. Dorothea was still wondering, given her father's funeral, what kind of condition could the elder brother, as the eldest son, be in that made it difficult for him to receive guests. Just then, the door creaked open. A young man in a wheelchair came into view. Clara was surprised. "Brother, weren't you sleeping?" Her brother asked. "Who is it? So late at night?" Clara hurriedly reminded him to mind his manners. "This is Her Highness, the princess." The flustered young man quickly apologized. "That I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't recognize you. My name is Anton. I'm Clara's brother. I'm truly grateful that you came to pay your respects in person. I'm ashamed that Clara has received such care from you." But Dorothea felt it was her duty. When she was at the villa, Clara had taken such meticulous care of her and celebrated her otherwise unnoticed birthday. Whether happy or sad, it was always Clara who was by her side. In her heart, Clara was one of the few people who treated her like family with genuine sincerity. It was true affection, the kind that could exist between people with no blood relation. Perhaps family didn't necessarily mean people related by blood. So, to Dorothea, Clara was more important than any other family member. Hearing Dorothea call her an important family member, Clara suddenly froze, as if she had something difficult to say, and excused herself. Anton continued to thank the princess for her care of Clara. He felt saddened by his disability. Not only could he not take care of his family, but even the needlework he did was rejected as an ill omen. All the burdens of the family fell on Clara alone. She had given up so much for this family. Anton felt so ashamed and guilty for being a burden. He wished he could do something for her, even if it was just earning a single penny. However, he was also grateful that Clara had the princess's care. He found some comfort in seeing her kindness recognized. Listening to Anton's story, Dorothea felt terrible. She hadn't realized that someone so close to her was living such a difficult life. She felt remorseful for her incompetence as a princess and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she remembered something Anton had said and asked, "You mentioned you do needlework?" A silent night. A figure quietly hid in a dark corner. Lost in thought, a sudden sound broke the silence. Stephen appeared beside Clara, looking concerned. Clara hurriedly stood up and said she just wanted to be alone, to think about some things quietly, and that he shouldn't worry and should go back. "Are you really all right?" he asked. As if seen through, Clara fell silent. "Actually, I didn't want to introduce my brother to you all, but because of his condition, he's been bullied and insulted so much. And those looks of disdain, it made me think that even you would treat him the same way. I never told you any of this because I've always hated my family. To avoid coming home, I'd even stay at the palace for extended periods. But today, Her Highness not only said I was a good person, but also that I was her family. But I'm still running away from my own family. I feel so guilty. Besides, I know Her Highness wouldn't look down on my brother, but I was afraid to face it. Why do I feel like I've lied to such a kind person? I'm so ashamed." Stephen suddenly pulled Clara into a hug, comforting her that you've been through so much. You've worked so hard. Feeling Stephen's touch and warm embrace, Clara couldn't help but cried, "You've done more than enough. You're a good person, truly. Believe me, Her Highness knows that too." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Clara hugged Stephen tightly and sobbed. When the two reappeared, Dorothea was already at the door, preparing to leave. She scolded them for disappearing suddenly without saying anything and asked where they had been. Both blushed, unsure how to answer. Seeing their awkwardness, Dorothea dropped the subject. She said goodbye, telling them to ask if they ever needed anything. "I have an important matter to attend to soon. If anything comes up, just go to Stephen." Clara, confused, asked again, "You have something to do?" Dorothea replied mysteriously, "Yes, something very important. Something I must do." This princess, tyrannical in her past life, only wanted to live kindly in this one. To fulfill her promise of kindness, after seeing Clara's brother's disability, she wanted to do something that would give all disabled people renewed hope in life. She pored over books, creating a plan for aid for the disabled. She felt her previous negativity had been childish. She should have done something hopeful sooner. There were so many people like Anton with physical limitations. Helping them find decent, respectable work was the most urgent task. But a medical aid organization would be even better. It could establish a medical assistance system and allow people with similar conditions to form groups for mutual support and shared experiences. It could not only treat patients, but also discover new treatments and medications. Though a beautiful idea, it required practical investigation first. Dorothea suddenly hesitated, remembering something important. Would the royal family approve of such a plan? After all, anything detrimental to the royal family's lineage or interests would be difficult to pass. Dorothea recalled having the same idea in her past life. She had wanted to establish a home for the disabled, but faced resistance from all the nobles. No one wanted to undertake something without profit, especially the royal family. They would never invest in something without a return. Dorothea had submitted the plan to the emperor in her past life, only to be met with Garland's cold words. Investing in useless people like these is worthless, especially when they're so-called disabled. This idea is as useless as you are. Dorothea hadn't expected such callousness from Garland. In her view, wasn't everyone just trying to live their lives? Why would Canada use such useless words to belittle these people and himself? Is doing this really right? Dorothea was suddenly pulled back to reality, snapping out of her thoughts. What's wrong with me? I just threw away all those drafts in one go. I've already let it go. Why am I still overthinking? My background is hopeless. Just then, a hand slowly picked up the scattered drafts and began to read them. The establishment plan for the original residence of the disabled. This voice startled Dorothea, bringing her back to her senses. She saw a tall boy, Ray, reading the contents of the paper with relish. Dorothea strongly protested this unannounced entry, but Ray said it was because he was too focused, otherwise he would have definitely heard her knock. A moment passed. Ray kept praising Dorothea and her writing as he read. It's really cool. Dorothea was unconcerned. I used to draft these kinds of things in my past life. Of course, I can write them well. However, despite receiving Ray's affirmation, she told him, "What's the use of writing it so well? A plan like this will never be approved." Although Ray didn't know why Dorothea said that, the only reason he could think of was probably her father, Garland. Perhaps in the end, everything would be futile. Ray looked at the worried Dorothea and made up his mind. "I'll help you." Although Dorothea still couldn't believe he would dare to mention this matter in front of Garland, Ray's confident words dispelled her concerns. "Aren't you worried about how to petition His Majesty? Leave it to me. Maybe I can help you." Dorothea looked at the sincere Ray. Perhaps this was the only way, even though it had never succeeded in her past life. If Ray were to speak, maybe it would actually be taken seriously. Even for Clara and her brother, Anton, she couldn't give up. "Are you saying you can really help me?" "Of course I can. I'm your brother. I'm willing to help you with any request. But can you promise me something?" Dorothea was puzzled. Was there anything else he needed from her? Ray started speaking playfully. "If you can hug me and say, 'Brother, thank you,' then I'll agree to it right away. How about it?" Hearing such a shocking request, Dorothea immediately refused. It seemed she had made a big mistake trusting him. Ray persisted. "To be honest, I'm the one at a disadvantage. Can't you do it just once?" Dorothea asked curiously, "Why do you want to do this?" Ray fell silent. He remembered when Dorothea was first born. Ray had really wanted to hold her. But at that time, Dorothea still retained memories of her past life, so she loathed being stared at so closely by Ray. "That's because he didn't hold me right. It made me very uncomfortable. That's why I hated being held by him." Ray continued relentlessly, "But at the crown prince's investiture ceremony, you didn't hug me either." Dorothea ignored this, pretending not to hear, and retorted, "What's the point of hugging? Is it pitiful?" Ray answered without hesitation, "Of course, there is. That way, it proved that you accept me. We can understand each other more and accept our relationship better." This matter was truly more important than anything else to Ray. But Dorothea didn't want to accept this viewpoint. "Can we change the condition? A kiss on the cheek is also fine." Ray reverted to his playful demeanor. "Dorothea, just fulfill this wish of mine." Dorothea looked at her childish older brother. Since he had started acting cleverly, she reluctantly compromised and agreed. But this has to wait until after the matter is completed. Ray couldn't believe Dorothea had actually agreed this time. He was overjoyed. Dorothea said, if you want to get the reward, then hurry up and get His Majesty's approval. A beaming Ray, after leaving Dorothea's presence, was still thinking about her adorable appearance. He was extremely satisfied. He recalled Dorothea's previous indifference towards him, and her gradual warming up to him now. If he had made such an excessive request before, it'll be beaten out right away. It's really different. At that moment, Ray suddenly paused, looking at the huge portrait of his mother. He recalled his last few precious memories of her. It was the image of his mother lying in her coffin, and the look in his father's eyes as he gazed at her. Dorothea's birth filled the void left by the loss of his mother. In his heart, Dorothea was so special, so adorable. He swore he would protect her with his life. He would never again experience something like losing his mother. My dear sister, you don't know how much I love you. Believe me, I will protect you my whole life. Ray, standing in front of the Empress's portrait, made this promise to his mother. Although he hadn't been a good enough brother, he would certainly strive to be one. Isn't that what a brother should do? Right, Mother? This girl killed Mother the moment she was born. Her father resented her and hated her bitterly. He eventually became a tyrant. After being reborn, he chose to live a kind life to atone for his past mistakes. While Dorothea was preparing a public welfare project for Clara's brother, she encountered obstacles. Ray, solely focused on doting on his sister, stepped forward to help Dorothea achieve this great undertaking in order to please her. But when the entire plan was presented to Garlinet couldn't believe it. He scolded Ray for intending to use the royal budget on such meaningless things. Ray retorted that while it might be meaningless to them, for the common people, it was a tremendous blessing. Garlinet wouldn't listen and continued to scold him. Do you know that this kind of waste is extravagance? This small matter doesn't require the royal family's involvement. Don't be swayed by your personal emotions. The revival and prosperity of the empire are what you should be focusing on. Ray countered, but compared to those merchants, isn't helping the struggling citizens more worthwhile? Isn't the revival of the people the revival of the empire? We could help them just by saving the money spent on flowers in the palace. If there's a budget overrun, Dorothea and I will... Suddenly, Garlinet interrupted Ray. Dorothea, I see. I thought you were acting strangely today. Were you tricked by her? Ray didn't expect to hear the word tricked from his father, and was momentarily speechless. Garlinet continued, Dorothea simply doesn't consider Mireille, and what she likes to do is oppose me. Does she want to defy all of Mireille? No, Dorothea wouldn't do that. It's because of you, Your Majesty. You never bother to ask for her opinion. Suddenly, as if he'd seen something terrifying, Ray fell silent. Although Garlinet was silent, his eyes were like those of a death god. He glared at our EY.DOI. The Emperor need to ask a little girl's permission before I act. Ray, oh Ray, you don't understand the weight of the name Mireille. We are the son of the Empire. We can shine our light on everyone, but we cannot do that. It would only make people lazy. Therefore, we cannot share our sunlight with everyone. Do you understand? Ray clenched his fists. He knew the Emperor didn't understand the meaning of the plan. Dorothea only wanted to build a city where no one would be overlooked. And in that city, everyone would be equal, helping each other, loving each other. A city full of love. It was such a heartwarming plan. Why couldn't his father understand? How could he say such preposterous things? Your Majesty, of course I know Mireille's power. That's precisely why I want to use this power to help more people. Dorothea also understands this, which is why she formulated this plan. Father, we clearly have the power. Why are we unwilling to lend a helping hand? Isn't such behavior even more reprehensible? If an empire, if a Mireille, only cares about power and wealth, then what is the meaning of its existence? And at this moment, a large hand reached out, stopping Ray's hysterical roar. Raymond, haven't you realized the crisis the royal family is facing? You should know Dorothea is incapable of managing operations. Do you understand what this means? Do you want a useless person to diminish the royal authority? Dorothea is not useless. Ray loudly interrupted Garlinet's tirade. Ray then asked, with apparent distress, what's wrong with you? Why do you hate Dorothea so much? Garlinet's expression suddenly became more serious. Oh, you know that a Mireille unable to manipulate the light elves also signifies the gradual dissipation of royal authority? The elves who created this world represent power and authority. They are also the rightful symbol of the Empire's ruling class, something others wouldn't even dare to dream of. Do you understand? If it weren't for the light elves, would Fred and his lot be able to maintain their positions? They can uphold their authority only because they once possessed dark elves, and they, like us, have a symbiotic relationship. But look at Dorothea. He is the disgrace of all Mirai. In this situation, he still wants to use the name of Mirai to aid those insignificant wretches. Does he want Mirai to lose even more allies? So, Ray, stop concerning yourself with the disabled. Focus all your energy on caring for the able-bodied. That would be much more valuable. Having listened to Garland's political indoctrination, Ray disagreed. He retorted, but they are also citizens of Ubera, your majesty. Are you going to weigh even human hearts on a scale? Garland, looking at his dissenting son, felt that further conversation was pointless. He turned to leave that if doing so is beneficial, then naturally that is the choice to make. With a clang, Garland closed the door and left, ignoring the bewildered Ray. Ray hadn't expected his father's thinking to be so biased. What he found even more incomprehensible was the existence of the royal family. If it relied on the commemoration of relatives, shouldn't such a royal family be the most useless? Refusing to help people based on such fallacies sounded truly absurd. How am I going to explain this to Dorothea? Soon, Ray arrived at Dorothea's residence. Dorothea looked seriously at the dejected Ray, already understanding that things must have gone poorly. That I'm sorry, I failed. But Dorothea, just go ahead and do it. Just say I agreed. I'll take care of the rest. Dorothea looked at Ray, speechless at his foolish suggestion, and smacked him, interrupting Ray's ridiculous idea. Are you crazy? Although slightly stung, Ray still felt this was the best course of action. It wasn't anything bad, after all. Dorothea retorted, how can you bear the consequences? Ray shrugged nonchalantly. Well, let future me worry about the future. Why worry so much now? Besides, I'm the only crown prince. He can't just kick me out, can he? Ray suddenly realized he might have misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. Why am I being so foolish again? How can I flaunt my status in front of Dorothea? Knowing how my father treats him, I still said such a thing in front of him. I'm so stupid. He was about to explain when Dorothea suddenly flashed forward and grabbed Ray, then slowly loosened his grip. Ray, why are you so determined to help me? Is it just to get a hug? These are useless to you. You'll only lose in this deal. Do you understand? Why are you doing this? Ray gently held Dorothea's hand and softly said, no, this isn't some kind of deal. I just want you to do what you want to do, to have the opportunity to use your abilities. Dorothea suddenly felt something stir deep within her heart. She quickly withdrew her hand and asked what he meant. Ray continued, telling her that of all the people he knew, his sister was the most remarkable, the most outstanding person in the world. So, no matter what, he would fully support her. Dorothea's heart began to wrestle with itself, because she knew she wasn't as excellent as he said. She had once used these hands to end it all. Ray, you've really misjudged me. Seeing Dorothea's distress, Ray thought his ignorance had angered her again. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I pretended to understand you again, Dorothea. Looking at her brother, who always maintained a smile, Dorothea felt a pang of guilt. She desperately wanted to tell Ray that she was the one who should be apologizing. Even if she lashed out at him, blamed him, resented him, or punished him, he wouldn't complain. But seeing him so kind made her feel utterly ashamed. Unable to suppress her confusion, she asked, Ray, have you never hated me? I mean, why don't you resent me after how I've treated you? Ray was surprised by her sudden question. He told Dorothea, why would I hate my own sister? I can only feel Sheen Kung for you. Dorothea knew she wouldn't get anywhere by continuing this line of questioning. So she dropped her guard and confessed to Ray, Ray, the truth is, I've always hated you. I've been so jealous of you that I've even thought about killing you. Do you know how much pain I'm in? Would Ray really care about Dorothea's hatred? Tyrannical in her past life. In this life, she only wanted to be an obedient girl. Her brother's selfless devotion finally touched Dorothea's heart. But Dorothea still didn't understand. Even after how she treated him, why was he only kind in return? To understand, Dorothea decided to lay all her cards on the table. I hate you. I'm so jealous of you that I've even wanted to kill you. Don't you hate me? Ray stared blankly at his hysterical sister, stunned. Dorothea though heartbroken, felt her ugly true self had finally been revealed. Perhaps from now on, Ray would never speak to her again. Let him ignore her, just like Garlinet and the other nobles. But a sudden voice startled her. "I'm touched, Dorothea. Is this the first time you've told me how you really feel? Even though you say that, I know you don't really hate me. That's why you're like this, right? Actually, I'm happy to hear you say these things. Besides, someone who considers themselves bad because of their intense emotions can't be truly bad. A truly bad person wouldn't feel any guilt no matter what bad things they did. They wouldn't even think what they did was bad. In their eyes, as long as there's enough profit, it justifies everything. They wouldn't think about atonement or repentance." Ray suddenly hugged Dorothea tightly and continued, "But you're not like that, are you? You're really wonderful." Dorothea was caught off guard by the sudden hug, but in her heart, even if it was all fake or naive, she longed for this forgiveness. Even if everyone else had forgotten that pain, the guilt in her heart would always remind her of how unforgivable the sins of her past life were. So, Dorothea could no longer hold back her emotions and hugged Ray tightly, crying. Seeing Dorothea crying so sadly, Ray panicked, thinking he had done something wrong again. He immediately started to explain, Actually, there are times when I've hated and envied you too." At this moment, the knot between the siblings was finally untied. The next day at the academy, Ray, still basking in happiness, couldn't stop smiling. Tywin and Julia, who came to visit him, noticed the prince's unusual good mood and quickly asked, "You seem to be in a good mood. What happened to make you so happy?" Ray sighed and said, "I never knew what was wrong with Dorothea, but after hearing her say everything, I just think she's so adorable. I suddenly have this urge to travel the world with Dorothea." Tywin said awkwardly, "Don't let the Empress know about this. You'll scare her." Ray continued, "Dorothea and I are working on a secret project lately. I've decided to open a support center for people with disabilities with Dorothea. It's a place to help those who are struggling. We'll not only provide financial assistance, but also support their education and medical needs." Tywin and Julia were impressed by the plan. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, "A support center for the disabled? What a laughable plan. Who would care about something like that? You really do come up with the most unexpected things, Ray." It was Neros, the one who had tried to humiliate Dorothea before. Ray looked at the uninvited guest, not wanting to engage. Politically, it wasn't a good time to antagonize the Hark royal family. Ray said with a smile, "That's quite an unexpected comment. I can't tell if you're praising me or insulting me. Of course I'm saying it's pointless. How many disabled people are there in this world? Do you think this is a wise move?" Ray retorted, "But the royal treasury isn't just for playing power games with merchants, is it? Do you really think so? I doubt His Majesty would agree. If it were up to me, I would have kicked you out of the Imperial City already. Not only are your grades mediocre, but you're also wasting money on useless things, Ray. You're really not fit to sit in that position." But Ray wasn't angered by his words. He calmly replied, "You're so concerned. You're treating other people's affairs as your own. While I appreciate your concern, this is Yubra's business. It probably has nothing to do with you. Aha, I heard Yubra doesn't even have anyone who can summon spirits anymore. I wonder when it'll disappear. Ever since that person's birth, it's been a sign that Yubra is headed for destruction. Unable to stand it any longer, Tywin stepped forward and interrupted Neros' unreasonable rant, telling him not to go too far. Even with Ray's good nature, he wouldn't tolerate this any longer. "But, Your Highness, didn't you lose to someone without a spirit? Perhaps Hark will fall before Yubra." This left Neros speechless. Ray continued, "I don't think I'm wrong. That's what really happened. Honestly, who can say who will die first? It's all in the future anyway. So don't waste time on things you can't grasp. Living in the present is what matters most." With that, Ray, Tywin, and Julia left without looking back. The next day, at the Imperial Palace Annex, Ray and Dorothea were in the courtyard discussing the placement plan for the disabled. They not only wanted to ensure everyone had food and clothing, but also aimed to address the issue of social awareness, although this would take a long time. Suddenly, Ray seemed to have thought of something and immediately beckoned Dorothea to follow him. "Come on, Dorothea. Let me take you to a place where dreams can come true." Time flowed slowly in the river of years. A year quickly passed, and Dorothea turned 17. During this year, their support center for the disabled was finally completed. Despite the difficulties, it was successfully finished thanks to everyone's hard work. Dorothea suddenly looked back, realizing it had been a long time since she returned to Lampus. She wondered how Ethan was doing. Just then, Ray appeared beside her, interrupting her thoughts. Ray said with a worried look, "We have so many applicants this time. The prepared budget might not be enough." Dorothea looked at Ray gratefully. "Thank you, Ray. Ever since you took me to the library that day, and we found those books about people with disabilities, the support center fueled by those stories. Many nobles have joined us. I believe with our efforts, people will gradually change their old ways of thinking." Dorothea recalled her past life and how wrong her forceful methods were in promoting these ideas. Only through guidance could they truly change. Dorothea, hearing rare praise from Ray, her eyes sparkling immediately and proudly asked, "So, can I hug you now?" Ray, who had just felt a bit of gratitude, froze. "I was about to praise you more, but then you say something so childish." He rejected her without a second thought. "That we have a lot to do. How could you say such a thing?" Disappointed, Dorothea slowly lowered her head. Ray looked up at Dorothea's unhappy face, feeling like he had been a bit too harsh. "But thank you, Dorothea. Thanks to you, everything went so smoothly." Ray sincerely wanted to thank his sister, who had always stuck by him. "This time, I truly thank you. This girl was once an empress. After being reborn, she only wanted to be a kind and obedient girl. But her father greatly disliked her. Fortunately, she had a brother who was always good to her, like a loyal puppy. And thanks to Ray's tireless efforts, the two of them finally broke down the wall between them and became close siblings who could talk about anything. Along the way, influenced by various friendships and family affections, Dorothea's heart gradually changed. She was grateful to her brother who had always been there for her, grateful for everything he had done for her. Dorothea unconsciously reached out her hand. She only wanted Ray to feel her sincerity. Seeing this, Ray couldn't help but feel moved. His sister finally acknowledged him. He pulled Dorothea into a tight hug, reluctant to let go. This sudden embrace startled Dorothea. "You idiot, there are other people here. What are you doing?" But Ray didn't care. To him, being acknowledged by his sister was an immeasurable happiness. It was more important than anything else. Even if people called him an idiot, so what? At this moment, Dorothea suddenly felt a surge of emotion. The person she once wanted to kill had always been so kind to her. Even at the last moment of his life, he hadn't given up using his kindness to influence her. And she had been truly despicable. Perhaps the real fool wasn't Ray, but her. In this world, there might never be anyone else with such pure love as Ray. At this moment, Dorothea finally let go of all the darkness within her and hugged Ray tightly. In the bustling living room, only the soothing music echoed around the room. A white-haired man was lyrically playing a melodious violin. Each note sang a moving melody, and when the song ended, the moment the man opened his eyes, continuous applause erupted around him. Everyone expressed their admiration. This musical genius, blessed with both politeness and intelligence. And today, for the Valentine family, this was a very proud moment. But people began to murmur. They didn't understand why such a talented person hadn't enrolled in Abystomy. Yes, someone so capable would be even more popular if they went to Abystomy. Duke Valentine felt guilty about this. He called out to Ethan. He wanted to talk to him about this matter again. "Ethan, have you thought about applying to Abystomy again? It's truly a waste for your abilities to be displayed here." But Ethan directly rejected his father's suggestion. Although it had once been his dream, he had already given up on it. He tactfully told his father that being able to stay by his side and meet more people was what made him happiest now. The Duke felt both proud and moved by his son, and also heartbroken. Little did he know, Ethan had another reason for doing this. Through numerous social occasions, he had already learned that Dorothea hadn't gone to Abystomy. But Ethan also admired Dorothea for scoring a 0. Who knew the reason behind it better than him? So, whether or not he went to Abystomy didn't matter anymore. The Duke, seeing his son suddenly smile foolishly, couldn't help but ask if he had thought of something amusing. He told his father, "Yes, I can't help but smile whenever I think of the things I like. The next time I see Dorothea, I must greet her with my best self, become the person she wants me to be, Only then will my status be more suitable to stay by the Imperial Princess's side. The scene changes. Ray is seen grinning broadly, holding his 49th place report card and showing it off to Dorothea. Dorothea, looking at her brother, who hadn't improved much, was speechless. The top student in the whole school, who's right next to me, hasn't even said anything yet. What are you so smug about? Although a little shocked, Ray retorted, "How can you compare ordinary people with geniuses?" Dorothea teased the 49th rank-crowned prince. Right. You're amazing. This harmonious scene between the two was witnessed by Tywin. Looking at Dorothea, who seemed like a different person from before, Tywin felt a surge of relief. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he couldn't help but call out to Dorothea, "Do you have any plans to go on vacation to Pridia this summer?" Dorothea froze. Was Tywin inviting her to his home? Could she really go? While she was still hesitating, she heard Tywin's voice again. "You must have never been there before. It's a tranquil city, perpetually shrouded in mist, where even the sun can't penetrate." Listening to Tywin's description, Dorothea fell into a reverie. In her past life, she had accompanied Tywin to his hometown. She had even taken him for a walk by the lake. Back then, she only wanted to take Tywin back to his hometown to relax, hoping to ease their relationship. But none of it had changed anything as she had hoped. Her thoughts were pulled back to reality as she heard Tywin say, "Although it's a rather gloomy place, I always felt that the Imperial Princess would like it if she came." Dorothea's heart began to waver. She had already decided to let go, but now she was starting to mourn again. "Tywin, why are you so kind to me in this life? If you're like this, how can I bear to give up?" After an internal struggle, Dorothea mustered the courage to ask again, "Can I really go?" A hand reached out. "Of course, as long as you like it. You're always welcome there." But the moment Tywin's hand touched Dorothea's, she flinched reflexively. That instant brought back the memory of her past wickedness. The scene where Tywin had caught her committing a terrible wrong. Did she really deserve to be forgiven? Perhaps she really should give up these extravagant thoughts in this life. But the obsession in her heart drove her to refuse. Finally, after countless internal debates, Dorothea accepted Tywin's invitation. When Tywin heard Dorothea accept the invitation, his face immediately broke into a smile. Ray chimed in, wanting to go along too, and teasing Tywin with ill intentions. But for Dorothea, all of this was a contradiction, especially since the invitation was only extended to her. She knew she couldn't waver in front of Tywin anymore. The entanglement of their past life had led to his death. She was truly afraid that history would repeat itself. She owed him too much. And how could she let go of the lingering affection born from all of this? This trip, she would consider it the last time she spent with him. Here it comes. Just after Dorothea agreed to Tywin's request, a dramatic scene unfolded. Dorothea's first kiss was about to be lost on this journey. At this moment, Shuanqi's carriage was traveling through a mist-shrouded forest. Ray, who had never traveled far, was amazed by the sight. Tywin explained, "All of this is because of the riverbank spirits. The pact made with them is the reason why the climate here is perpetually misty." Dorothea, looking at her inept brother, felt exasperated. She said irritably, "There have been many questions about Freed on the exams, haven't there? Don't you even know that?" But Ray played dumb, pretending not to hear. He quickly changed the subject. "Dorothea, look over there. It looks like we've arrived." A majestic complex of buildings stood before them. The sight shocked Dorothea. She hadn't expected Freed to be so grand. It wasn't like this in her memories. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Dorothea nervously stepped out of the carriage. Then a voice called out to her, and a hand was extended in a gesture of courtesy. Dorothea hesitated. This was the first time Tywin had done such a thing for her. Her conflicted heart told her she couldn't refuse such a request, and unconsciously, her hand reached out. Arriving at Tywin's side, Dorothea's heart was in turmoil, yet filled with undeniable excitement. Tywin greeted her with a smile. "Welcome to Freed, Your Imperial Highness. Please come to the drawing room." Tywin's mother, the Grand Duchess of Freed, approached them. She said softly, "Such clear weather is rare in Freed. It seems wherever Mirinal is, there is light. Please rest well. The servants have prepared rooms for you. Be sure to get plenty of rest." Dorothea's tense nerves were just beginning to relax, when suddenly a hand reached out and pulled her outside. Turning, she saw it was Ray. She hurriedly asked where he was taking her. Where else? To have some fun, of course. Under the azure sky and amidst the charming scenery, they arrived at the riverside. Had they been fishing for a while? Dorothea watching this peaceful scene, couldn't believe it. The usually restless Ray was quietly fishing with Tywin. Such a scene was hard to imagine. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Dorothea, look, a foot-long fish. Dinner is sorted for tonight. Dorothea looked at her silly younger brother and thought that this was nice. No matter what, happiness was most important. But just then, someone Dorothea found difficult to face appeared. It was Julia. Julia, carrying delicious food, came to them, calling out to her companions to enjoy the meal. Dorothea's heart was pulled back to reality. She immediately warned herself to stop fantasizing. How could she not have thought of this? Wherever Tywin was, how could Julia not be there? Then, Ray's voice called out from the distance. Look, this is my entire haul for today. Julia kept praising Ray. What a dedicated fisherman. Ray boasted proudly. If I really became a fisherman, I guess I couldn't be the emperor. Dorothea glared at him after hearing this. Ray quickly backpedaled. I was just joking. Unexpectedly, Julia continued. Ray is really suited to this environment. If he could stay here, he'd definitely make a good farmer or fisherman. After all, bearing the light elf, the life source he emanates, even the land, trees, and water here would be reluctant for him to leave. But look at Tywin. He has the dark elf, and in the end, not even a single fish is willing to be born for him. Julia suddenly saw Tywin smiling at her from afar and felt like she had said something wrong. She stammered awkwardly. Speaking of which, I remember when we were little, Tywin was scolded so badly for breaking a glass. Perhaps changing the subject was a good idea, but to Dorothea, it was another story. Watching Julia recount Tywin's past, she suddenly understood. No matter when, it was always Julia who was by Tywin's side. There was no room for her to squeeze in. Perhaps she didn't understand why she became so awkward whenever she faced Julia. Dorothea suddenly came to her senses. What was she thinking? What did it have to do with her? As long as she could see his smile, see him living happily, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, Tywin glanced over and noticed Dorothea's unease. He immediately extended his hand. Your Highness, come fishing with me. Dorothea, looking at Tywin, who had invited her for the second time today, was once again caught in a dilemma. She didn't know if this was right, but this might be the last time she could accompany him. She might as well be greedy one more time. It probably wouldn't be a problem. Dorothea finally slowly extended her hand and accepted Tywin's invitation. Ray, seeing this, wanted to join in, but Julia suddenly appeared and stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. You should eat something first. The lake's surface was calm. The fishing float bobbed up and down on the water, then suddenly trembled. Tywin excitedly pulled up his rod, but upon closer inspection, it was just a boot. Tywin chuckled to himself. I thought with the Imperial Princess here, I'd finally break my Air Force curse. Guess fishing really isn't about looks. Dorothea asked curiously, if you know that, why do you still insist on learning to fish? Tywin told her, first, I really like the peaceful feeling here. Even if I don't catch any fish, the process is still quite enjoyable. Dorothea fell into reminiscence again. In her memories, she never felt that Tywin liked fishing this much. But it wasn't strange, considering back then, Tywin hadn't said a single word to her. Tywin's voice came again. And if I can be alone with the Imperial Princess like this, it's actually quite nice. Just as Dorothea was surprised by this statement, her fishing rod began to tremble. Dorothea pulled the rod tight, repeatedly calling for Tywin's help. Tywin, this fish is so strong. I think the line is going to break. Tywin hurried over to help Dorothea steady the rod. I'll count to 3 and we'll pull together. Just as they both exerted force, the fishing line, unable to bear the strain, snapped. Losing their balance, they both tumbled to the ground. Dorothea, who had fallen on top of Tywin, quickly got up and asked if he was hurt. But just then, Tywin also sat up, lifting his head. Unbeknownst to them, this accidental movement caused their lips to touch. Their expressions instantly froze. In a past life, ruthless and unrestrained. In this life, Dorothea only wanted to live kindly. Just as Dorothea was with Tywin for one last time to settle their past. An accident led to an unintentional intimate contact. At this moment, the two were frozen in place, only hearing each other's heartbeats. Their minds went blank until they heard Stephen calling from afar, ending the awkward moment. Dorothea quickly got up, hoping everything was all right. But when she looked down at her catch, she was startled by a huge creature. Without thinking, she urgently called out to Stephen, "Come quickly and get this thing under control." Stephen arrived at the bucket a moment later and stared at the enormous fish inside. Wow, I can't believe Dorothea caught the biggest fish today. Even Tywin began to tease. It seems that as long as you can endure the long wait, the final reward is worth it. But then again, Imperial Princess, you had the biggest catch of all of us. Truly amazing. Hearing Tywin's praise, Dorothea blushed. She hadn't done anything particularly impressive, yet Tywin was praising her. A sudden shyness arose, but she recalled the earlier incident. Tywin, however, seemed unaffected. Although it wasn't a real kiss, that brief touch for Dorothea was like a thunderbolt, nearly shattering her heart. Tywin, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. Did he not care at all? Suddenly, Tywin spoke. Ray and Julia went mushroom picking. Do we need to wait for them here? Dorothea, still feeling slightly disappointed, didn't want to stay any longer. She stood up and told Tywin she wanted a rest. She called out to Stephen and left without looking back. Tywin, somewhat bewildered, watched Dorothea walk away. The clear sky gradually gave way to the evening glow. Dorothea lay on the ground, lost in thought. She replayed the day's events in her mind. She had come to say a final goodbye to Tywin, so why was she still holding on to hope? Ugh, I'm such a fool, she sighed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above her. Tywin, leaning over her, looked down at Dorothea. Imperial Princess, this may be a bit abrupt, but there's something I've been wanting to ask you. The sudden close proximity flustered Dorothea. Her heart raced, and she couldn't even respond to Tywin. He continued, why did you accept my invitation? Dorothea was still preoccupied with his closeness and hadn't even registered his question. Actually, I thought you would refuse me. Dorothea finally heard these words. Hearing the word refuse, she felt like a clown, being scrutinized once again. Did Tywin not want her to accept? She sat up, a little angry, and said, I'm sorry. I was too presumptuous in accepting. Tywin, afraid of angering Dorothea again, grabbed her shoulder. That I'm sorry. He continued, that's not what I meant. I really wanted you to come. That's why I invited you. But I've always felt like there's an invisible wall in front of your Imperial Highness, keeping you isolated. You close yourself off, making it impossible to guess what you're thinking. And I always try to guess. Are you happy? Sad? Angry? Please. I can't even guess whether you like or dislike my presence. I don't know any of this. So every time we interact, I can only approach you cautiously. And every time I try to help, I feel like a sharp knife, something the Imperial Princess avoids. Dorothea clutched her dress tightly. She knew she didn't want to be like that, but she couldn't explain it to Tywin. She could only offer the excuse, I'm just being careful. More importantly, I'm afraid you'll hate me. Hearing this, Tywin still didn't understand why Dorothea was so cautious. But how could he know how? In her past life, Dorothea had driven him to despair step by step. Dorothea didn't want the events of her past life to repeat. As long as he could live happily in this life, that was all that mattered. And to achieve this wish, Dorothea felt she couldn't. Just as Dorothea pulled away from Tywin's hand, he grasped it tightly once more. Your Imperial Highness, can I give you that happiness? Cannot? Dorothea's mind was suddenly flooded with memories. Every moment of her past life echoed in her mind. When the words that had once pierced her heart rang out, Dorothea became afraid. Remember this. My death was caused by your ambition. Those words pulled Dorothea back to reality. Her trembling hand lost its courage, slowly slipping away. Why am I still so greedy? With that, she pulled away from Tywin's hand. Tywin didn't understand his words. Had he hurt her again? He had only sought the Imperial Princess's heart, but what he saw was the saddest face in the world. Tywin slowly reached out again. Your Imperial Highness, please don't cry. Although Dorothea was sobbing hysterically, she was happy inside. She didn't know how long she had waited for these words. But this time, her sadness stemmed from the fact that she could no longer selfishly possess Tywin. She couldn't accept such tenderness. Her long-fought decision to give him up mustn't be destroyed by his gentleness. Resolutely, she pulled 2 items from her bag. These were the 2 gifts Tywin had given her. She had treasured them like precious keepsakes. Suppressing her emotions, she said, I was going to throw these away, but since they're yours, it's best to return them to you. Tywin looked at the 2 items in disbelief. He didn't understand why Dorothea was returning them. Since I gave them to you, they're yours. Why are you giving them back? Tywin suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He began to understand the Imperial Princess's meaning. You've already, he began, then stopped. I it because you decided to give up that you feel there's no need to keep them anymore. But Dorothea's thoughts were elsewhere. She was reminiscing about everything that had happened with Tywin in this life. Not only his kind words, but also that unintentional kiss. She was content with this life. More importantly, she was ready to leave Tywin. She spoke with a sense of relief. I feel like I could be okay without these. So these things have always belonged to you. I can't keep them. Even if you decide to throw them away later, I still want it to be you who does it. Tywin didn't understand Dorothea's sudden change, but in the end, he accepted the items. He wouldn't throw them away. He would keep them close as a cherished memory. Dorothea thought about her former lover. She had finally let go in this life. Should a new journey begin now? Evening fell upon Freed, silent and still. The night sky was exceptionally beautiful. Dorothea, unable to sleep, went out onto the balcony. She thought back over everything that had happened today. She had thought that after rejecting Tywin, she would definitely be heartbroken and regretful. But she suddenly realized that she wasn't as upset as she had imagined. It was all her fault for dragging things out for so long. Dorothea suddenly looked towards the distant sky. A dazzling star shone increasingly bright. It vaguely brought to mind the image of you, the one who, in order to win her favor, disregarded their own danger and went alone to gather night-blooming flowers. Perhaps happiness really was this simple. Dorothea didn't know why she was thinking of you, but at this moment, she really wanted to know how that boy she hadn't seen in so long was doing. She only wanted to live a good life in this lifetime. She had let go of all the obsessions of her past life. Right after Dorothea resolutely rejected Tywin's confession, her entire body and mind relaxed. That day, Ray and Dorothea, the two siblings, went to town to stroll around. Ray sighed as he walked, lamenting how short this holiday had been. In a few days, they would have to go back to school. Dorothea, looking at Ray's reluctant face, teased, "Don't even think about not going back. The next semester at Abysdemia is about to start." Ray, at this moment, didn't want to hear anything about school. He immediately changed the subject, saying, "Dorothea, look at that painting up ahead. It's so cool." Dorothea, seeing through Ray's little trick, said teasingly, "Don't think you can change the subject." Just as the two were bantering, a small voice came from afar. "Young master, young miss, please take a look at these. These are unique shell crafts from the shores of the Predia Sea." The two looked at the items in the little girl's hands and were drawn in. Dorothea also happened to want to buy some gifts to take back. She learned that these were all meticulously handcrafted by the little girl, perfect gifts for those most genuine. Dorothea was moved by the girl's sincerity. Without a second thought, she began to choose. Then she called to Stephen and asked him to crouch down. Stephen, looking bewildered, didn't know what her Imperial Highness was doing, but he obediently crouched down. Dorothea took out the newly purchased shell brooch and carefully pinned it on Stephen's chest. Stephen, momentarily stunned, bowed his head. Dorothea said with a smile, "This is something I specially picked out for my knight. Do you like it?" Stephen, touching the brooch, nodded repeatedly at Dorothea with satisfaction. "I bought a lot more. I'm sure they'll love them too." Dorothea, her face beaming with happiness, thought, "There's nothing better than this right now." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, graduation season arrived. Nobles and dignitaries from all over came to the square to offer their congratulations on the crown prince's graduation. Ray, now in his early 20s, had also grown taller. Just then, a figure slowly approached the square, walking towards Ray. Ray, as if sensing something, glanced over. What caught his eye was a large bouquet of yellow flowers. "Congratulations on your graduation, Ray." Dorothea, now a graceful young woman, made Ray's eyes light up. He was moved to tears. "Dorothea, you came to congratulate me. I'm so touched." Seeing his silly expression, Dorothea couldn't help but remind him, "Can you please not make such strange faces on such an important occasion?" Ray obediently composed himself. "Thank you, Dorothea. I'm finally leaving this hellish place. I didn't disappoint you. I ranked 32nd in the entire graduating class." Dorothea was quite pleased with Ray's achievement. "Although compared to Tywin, my grades are nothing, I'm very satisfied." Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The much-anticipated valedictorian award ceremony was about to begin. Looking at the familiar face, Dorothea was stunned. She hadn't expected to see him again after so many years. Tywin had become a young man. When Tywin's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the audience, Dorothea became flustered. Tywin looked at the somewhat tense Dorothea. He couldn't help but smile brilliantly like him. Dorothea was actually very afraid of that rejection. Tywin would never treat his relatives right again, but she still considered herself lucky. At least he was still messaging her. As she spoke, Dorothea politely waved her hand and returned a smile. Suddenly, the entire square became lively again. It seemed everyone was bustling about, looking for dance partners for the coming-of-age ball. Dorothea's expression suddenly darkened. Those scenes from the past, the place where all the evil began. As everyone knows, this coming-of-age ball is specifically held for the public by the Ubera royal family. It's one of the events that gathers the most nobles. It's also the grandest occasion after every graduation ceremony. And everyone frantically searching for dance partners is also striving for the greatest benefit for their families. Did Polo find Laban? Polo seemed a little at a loss regarding this question. Tywin didn't in her past life. She wondered if he would invite them again in this life. But the moment she saw Julia appear beside Tywin, she immediately dismissed the thought. Whether in her past life or this one, at this very moment, she was still all alone. For her, this event was nothing but a joke. She remembered that at the coming-of-age ball in her past life, Dorothea also attended the ball in gorgeous attire. But the sounds around her, besides all kinds of sneers and ridicule, were of people distancing themselves from her. Just as Dorothea was listening to these gossips and was about to lose her temper, a figure suddenly stood in front of her. If you continue to insult my dance partner, I won't be polite. The crowd recognized the person as Tywin, Fred's eldest son. Seeing him defending the imperial princess, they couldn't help but adjust their attitudes to, "Oh my, are you defending your dance partner? If it's too difficult, don't force yourself. I'm sure Raymond wouldn't blame you. After all, who would want to choose someone like this as their dance partner at the ball?" Dorothea was already numb to this kind of humiliation. Then a clear voice rang out again. "No, there won't be. I'm here. I'm willing to be the imperial princess's dance partner." Dorothea stared at Tywin's resolute gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Looking at his sincere expression, Dorothea actually believed that Tywin was genuinely treating her well. If only she had been more rational back then and taken his actions as mere respect for her, then the later misfortunes would certainly not have happened. Back in reality, Dorothea wasn't surprised by the current situation. It didn't matter whether she had a dance partner or not. Ray found it strange that Dorothea was so negative and reminded her, "But this is your debut coming-of-age ball. How can you not have a dance partner?" Just then, a delicate voice came. "No dance partner? Princess Dorothea, if absolutely necessary, I could also be your dance partner." Dorothea looked at this arrogant scoundrel, her eyes suddenly turning cold. "Long time no see, Prince Nyarus. But you'll be disappointed. I'm not the kind of person who will just pick anyone to be my dance partner." "Huh, is there anyone here more suitable to be your dance partner than me? The imperial princess must be in a difficult situation right now, and I like to help those in need. So you shouldn't." Just as Nyarus was about to continue humiliating Dorothea, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Oh my, our imperial princess is more willing than anyone to help those in need. But her dance partner has been booked long ago." Dorothea listened to this somewhat familiar voice and couldn't help but turn around. After confirming that the person was indeed who she thought it was, she was surprised. But before she could react, Ethan suddenly kissed Dorothea on the forehead. This startled everyone. Even Tywin's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this scene. In his past life, he had been impulsive and reckless. Reborn and awakened, he only wanted to live a kind life in this life to atone for the sins of his past. Just when Dorothea was worried about not finding a dance partner, someone unexpected appeared. "Long time no see, Imperial Princess." Ethan suddenly appeared and kissed Dorothea. This left everyone stunned. Dorothea broke free, somewhat flustered. She couldn't believe that Ethan would actually appear here. Perhaps Dorothea had already forgotten that promise. But Ethan hadn't. "Long time no see. How are you doing now?" Ethan gently took Dorothea's hand again, bringing it to his lips for a kiss. "I missed you so much, Your Highness. I truly hoped you hadn't forgotten me." Dorothea, still recovering from the Jinsha, responded stiffly, How could I forget you?" Ethan, looking unconvinced, moved his face closer to, "I was so afraid that the long separation meant you'd forgotten me. Perhaps even our promise. You don't remember it, do you?" Dorothea's mind short-circuited. She didn't understand what Ethan was referring to. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. Once, to prevent Ethan from meeting Prince Nyarus, and also to stop them from getting up and causing a scene, Dorothea had reluctantly agreed to accompany him to the debutante ball when Dorothea hadn't taken it seriously. She hadn't expected Ethan to be serious. Could it be that he appeared here because of that promise? Dorothea suddenly came to her senses. She quickly pulled her hand away from Ethan's, saying, "How could I forget?" Ethan smiled contentedly, chuckling. Good thing you remembered." Dorothea was about to argue that she hadn't forgotten when Ethan suddenly embraced her, whispering, "Your first lie, right? Must be quite unusual for you." Just as Dorothea was about to retort, a figure suddenly pulled them apart. Ray, looking displeased, questioned their relationship. "Who are you?" Ethan, undaunted, introduced himself. "I am Ethan Valeni, the second son of the Valeni family." Upon hearing the name, Valeni, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Ray also remembered seeing him at the detached palace before, but he still couldn't believe that Ethan would be Dorothea's escort for the debutante ball. Just then, an angry voice rang out. "A mere tree-hugger dares to compete with me? Do you know who I am?" Ethan turned towards the voice, a slight smile playing on his lips as he stated the other's identity. "Of course I do. Aren't you His Highness, Prince Nyarus of Harkay?" The enraged Nyarus continued to yell, "Knowing that you still dare to disregard me like this? Do you take me, the Prince of Harkay, for a beggar?" Ethan wasn't going to indulge him. "What? Did Her Highness beg you just now?" Ethan said dismissively, "The princess and I agreed to be partners long ago." Nyarus was so angry he nearly jumped out his skin. Ethan warned him, "This isn't the place for your arrogance. If you want to start a fight here, you better think about the consequences. Aren't you afraid of being labeled as ill-mannered? You can try, but I believe with your status, you wouldn't stoop to my level, would you?" Nyarus, rendered speechless, calmed down slightly. "You don't seem to be a student of Abystamdi. Are you even qualified to attend the graduation ceremony? This isn't a place for just any stray cat or dog to wander in. How did someone like you, without even the qualifications, sneak in here? Are you trying to snag a noblewoman to be your sugar mama? You want to be a parasite, don't you?" Ethan smiled disdainfully. How childish. Taunts like these aren't funny at all. "I'm here because my older brother is graduating this year, although he's dead last in his class." Nyarus scoffed. "Seems your family isn't much either. Even your brother could enroll, but not you." Ethan smiled. "That's because Abystamdi has nothing left for me to learn." "Well, there are a few things worth learning, like the shamelessness of boosting one's own image by belittling others, and the despicable act of resorting to violence when losing an argument." Nyarus, listening to these taunts, couldn't contain his rage any longer. With a shout, he lashed out. A red mark appeared on Ethan's face. Seeing Ethan injured, Dorothea's heart clenched. "A mere tree, daring to defy me? Unaware of your own status." Ray suddenly stepped forward, scolding Nyarus. "Nyarus, what are you doing? Don't go too far. Dorothea already rejected you. What right do you have to cause a scene here? Is it because he once defeated you, and you want to save face?" Nyarus, hearing Ray bring up his embarrassing past, burned with fury. Ray reminded him, "This is a sacred graduation ceremony. You'd better leave, Nyarus." Nyarus, gnashing his teeth in anger, wanted to do something, but he was helpless. Suddenly consoling herself. How could she lower herself for such an insignificant imperial princess? Thinking about it, she was truly out of line. "I won't be so polite." After leaving these harsh words, Rousey gracefully departed. Ethan had already reached his limit, having heard these disparaging remarks about Dorothea. Dorothea worriedly approached Ethan and woke him. But she suddenly noticed something was wrong with Ethan's expression, afraid he might do something foolish. She quickly said, "Ethan, I need to talk to you. Can you come with me?" When the two arrived in a quiet room, they stood in silence. Although Dorothea had forcibly pulled Ethan away to prevent him from causing trouble, it was a bit awkward now that they were alone. "Are you all right?" There's really no need to stoop to Rousey's level. Just as Dorothea was about to say more, Ethan interrupted her. "Your Highness, shouldn't you be saying you missed me right now?" Dorothea was stunned. She was taken aback by his sudden question. But truthfully, whether happy or sad, Dorothea couldn't help but think of Ethan. However, Ethan hadn't contacted her since he left, which left Dorothea feeling a little hurt. Ethan told Dorothea that it was because his timing wasn't right, and he couldn't be so reckless as to appear by the princess's side. Dorothea didn't understand this absurd reasoning. She complained, "Is the timing right now then?" "Well, that depends on whether your Highness has changed her mind about not wanting me as your knight." Dorothea quickly waved her hands, denying any change of heart. "I haven't changed my mind. I was just startled by your sudden appearance. But speaking of which, do you really want to be my knight?" Ethan didn't understand why Dorothea kept asking. Dorothea simply felt that Those were childhood promises, after all. Who could guarantee they wouldn't change as they grew up? Moreover, Ethan was now a remarkable and highly sought-after talent. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find someone better than Dorothea. Ethan suddenly extended his hand and gently took Dorothea's. He said softly, "It's too late to change your mind now. I've been looking forward to this day since we met. You have to believe, no matter when or where, from beginning to end, you're the only one I've ever wanted, Your Highness." In her past life, twisted love turned her into a tyrannical ruler. Looking back, she wanted only to live a kind life. But unexpectedly, the intertwining of fate brought back the very thing she wanted to avoid. After meeting Ethan at the graduation ceremony, Dorothea's heart was in turmoil. As they walked and talked in the hallway, Dorothea's self-rejection resurfaced. To allay Dorothea's concerns, Ethan took her hand and confessed affectionately, "In this life, aside from my promise to Your Highness, I desire nothing else." Looking at the affectionate Ethan, Dorothea's heart pounded. For a moment, she was moved, but the memories of her past life pulled her back to reality. She instinctively felt that everything Ethan did was just to gain more power. It was because of this that she chose to cooperate with him in her past life. Suddenly snapping back to her senses, Dorothea pulled her hand away from Ethan's. She said, "I know why you're doing this to me, but now I don't have much value to be used. Although I still have royal blood, I'm just a neglected princess." Dorothea also knew that Ethan was now talented and handsome. The only thing that could restrain him was his commoner status. To erase this stain, he chose to cooperate with Dorothea. Of course, that was the choice she and Ethan made in their past lives. But now, Ethan's choice shouldn't be Dorothea anymore. Dorothea felt inferior, thinking that her bloodline wasn't even as good as a tree's. What else could be used? "So, Ethan, what you want, I can't give you." A gentle voice slowly replied, "Your Highness, what are you saying? No matter what others think, in my heart, the Imperial Princess will always be the Imperial Princess of Melaner. There's no one more outstanding than you." Dorothea is afraid that is being deceived by Ethan's sweet words. "Don't think too highly of me. That will only lead to more disappointment." Ethan doesn't understand why the Imperial Princess is so timid. Could it be that something disappointing happened in the past? He doesn't know. Dorothea expected too much in her past life. She looked forward to the awakening of her elven power. She looked forward to entering the Adisti Academy. She even more so looked forward to the day Tywin would truly love her. But the cruelty of fate ultimately sent her to the execution platform. All expectations were replaced by tragic disappointment. How could she not be disappointed? "Ethan, you don't understand me at all." Ethan suddenly drew closer to Dorothea's face and whispered, "No, Your Highness, it is you who doesn't understand anything. Believe me, I am absolutely the person least likely to disappoint you, Your Highness." Dorothea pushed Ethan away. She didn't want Ethan to change anything for her. "You're already good enough like this. Do you really not expect anything anymore? I won't expect anything from someone like me. Greedy thoughts will only destroy everything. Ethan, I won't yearn for anything anymore." After saying this, Dorothea turned to leave without looking back. But just then, Ethan called out to her from behind, "Your Highness, you're good with words. What ordinary people consider greed for the wind and dreams should be considered hope." Dorothea pondered the word hope. She had never thought of it that way. Could her disappointment also be transformed into a kind of hope? "Ethan, why do you care so much about me?" Ethan replied mysteriously, "Clever Imperial Princess. Just think about it a little more, and you'll soon know why." These words echoed in Dorothea's mind, lingering for a long time. Even the next day, arriving at the Imperial Palace, she was still savoring those words. But the sound of turning pages interrupted Dorothea's thoughts. Dorothea had been here for a long time because Galanai had summoned her to come here early and wait for him. Dorothea couldn't understand. Since he was busy with official duties, why couldn't he summon her later? Did he want her to see how busy he was every day? It was truly baffling. Dorothea suspected this was another one of Galanai's tests for her. But then again, Dorothea thought that after that rebellion, Galanai shouldn't want to see her again. She guessed it was either a change of heart or that he was moved by Polo's words and felt a pang of conscience. But on second thought, how could that be? He had never cared about her in his entire life. Or was it that some strange rumors had reached his ears? Like what happened at the graduation ceremony, an abandoned imperial princess, making a promise with a lowly commoner. Besides this, Dorothea couldn't think of any other reason why she would be summoned. Perhaps he wanted to use this matter to interrogate her. Thinking of this, Dorothea felt a wave of distress. A commoner and the imperial princess mixed together would surely further diminish that ever-declining imperial majesty. Lost in thought, she heard Galanai snap his fingers, interrupting her thoughts. "All right, bring it here." A servant came over carrying a wooden box. "This is 100,000 bottles of red wine named after you." Why no smile? Are you unhappy? Perhaps Dorothea had long forgotten her agreement with Galanai. Dorothea was very dissatisfied with such an extravagant gesture. If these resources could be used for the Disabled Support Center, who knows how many people could be helped. But on the surface, she still perfunctorily offered polite words that "I'm very happy, Your Highness. It's just that this isn't something worth smiling about. But this quantity is truly excessive. This wine was made because of you. As for how to dispose of it, you decide. If you don't want it, just pour it into the river." Dorothea was speechless at Galanai's words and actions. "Wasn't that excessive waste?" Galanai slowly said. "So, you should take it back yourself." Dorothea still didn't understand why Galanai would suddenly give her so much red wine. She asked doubtfully, "Are you testing me?" Galanai, thinking Dorothea was feigning ignorance, continued, "Why would I test you? This is my coming-of-age gift to you." Hearing this, Dorothea was stunned and a little surprised. "A gift? A coming-of-age gift for me?" Galanai, looking at Dorothea's dazed expression, said with some displeasure, "It seems you don't like it." Dorothea quickly recovered and replied, "How can I not be satisfied with such a gift? I'm very satisfied." After a bit of small talk with Galanai, Dorothea returned to her room, unable to stop thinking about what had happened today. It was treatment she had never enjoyed in either of her lives. And even when the matter of Ethan was brought up later, she wasn't scolded, just told to stay away from him. Galanai also wanted Dorothea to use this batch of wine to hold a banquet to build connections. Dorothea scoffed at Galanai's contradictory style. He'd clearly said she could do what she wanted with the wine, but then immediately gave her instructions for it. Is this some childhood game he's only now remembering to play with me? However, after tasting the wine, Dorothea was quite impressed with its flavor, but to share it with these nobles seemed like such a waste. Even if she did, what difference would a better relationship make compared to now? After careful consideration, Dorothea suddenly had an idea. In that case, I'll use it for that. The girl, lacking the protection of the light elves in her previous life, had turned to darkness. Reborn, she was no longer obsessed, only wanting to live a kind life. After Dorothea accepted the 100,000 bottles of wine from Galanai, she also figured out how she would use them. Clara was shocked when she heard the plan, but Dorothea was indifferent, saying that having so much was useless to her. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to donate it to hospitals that needed wine for medicinal purposes? But Clara felt that such a luxurious item as wine would be more valuable if used to curry favor with the nobles. But Dorothea felt it should be used to help those who needed it more. My own power is limited, after all. I must make the most of what I can utilize. Whether or not those nobles drink a bottle of wine, what can it really change? By the way, I also gave some to the knights. I wonder if Stephen and the others will like it. I've prepared a share for you and your family too. Clara was deeply grateful for the imperial princess's kindness, but suddenly, looking at Dorothea's attire, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, are you really satisfied with your dress?" Dorothea fiddled with her dress. Yes, there's something wrong with it. Of course there is. Such a beautiful imperial princess shouldn't dress so plainly. It's fine. This dress was actually quite expensive. Dorothea quickly changed the subject. By the way, how are things progressing with you and Stephen? Clara blushed at Dorothea's sudden question and answered truthfully. Stephen still comes over to help often. We occasionally dine together in our free time, but we're not at the stage you're thinking of yet. So please don't misunderstand, Your Highness. Immersed in happiness, Clara became oblivious. Dorothea, seeing this perfect opportunity, prepared to slip away. She didn't want to hear this lovey-dovey talk. Clara seemed to suddenly come to her senses and hurriedly called out to Dorothea. But by then, Dorothea had already vanished without a trace. In the ballroom, Dorothea arrived and looked around. She was glad Clara hadn't followed her. She didn't want to be nagged about her clothes again. Even if she dressed up, what would it change? Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. A figure slowly walked towards Dorothea. "Your Highness, come with me." Dorothea stared blankly at the confident Ethan, feeling a bit flustered. Such a a formal invitation left her feeling somewhat at a loss. But just then, Dorothea suddenly recalled this event from her past life. She truly hoped that wouldn't happen again. She remembered that debutante ball. Everyone had been assigned their own entrance order. It was meant for all debutantes to. It was a great opportunity for everyone to show themselves. But when Dorothea stepped onto the stage, all the lights in the entire venue suddenly went out, and in the ensuing chaos, the venue was filled with mocking laughter. Dorothea could only endure the sadness in her heart, waiting for the hidden love letter. At that moment, she felt utterly hopeless. She didn't understand why even the heavens seemed to be against her. Could it be that the whole world couldn't tolerate her? Just as Dorothea was lost in thought, Ethan whispered gently in her ear, "What is your highness thinking?" This startled Dorothea. "See, could you please not sneak up behind me and talk every time?" "I haven't. I've been talking to you the whole time." At this moment, a figure in the distance silently watched them, observing the two talking and laughing. A pang of jealousy arose in his heart, but a voice suddenly interrupted him. Julia's gentle voice said, "Kaiwan, are you all right?" Kaiwan came back to his senses, looking tenderly at Julia. "That I'm a little uncomfortable, but it's not a big deal. Thank you for coming to be my partner, though." Although Julia was happy, she was still worried about Kaiwan's current state. She couldn't help but feel concerned. Ray has something to do. He'll be here later. If you're too tired, we can go back now. Just then, the surrounding whispers and murmurs grew louder. "Look over there. Why is the Imperial Princess wearing such a cheap dress to this event? Could it be that after staying in the palace for so long, she's forgotten all about proper attire?" Nyeruosi, in the crowd, also couldn't help but stare. She hadn't expected these two to actually be together. The surrounding gossip also provoked Julia to speak up in defense. How can they say such things about the Imperial Princess without any reason? If Ray were here, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Kaiwan, however, fell silent. Perhaps what he cared about most now was why the person standing next to Dorothea wasn't him. At that moment, the lights suddenly dimmed. A slow footstep echoed softly. Suddenly, a large hand waved, and the sky filled with glittering starlight. It was Galanai, manipulating the light spirit, making his dazzling entrance. People looked at the holy light with reverence and awe. From below the stage, someone kept cheering Yubin laws. Dorothea, captivated by this dazzling scene, became lost in thought. If only I could manipulate a spirit too. Then Ethan's voice suddenly rang out. "This is the first time I've seen a spirit." Dorothea, not doubting Ethan's surprise, asked him what he thought of the light spirit. Ethan thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, in my opinion, it's not as impressive as I imagined." Dorothea was puzzled by Ethan's words. "But this is a legendary spirit." Ethan, however, stared at Dorothea nonchalantly and said, "The radiant light in my heart is far more magnificent than this." So, what does a spirit really represent, right? Dorothea was touched by the underlying meaning of Ethan's words, and even her heartbeat quickened. This was the first time someone had told Dorothea that the obsession that had always troubled her didn't actually represent everything. Radiant light wasn't something only a spirit could possess. Dorothea couldn't help but feel moved. And so, amidst a burst of lively applause, the opening ceremony of the ball came to an end. Dorothea was about to leave this place of contention, but unexpectedly, she was stopped by a group of people who loved to stir up trouble. They poked directly at Dorothea's sore spot. "Your Highness, don't you think His Majesty's spirit is quite dazzling? I believe that as the Imperial Princess, as long as you practice diligently, you should be able to summon one too." "Right, yes. Just like someone who can't ride a horse. As long as they practice enough, they can still learn. But the prerequisite is to have a horse first." A wave of snickers rippled through the crowd. Dorothea was long accustomed to such ridicule. What could she say? But just then, Ethan's voice rang out. "Everyone may not know this, but Her Highness is already capable of summoning a spirit." Dorothea didn't understand why Ethan would suddenly say such a thing. Wasn't this just making another joke at her expense? Unexpectedly, Ethan continued to tease. "Isn't the Imperial Princess's presence like a light spirit, radiating a dazzling light? Isn't that right? Ethan, you're such a joker. How could she possibly summon a spirit?" Ethan said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm being sincere. It's embarrassing that you're all laughing at me." To escape the chatter of these gossipers, Ethan decisively took Dorothea's hand and excused themselves. Outside the palace window, Dorothea thanked Ethan for rescuing her. Ethan didn't understand why these people always brought up the topic of spirits. Dorothea responded indifferently, saying that the topic would always be associated with her. If they like talking about it, let them. Ethan consoled her. If the Imperial Princess truly had spirit power, things wouldn't be like this. Dorothea assumed Ethan was still fantasizing about her being able to provide him with the power he needed. She sighed. Didn't I already tell you? I can't help you with anything. The way I am now is how I will be in the future. It won't change. After the debutante ball, I'll have another piece of cake, and then I plan to go back. After all, there was cake here prepared by Joey for her. Perhaps this was the only thing she felt any attachment to. While Dorothea was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. Imperial Princess. Hearing this familiar voice, Dorothea's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly turned around to look. The person who spoke was Kai Wan, the source of the familiar voice. Another figure also came into view, Julia. The two, looking like a couple, walked towards him hand in hand. The girl, due to a lack in her past life of the light spirit's protection, turned to darkness. After rebirth, she no longer obsessed and only wanted to live a kind life. Just as Dorothea and Ethan were enjoying their time together, two unwanted guests appeared, interrupting the peace. They said in unison, Imperial Princess, congratulations on your debut. Dorothea, somewhat distracted, simply replied with a murmur of acknowledgement. She didn't know why she felt a flicker of anger when she saw them appear together. Perhaps this was fate, and it was meant to be this way. But thankfully, her current self wasn't like her past self who had given Julia. Just then, a gentle hand firmly grasped Dorothea's. Kaiwan said, I heard that young Master Tai also graduated from Abistemi, and today is also your debut ceremony. I imagine it won't be long before you return to Fred, will it? Tywin looked at Ethan with a cold gaze and replied, There's still much I need to learn here. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Ethan, not backing down, continued, I thought you'd be rushing back to inherit your great work by now. Tywin, avoiding the topic, asked, So, Mr. Ethan Valente, how long do you plan to stay here? Ethan continued to provoke him. Who knows? I suppose I'll be in Lampasden for quite a while this time. Oh, right, the debutante ball is about to begin. We should get going. Ethan's next action made Tywin's heart tremble. Ethan slowly took Dorothea's hand, preparing to leave. His heart felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through it. Dorothea didn't pay attention to this. After all, Ethan was her dance partner now. After saying their goodbyes, the two of them left. Ethan mischievously glanced back, giving Tywin a disdainful smirk before leaving with Dorothea, chatting and laughing. Perhaps Tywin still didn't understand why Ethan was so full of animosity towards him. At the ball, the nobles danced the waltz merrily, each showcasing their charm. Dorothea watched it all with boredom. She felt helpless. Her dance partner was currently dancing with another girl. But Dorothea was mesmerized by Ethan's dance steps. She hadn't expected him to dance so smoothly. His elegant steps, combined with his handsome appearance, captivated the audience, making him the center of attention. Ethan would occasionally turn his head and look at Dorothea, flashing a mischievous smile. Although Dorothea tried to remain composed, each of Ethan's glances stirred a ripple of emotion within her. She snapped back to her senses and looked away. This guy is always like this. It's so infuriating. Meanwhile, in the corner, someone was clenching their jaw. He should have been the most dazzling person on the dance floor. He didn't understand why everyone always paid attention to a bastard. Instead of him, he suddenly turned to look at the lonely Empress Dowager. A wicked idea immediately came to his mind. He vigorously kicked and bunched up the carpet on the floor, preparing to make a trap. At this moment, Ethan also came to Dorothea's side. Your Highness, may I have this dance? He invited. It's the Imperial Princess's turn now. Shall we? Dorothea, looking at the gentlemanly Ethan, blushed slightly and gladly accepted his invitation. The two of them came to the dance floor. Like two freed spirits, they danced gracefully. Their superb skills, combined with their tacit understanding, allowed them to display an exceptionally beautiful performance. Ethan's technique is truly perfect. It not only makes one feel beautiful, but also makes one feel comfortable being with him. Who could resist such an Ethan? Someone in the crowd whispered. Dorothea couldn't help but praise him. You truly are capable of anything. Is there anything you can't do? Like, how does one capture the heart of the Imperial Princess? Dorothea was a little flustered by Ethan's question. Your Highness, perhaps you should focus on the dance. You can't be distracted now. Just then, a strange glint flashed in Ethan's eyes. Looking at the tampered carpet, he couldn't help but wonder, is this a deliberate attempt to make someone trip? Ethan swept his gaze across the crowd and saw Nye rose with a mischievous grin on his face. Sighing inwardly at the other man's foolishness, Ethan steered Dorothea away from the area. With a flourish, they concluded their dance. At this moment, Dorothea also noticed the disturbed carpet and inadvertently saw a ray in the distance, looking at her admiringly. Just then, Ethan's voice sounded again. "Your Highness, do you know the true meaning of such a ball? Everyone here is watching with genuine interest. If it's captivating, they'll keep watching. If it's not, they'll naturally look away. Look, isn't everyone here watching us?" Dorothea stared blankly at Ethan, unsure what he was trying to do. Ethan continued, "Have you ever thought about controlling the light spirits?" Dorothea hesitated and replied, "That's something I've always wanted to do." Ethan suddenly took her hand again, preparing to dance once more. "I've been waiting for that answer for a long time." At that moment, all the lights in the hall went out. The people around them began to panic. Just as Dorothea thought a scene from her past life was about to repeat itself, Ethan whispered, "Your Highness, watch closely." Suddenly, a golden light filled the air. Shining spirits danced around them. Dorothea stared in disbelief. Are these the light spirits?" she stammered. Meanwhile, all eyes were now focused on Dorothea. "Your Highness, listen carefully. From now on, you will be the official heir to Eubula. You will become the one most suited to be emperor." Ethan prepared a grand surprise for Dorothea and informed her that she no longer needed to be troubled by her status. From then on, she was the legitimate heir to the throne. Dorothea's mind went blank. For a moment, she couldn't process what was happening. But when she heard the people around her whispering in disbelief about the light spirits and saying that it was all summoned by the Empress Dowager, Dorothea was still confused and bewildered. But when she turned to look at Ethan's radiant face, she understood. After the ball, the two of them went to the balcony again. Ethan followed Dorothea, puzzled. He sensed that the imperial princess didn't seem happy. Dorothea asked coldly, "Was all of this you're doing?" Ethan didn't shy away from admitting it. He spoke frankly, "I just wanted those ignorant people to see the world. Only then can the imperial princess's status be recognized. And if the light spirits can appear beside the imperial princess, wouldn't that mean her image would be even more perfect?" But Dorothea glared at him furiously. She flung Ethan's hand away, silencing him. Ethan was stunned. He didn't understand why Dorothea suddenly became so angry. He didn't know how much jealousy surged within Dorothea the moment the spirits appeared. And when she realized that this power wasn't hers to control, she felt a wave of despair. When sudden hope and crushing disappointment occurred simultaneously, how could Ethan understand her pain? Dorothea asked Ethan in confusion, "Why do you have that power?" "What?" Ethan tried to deflect, saying nervously, "Isn't all of this because of your Highness?" Dorothea retorted, "If it truly were mine, then why aren't the spirits responding to my summons now?" Ethan knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He slowly opened his palm. A dazzling gem appeared. Dorothea stared at the familiar stone in disbelief. Just then, Ethan suddenly dropped to one knee. Taking Dorothea's hand, he placed the gem, a symbol of power, into it. "Your Highness, please allow me to serve you." Dorothea didn't hear what Ethan was saying. She stared intently at the stone. "Isn't this the light spirit stone? How did you get it?" Ethan no longer concealed the truth. "This is the spirit stone I couldn't give you in my past life." When Dorothea heard past life, she was stunned. A past life? Could Ethan also be from the past? Ethan didn't deny it, saying the term regression is perhaps more accurate. Dorothea stared, dumbfounded by everything that was happening, unable to believe it was real. Ethan began to tell his story. "I remember it was a few years ago, or rather, before I was reborn. Back then, I was weak and powerless, subjected to my brother's bullying and disregard. I didn't have the ability to resist, but the chance to change my fate always appears unexpectedly. I remember that time I was assigned to hunt with my brother, Jonathan. He loathed being paired with me, considering me a jinx. He wouldn't even give me a horse. Thinking back now, if he had given me a horse, this story wouldn't have unfolded the way it did. I remember a monstrous beast suddenly charged out from the forest, startling Jonathan's horse. It bolted in panic, crashing into me before fleeing into the forest. The sudden turn of events left me in a daze. When I faintly heard cries for help, Jonathan was struggling desperately at the bottom of a cliff. I was shocked by the scene. What are you staring at? Throw down a rope and save me. I noticed a rope on my person, but then I realized I wasn't strong enough to pull him up. Acting rashly might send me tumbling down with him. I didn't hesitate to turn and leave. Jonathan panicked when he saw me leaving. He yelled for me to come back. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, a rope suddenly dropped down. Young master, grab the rope. Are you an idiot? I can't reach it. Did you tie it to a tree? Can't you hold the rope and just lower it down? I tried to explain that it was dangerous, but before I could speak, I was met with another barrage of insults. I was reaching my limit with the constant berating, but Ethan didn't lose his reason due to the insults. He turned and intended to leave. Seeing Ethan about to leave, Jonathan became even more frantic in his cursing. Ethan, are you trying to die? How dare you just walk away? Do you think father will let you off the hook? Once I get up there, believe me, I'll feed you to the dogs. Ethan didn't want to pay attention to the insults and simply replied, I'm going to get someone to help you. But Jonathan's curses didn't stop. He continued to yell, then run faster. It's better to entrust my life to someone else rather than you. But Jonathan's foolishness was that, during this time, did he really have the ability to hold on that long? When the rescuers arrived, he was no longer there. Ultimately, his life ended because of this. Ethan, standing nearby, couldn't help but tremble. This was probably the first time he turned dark in that life. But for him, this feeling was truly wonderful. From now on, in the Valentine family, he would become the sole heir. In the days that followed, Ethan's worldview completely changed. He reveled in the time he was sought after by outsiders. Seeing those nobles who had ignored him before, now he only needed to drop a handkerchief to make them go crazy. They really were like a bunch of fools. But just as Ethan was indulging in his own world, a voice interrupted him. I'm sorry, seeing you like that, I really couldn't help but laugh. It seems like you're having a lot of fun. Ethan was a little surprised. This was the first time someone had seen through his act. But when Ethan saw the other person's eyes, he understood everything. She had the same look in her eyes as him. They were the same kind of people. A crazy thought arose spontaneously. He had to know everything about this girl. Hello, my name is Ethan Valentine. May I ask for the lady's name? At this moment, Dorothea, seeing this person who didn't seem to recognize her, also became curious. She concluded that this guy must be visiting Lampas for the first time. Hello, I am Dorothea, the Imperial Princess of Manhwa. Would you be willing to serve in my palace? Ethan Valentine. Looking at the sincere Imperial Princess, Ethan was captivated. Yes, Your Highness. I am at your command. The girl, lacking the protection of the light spirit in her past life, turned to darkness. After being reborn, she no longer obsessed over it, only wanting to live a kind life. The repression of her past life created the image of a tyrannical ruler. She was like a beautiful flower, easily plucked if admired. Heaven did not grant her the power of the spirits. Was it because she was too perfect? Perhaps some encounters and acquaintances are destined after all, and yearning for what cannot be possessed is the driving force for their struggle to live. But Ethan, to support his beloved, would not hesitate to do anything, even if it meant sacrificing many people. Recalling the last meeting between Ethan and Kaiwan in his past life, Kaiwan, gasping for breath, was grabbed by Ethan. What exactly do you want to do, Ethan Valentine? Ethan, holding a knife, stared at Kaiwan with a smile on his face, slowly walking towards him. Kaiwan continued, Why don't you just kill me? No need to rush me. I also want to finish you off sooner. Otherwise, why would you appear here? It's time for you to disappear from the Imperial Princess's side. Kaiwan was puzzled and asked loudly, could someone like him pose a threat to the Imperial Princess? But before Kaiwan could finish speaking, Ethan suddenly struck him with a knife. Ethan said coldly, Stop with the cliches, Kaiwan. You no longer have any right to stay by the Imperial Princess's side. Although you tricked the Imperial Princess into becoming your fiancé, your tricks can't fool me. You didn't get engaged to the Imperial Princess out of love, did you? All you wanted was a title. To be precise, what you really want. Just Manhwa's light elf, right? It wasn't until he heard these words that Ethan truly shocked Kaiwan. He didn't understand how Ethan could know such a hidden secret. Ethan, however, simply quipped, although I'm not very good at solving things with force. My brain works pretty well. It takes centuries for your Fred family to produce a red-eyed one, right? That also signifies the birth of a dark elf. And to control a dark elf, you need the power of a light elf. If you can't do that, that person will also die. Am I right, Duke? Kaiwan was speechless. Ethan continued, and to control the dark elf, you have to stay by Raymond's side. But mere empty words aren't enough to keep you constantly by his side. The only effective way to control the light elf, meaning to always be able to see Rey, is only one thing. That is to marry Princess Dorothea. Everything you're doing now is just using her highness. But now, the princess is about to kill Raymond and take his place as emperor. And you need to understand one thing. Only the princess, only she can truly become emperor. Even if she doesn't have an elf, she will be the most powerful being. But if you try to stop her now, she will definitely be shaken. I won't let you ruin such an important plan. That's why you didn't kill me yourself. You know if Raymond dies, I won't survive in the end. Ethan looked at Kai when innocently, then turned to leave. Of course, for Duke Fred, this is indeed a very regrettable thing. Aren't you afraid Princess Dorothea will find out about this? What if she does? Are you going to tell her that the reason you got engaged to her was just to get close to the only one who could obtain? Or that everything was ruined because of the princess? Are you going to tell her that? Kaiwan remained silent. He knew it was all because of him. Ethan warned him, a dying man shouldn't do anything to worry the princess. Otherwise, she'll be the one to send you off. With that, he slammed the door and left. Kaiwan, finally released from the tense atmosphere, collapsed to his knees. He hadn't expected his selfishness to make things so irreparably messy. Looking back, Kaiwan had considered telling Dorothea the whole truth. But every time he was ready to tell her everything, his heart always faltered at the crucial moment. Because every time he saw Dorothea's happy expression, he couldn't bear to hurt her. Dorothea truly loved him deeply. The words stuck in his throat were swallowed back time and time again. He didn't want to hurt Dorothea with such a cruel truth. But he never imagined that his selfishness would ultimately lead to Raymond's death. Guilt consumed Kaiwan. If he could, he would rather be swallowed by darkness. Then none of this would have happened. Since then, the story essentially reached its climax and fell. But the ensuing problems became increasingly prominent. Many nobles couldn't accept someone without an elf as their emperor. They demanded Dorothea reveal her elf to convince them. But Dorothea, haggard and worn, had no energy left for such matters. Since Raymond's death, she hadn't slept well. Ethan, watching Dorothea's Chaotsui state, felt a pang of heartache. He thought to himself, is the legitimacy these nobles speak of really that important? If I could just silence them, wouldn't there be so much less trouble? Just then, Ethan heard Dorothea's voice. Ethan, tell me, is it right or wrong for me, someone without an elf, to be the emperor? Ethan comforted her. In this world, besides you, no one is more suited for this position. Never doubt yourself, your majesty. Although Ethan spoke these comforting words, secretly, he had already arranged for people to search for an elf. Lost. He wants to find him in his own way. Although Jinling disappeared 100 years ago in an accident, he must still exist in this world. Under the scorching summer sky, a figure slowly appeared in the desert. To save Taiwan, this figure traveled thousands of miles, searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the elf. At this moment, he was tightly clutching a stone, a symbol of hope. This girl murdered her own brother for the throne. And the root of it all was her twisted emotions. Just as Ethan sent people to search for the elf that Dorothea needed most, a girl had already gotten a head start. She obtained the stone. Under the star-filled sky, Julia ran alone through the bitterly cold desert. Looking at the brightly lit city in the distance, she dared not enter. She could vaguely sense that it was full of danger. She also understood that to protect this stone, she must not let her guard down. Ever since the royal family lost control of the elf Melaner, there is only one way to save Taiwan. And Julia, in search of this sole hope, had traveled across mountains and rivers, enduring numerous hardships. She sought out all the remaining descendants of Melaner in the world, but most of those people were either dead or had disappeared without a trace. Yet, heaven helps those who help themselves. Just when Julia was about to give up, the last of the Melaner bloodline finally appeared. The old man was also moved by Julia's perseverance. As his life flickered, he decided to hand over the treasure he had cherished for so long, the elf gem. When Julia saw the gem, she was overjoyed. She couldn't believe her eyes. Her tireless efforts had finally paid off. Her beloved would finally be saved. She relayed this good news back without a second thought. In her urgency, she lost her usual caution, only wanting Tywin to learn of this news as soon as possible. But she didn't know that disaster was also approaching. That day, while still strolling through the small town, Julia, overheard someone searching for her. She was startled. Fortunately, she had disguised herself beforehand. Otherwise, she might have been captured on the spot. Julia couldn't understand how these people had found her. She became vigilant. If she didn't hurry, the gem might be snatched away. Then Tywin would be in danger. Even at this point, she hadn't realized that her whereabouts had already been exposed. She still followed the original plan, going to the mountaintop to meet with her contact. Unaware, she didn't know that this place had become a trap. When she called out to her companion, a man with white hair, wearing a hooded cloak, slowly walked out. This frightened Julia. "I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Before Julia could react, a blade flashed. Blood splattered across the ground. Julia's story ended here. Back in the palace, Ethan's face was filled with joy. He hadn't expected that silly girl Julia would be foolish enough to send such important news by letter. It was truly idiotic, but thanks to that, he could complete this task so easily. Saying this, Ethan took out the stone that Julia had worked so hard to obtain and held it tightly. If he presented this to the Empress, she would be very pleased. But at that moment, a scream suddenly came from Dorothea's room. Ethan was startled and rushed over without hesitation. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He was somewhat at a loss seeing Dorothea's bleeding ear. But after thinking it over, he guessed that the only one who could drive Dorothea to such madness was Tywin. Ethan mercifully thought that once he gave the elf gem to Dorothea, Tywin's life could be extended. But seeing Dorothea's obsession with Tywin, Ethan suddenly wondered if he shouldn't be so merciful. Perhaps without Tywin, the world might be a better place. Every time Ethan saw how Tywin hurt Dorothea, his hatred deepened. But Ethan didn't want to do anything that would upset Dorothea, so he repeatedly endured this pain. Even though it was difficult for him, he didn't care. Comforting Her Highness was the most important thing. In his eyes, no matter what it was, as long as it was something Dorothea wanted, he would do it for her. Even if it involved Tywin, he would use any means necessary to bring him back to Dorothea's side. This was Ethan's love for Dorothea. But when Dorothea suddenly asked Ethan how to make someone fall in love with her, Ethan fell silent. He didn't know how to speak. He wanted to tell Dorothea, "If it were possible, let me love you. I won't make you cry or make you sad. I will always cherish you and take care of you for the rest of your life. Because in my heart, there is only you." But in the Imperial Princess's heart, Ethan would always be an outsider. She would probably never love him in this lifetime. Not long after, the courtyard that Dorothea had spent a fortune building for Tywin fell into disrepair. That courtyard, like a birdcage, would never see the day it bloomed. Suddenly, Ethan burst through the door, yelling Tywin's name. "Your Highness has given you so many things. Why aren't you content? You know you don't have many days left. Couldn't you at least leave a good impression on Her Highness?" Tywin replied slowly, "That's because I want you to suffer more than me." Ethan didn't understand what Tywin meant. He grabbed him by the collar, ready to hit him. Tywin whispered, "You killed Julia, didn't you? Can't answer? Seems like you're hiding a lot of things, Ethan Berlant." "Don't worry, I won't tell Dorothea. But Ethan Berlant, the future you desire will never come pass." At that moment, a black fog surrounded Tywin, slowly enveloping Ethan. Ethan was tormented by the black fog, his body and mind in agony. Just when Ethan thought he was about to perish, the black fog suddenly dissipated. Tywin, who had been so terrifying just moments before, vanished along with the fog. Ethan was puzzled. Tywin's power could have easily killed him. Why did he run without doing anything? What a foolish man. Ethan thought the matter was over, but not long after, one day, when Dorothea returned to her room and opened the door, the unbelievable happened. Dorothea stared at the scene before her, unable to contain her terror. She screamed. Dorothea completely broke down. Ethan, still unaware of what had happened, rushed over after hearing the scream. When he saw the scene before him, he was also in disbelief. But he suddenly understood Tywin's words and why he hadn't killed him. The perfect revenge wasn't just about killing. Living with the mental anguish and sorrow was the most perfect revenge. The girl had been neglected by her father since birth and ridiculed by the world. She hated the world and hated her father even more. Finally, after an outburst of anger, she became a tyrant, just as Dorothea returned to her room. The scene before her completely shattered Dorothea's already fragile heart. The scene stunned Ethan. He finally understood the meaning of Tywin's last words. It was like a curse on him. deeply etched in his heart. After this incident, Dorothea fell into endless pain and neglected her court. As a result, the rumors of a tyrannical monarch spread throughout the land, and those nobles who had once been entrusted with important responsibilities by Dorothea for their own gain stood in opposition to her. Ethan was furious. He didn't understand how these people could be so ungrateful. How could they, while Dorothea was still alive, try to establish a new order? In their eyes, an empire couldn't be ruled by an emperor confined to bed. Ethan argued vehemently. That's because the previous emperor just passed away recently. Her Highness is still grieving. How can you discuss such treasonous matters under these circumstances? The nobles didn't care and continued to find reasons to depose Dorothea. The emperor just lies there. But now the empire has fallen into its worst state. If this continues, it would be strange if the empire isn't invaded. Ethan watched these ridiculous people, his anger boiling over. When Dorothea was extravagant, these people said nothing, only enjoying themselves alongside her. When the empire is in crisis, they not only fail to contribute, but they also shift the blame. When Dorothea can no longer fill their pockets, they think of abandoning their savior and choosing a new leader. Is Dorothea alone to blame for the situation today? Someone continued to stir the crowd. Isn't it the Prime Minister who is still maintaining this empire? In that case, Prime Minister, why don't you become the next emperor? Only you can support this empire now. Hearing these words, Ethan was shocked. He didn't expect these people to be so insane. Did they want to start a civil war? You are all in these high positions thanks to Dorothea. How can you do such a thing? Ethan was unmoved by their flattery. In his heart, there was only one emperor. That was Dorothea. If they wanted to replace her, he would be the first to object. In the imperial palace bedchamber, heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the palace. Dorothea had fallen into madness due to Tywin's departure. A gentle hand grasped her trembling one, soothingly saying, "Your Majesty, you don't have to be like this. None of this is your fault." Ethan was full of regret. If he had been more careful, none of this would have happened. "Your Majesty, as long as you can get better soon, I will always be by your side." Before Ethan could finish, Dorothea said, "I miss Tywin so much." These words were like a sharp sword, piercing Ethan's heart. He couldn't understand. Could she only hold that one person in her heart? Someone who only hurt her and wanted to leave her. Was it really worth it? Why? Ethan looked at the terminally ill Dorothea, his heart softening. He had no other wish now but for Dorothea to recover quickly. This was more important than anything else. My emperor, Dorothea. But in the outside world, the people's anger could no longer be suppressed. Cries for the emperor's execution began to rise. Ethan looked at Dorothea, still sitting on the throne, and wanted to persuade her to flee. But Dorothea just shook her head listlessly, looking utterly hopeless. Ethan mustered his courage to try one last time. He shouted, "Please let me be your consort. That way, I can rightfully handle this crisis." But before Ethan could finish, Dorothea interrupted him. "Do as you please, but I can't give you the position of consort." Ethan froze. He had hoped that Dorothea still held some affection for him, but now it seemed that there was none at all. Before Ethan could recover from his confusion, a group of people rushed in. "Quick, the tyrant is there. Seize her." Ethan knew it was over. He was powerless to stop the mob. He could only watch as Dorothea was arrested. It wasn't long before the day of the tyrant's execution arrived. Various accusations condemned Dorothea's tyrannical rule. She was ultimately sentenced to death. Ethan walked with heavy steps towards the execution platform. Around him, cries of "Down with the tyrant." "Long live the Prime Minister," rang out, and the cries of "Long live the Prime Minister. Long may he reign," echoed around him. But in Ethan's heart, none of this mattered. Was a life as star-crossed as Dorothea's destined to be so cruel? Ethan slowly approached Dorothea, leaning down to make one last plea. He slowly asked Dorothea again about the position of consort. "I don't want extravagance anymore. Just beg me. Just this one sentence is enough." But before Ethan could finish, Dorothea interrupted him. "There's no need, Ethan. Without Tywin, I haven't wanted to live for a long time." Ethan roared in anger. "What did that man ever give you? Why are you so fixated on him?" Dorothea couldn't answer. She only knew that it was all because of him that things had come to this. As a villain, her life was a failure. He only hoped that after Ethan succeeded him, he would become a wise and virtuous emperor. Then his eyes could finally close. Ethan suddenly had a revelation. The one who had caused Dorothea so much pain wasn't someone else, but himself. Ethan took out the elf gem. He wanted to give it to Dorothea as a final gift. Dorothea looked at the stone in disbelief. She hadn't expected to see her family's ancestral treasure, the light elf gem, in the final moments of her life. But what use was accepting it now? Dorothea shook her head, refusing Ethan's offer. At this moment, Ethan suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, do you really not intend to live anymore? If that's the case, I'll go with you. Don't you think that's cruel?" Dorothea suddenly smiled. "That's right. Otherwise, why would everyone call me a tyrant?" The guilt-ridden Ethan was already in tears. He no longer knew how to face his beloved. After a snap, Ethan also fainted. As the sun set over the mountains, a figure stumbled toward a stream. He fell to his knees with a splash and retched. Seeing his reflection, Ethan seemed to understand what true pain was. He also understood the heart-wrenching feeling Dorothea experienced after Tywin's death. He regretted everything. If he had taken out the gem earlier, perhaps he could still see Dorothea living happily with Tywin. If he hadn't been so greedy for Dorothea, perhaps she wouldn't have died. The thought of this drove Ethan to the brink of madness. He hadn't expected that. In the end, the one who regretted everything the most would be himself. Unable to believe it all, Ethan was even more unwilling to accept it. And just as Ethan was on the verge of collapse, about to shatter, something seemed to flicker with light within his body. A dazzling point of light slowly approached him. When the light faded, a blue gem appeared before Ethan. The tyrannical and domineering tyrant of the past life only wanted to live a kind life in this one. After Dorothea was executed by the people, Ethan fell into endless pain. He couldn't forgive his selfishness, and he couldn't forgive the mistakes he had made. But just when he felt most hopeless, the gem beside him suddenly shone with a dazzling light appearing by his side. Ethan looked closely. It was the light elf gem, which had always been dull and lifeless. He didn't understand why this stone was emitting such a brilliant light at this moment. Was heaven reaching out to him? But before Ethan could react, a clear voice rang out. "The Melaner bloodline has completely vanished. You're my new contractor, Ethan." Blinded by the sudden light, he saw a young woman in magnificent clothing. "I am Lux, the Light Elf King." "New contractor, are you willing to sign the light contract with me?" Ethan just stared at the stone, laughing foolishly. The more he looked, the louder his laughter became. Was this a mockery? "Are you here to make fun of me? Appearing at a time like this? Couldn't you have appeared earlier? Tell Dorothea these things." The Elf King spoke indifferently. Dorothea's bloodline had already dissipated. She became the first person unable to inherit the elf power. She can only blame her bad luck. Ethan gritted his teeth in hatred. He wouldn't accept this explanation. "Do you know how much Dorothea suffered in her life?" The indifferent Elf King didn't care. She continued coldly, "I have no interest in the emotional entanglements of you humans. All I need is a contractor. So I'll ask you one more time. Do you, possessing the elf gem, intend to sign a contract with me?" Ethan hesitated. He didn't know if he should do this. The Elf King seemed to see Ethan's hesitation and continued, "A contract is mutual. You want to gain something, so you must also pay the corresponding price." Ethan was surprised. Entering into a contract came with a price. The Elf King continued, explaining that only the first generation to form a contract with him could wield his full power. The original Melaner borrowed his power to make the sun rise high. Hearing this, Ethan scoffed. "What good is raising the sun? My sun has already fallen." At this moment, Ethan longed to see Dorothea again. The thought struck him, and he suddenly realized something. He immediately addressed the Elf King. "In that case, please resurrect Dorothea. If you agree, I'll make the contract with you right away." But the Elf King, without hesitation, rejected the proposal. "That's impossible. No matter how much life force I possess, I cannot interfere with death. However, if you insist, there's one method. That is to use the power of Kuz. By reversing time, she can be revived. But this method will also send you back to the past. Think carefully about what that will mean. You will relive 20 years of hardship. Do you truly have the confidence to endure those miserable days again?" Ethan didn't care. He resolutely replied, "None of that matters. As long as I can save her, even my luck, I'm willing to offer." The Elf King suddenly flashed with intense light. "Good. Contractor, the contract is established. You are the new Elf Master. From now on, your time will be used by the power of light to resist the darkness. And you will once again resist the darkness and experience creation once more. My Elf Master, Amidst a blinding light, Ethan slowly fell into a deep sleep. A dark night, a humble room. A white-haired young boy gradually awoke. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but be astonished. This familiar environment, along with childhood memories, flooded back into his mind. This was where Ethan grew up. He looked at his body in disbelief, still unable to fully grasp it. He had truly returned back to the time when he suffered endless humiliation. Ethan suddenly remembered something. His rebirth meant that the Imperial Princess must also still be in this world. This was wonderful, truly wonderful. Ethan's excitement was uncontainable. Time passed day by day. Ethan, bearing the emotional baggage of his past life, endured until an opportunity arose. Overcome with longing for Dorothea, he decided to apply to Abystomy to see her. He missed her terribly. However, due to some absurd events along the way, he was delayed and missed the exam. Unable to take the test, Ethan could only go to the seaside alone, heartbroken and weeping. He consoled himself, thinking that perhaps it was for the best. Maybe Dorothea would be better off without him. Ethan silently endured the torment of longing. He didn't want to selfishly hurt Dorothea again. But just as Ethan was suppressing his yearning and agonizing over it, an angelic voice reached his ears. Hello. Their eyes locked, stunned. Neither had imagined meeting like this. Their hearts pounded. Ethan never thought the person he yearned for would suddenly appear before him. Time rewinds. We return to the timeline where Ethan gives the gem back to Dorothea. After Ethan explained everything, Dorothea stared at him in disbelief, speechless. She hadn't realized Ethan had done so much for her. Ethan wished Dorothea didn't remember their past life. How much happier she would be. But Dorothea was still reeling from the shock. She couldn't believe her rebirth was due to Ethan, the one who had once groveled before her. She had always thought Ethan was merely a ruthless person who sought power. But now, recalling those scenes, Dorothea realized that she had been avoiding a question all along. How could he not have understood Ethan's heart back then? He just didn't want to face it. But now, looking at Ethan's sincere expression, Dorothea felt very guilty. Ethan comforted him, saying, "Your Highness, you don't have to say anything. I understand everything." Dorothea's tears of guilt flowed uncontrollably. Ethan caressed Dorothea's face, wiping away the tears and comforting him. "Ethan, why? Why are you so good to me?" Ethan sincerely replied, "Because in this life, I still have many things to do for you." Ethan tightly held Dorothea's hand. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. Before Dorothea could understand what was happening, Ethan spoke as the light shone upon him. "I want you to continue to be my only Buddha. This time, with your love, not the greed of the past. Become the ruler of the nation once more. My Emperor, His Highness Dorothea." Holding on to this belief, Ethan had, one could say, waited for Dorothea for 2 lifetimes. This was also the only love of his life. Weightless now. Dear viewers, the first season of this comic has come to a satisfying end. Thank you for your company during these times together. I hope you will continue to support us in the days to come. Give me more motivation. Thank you for your concern. The second season that you guys have been looking forward to will also continue to be updated in the near future. Please look forward to it.